of every transformative era, humanity faces a pivotal moment. One that defines not just the trajectory of technology, but the direction of society itself. We have seen moments like this before. Now, it's happening again. This is the ground state. The problems that matter are waiting to be solved. Innovation belongs to those who move fast and build smart. It's no longer about what technology can do, but what it should do so that it can be a unifying force. It's pure luck to be born into this window. Not just to watch the world move fast, but to shape what happens next.
Hi, everyone. Wow. It's absolutely crazy to finally be here with all of you. And we are so ready to kick off this event together.
Slush is a year of work for 48 hours of magic. And it's incredible to finally see this venue come alive. On behalf of the whole team, welcome to Slush 2025.
Slush's mission is to help and create founders. When I organized my first Slush back in 2021, we thought we were really pushing our limits by setting an ambitious goal of getting 3,000 founders in the room.
And now, 4 years later, we have more than doubled that number. Slush 2025 hosts over 6,000 founders, more than ever before. And that's at the core of what we do, supporting as many early-stage founders as possible.
Founders can't do it alone. That's why we're proud to host the largest gathering of venture capital on the planet. The people in this room manage over 4 trillion euros in assets directly reserved for startups. So yes, the capital is here, but it's up to you to make the most out of it.
And we know you're here to meet each other. Over the next 2 days, these halls will host over 25,000 pre-booked meetings and countless of serendipitous encounters. And we can't wait to see where those conversations will take you.
Every year, Slush is a reflection of what's happening in tech and the world around us. That's why we're excited to bring the most exciting builders to our 4 stages to share their advice for the founders in the audience. For a brief moment, Slush becomes a window into the future, a chance to learn how some of the sharpest minds on the planet are thinking about what comes next.
And Slush is, and has always been, a community effort. 10 years ago, I was a 15-year-old clueless volunteer volunteering at my very first Slush, actually sitting in this very audience, not really knowing what I have signed up for. But that step changed the course of my life.
And this is exactly the kind of opportunity that we want to keep creating, giving more young people the tools, belief, and community to one day bet on themselves and chase the ideas that keep them up at night.
And Slush 2025 is built by 1,700 volunteers, many of whom are taking their very first step into the startup ecosystem. Slush wouldn't be possible without them, so let's give them a huge round of applause.
We know that Europe needs more founders, more people ready to tackle the hardest problems in the world through entrepreneurship. Among the volunteers, you'll find some of the brightest young talent in the world, many of whom will go on to become founders after Slush. And nothing makes our work feel more meaningful than that.
So to sum it all up, Slush is nothing without its people. The impact of the event is measured by who is in this room, and from founders to investors and volunteers, we have never pulled together a more relevant crowd.
Now, why does this all matter in 2025? We know that Europe has some catching up to do. We need more growth capital, less regulatory complexity, and a joint competitive European market.
And over the next 2 days, we're tackling these problems head first, bringing all key decision makers on all across society.
Technology is developing at an unprecedented speed, and it's never been easier to build a company than today. And at Slush, you're not just watching it all happen, you're a part of it.
So here is our advice. Talk to someone new, share what you're building, and ask the hard questions. And if you're grabbing a coffee from a volunteer, ask what kind of a future they're dreaming about too.
This year's Slush feels more personal than ever before for us. Over the last 4 years, we've poured our heart and soul into creating the Slush magic for you.
So, we're grateful to each and every one of you who chose to spend these dark November days together with us. Thank you for being here, and welcome to Slush 2025.
Hello, Slush! Welcome to the founder stage. Welcome to the founder stage. This is the iconic stage that hosts talks by some of the world's greatest founders. And they will be sharing their stories and their lessons with you, the next generation of builders in this audience. Also, as you just saw, this stage hosts the monumental moments of Slush, like the opening show, but also the Slush 100 finals and the after party.
My name is Anna, and this is Pyry. We are your hosts here on Founder Stage. Both of us used to work at Slush a few years back, so it's really special for us to be here for you the next 2 days.
The program is truly packed, so we need to get started right away.
1 year ago, there was a product launch right here at Slush. It wasn't your typical product launch, though. No slideshows, no pitch decks. Instead, the audience got a link and 15 minutes to build a sauna booking system. Even though most of the audience weren't even coders, all of them got a working prototype done right then and there. Since then, the speed of software development changed forever.
In the months that followed, that product absolutely exploded onto the scene. Within 8 months, it hit 100 million ARR, and I heard, or actually I saw on LinkedIn that yesterday there were rumors about 200 million ARR hit. And the user community for that software is now at 9 million people, all enabled to create software, me included.
That's crazy. And you know what? We are getting a rare look behind that rocket ship right now.
Please welcome Lovable co-founder and CEO Anton Asika and Axel partner Zhenya Loginov to the founder stage with absolutely roaring applause.
Thank you.
You're on fire. Welcome back to Slush. Quick fire round to warm up.
Okay.
So would you rather have a fika in Stockholm or coffee chat in San Francisco?
I heard about those coffee chats in San Francisco. I had a few, but definitely Stockholm fika is the way to go.
All right. A swim in the Baltics or a cross-country ski?
I actually have this initiation ritual with some people in the team, which is to go to swim in the Baltic. So it's definitely that one.
All right. Favorite childhood character? Swedish Carlson on the roof or Finnish Moomins?
This one actually goes to Moomin.
Same with me. And have you seen any unexpected or funny project built on Lovable in the last couple of months?
I think I see like some crazy thing someone built every week, posted in our Slack. But one that comes to mind is Ilka, who started Supercell. Someone in his team built a Lovable app that blew me away. It looks like you're watching a TV, and then all the TV channels that you can browse are like the most boring Finnish TV that's AI generated. So I got stuck on that app for a while. It's like I didn't understand you could build it with Lovable.
All right, maybe we should shoot it in the background. All right, welcome back. You threw a great party yesterday for Lovable's first year anniversary. You were here a year ago. Did you know that it's going to work out? Did you feel nervous at all?
Yeah, look, Slush put me on stage here 1 year ago, which was when we actually launched Lovable, and I was nervous. I so excited to come back here 1 year later and talk to the community that took us here and like believed in us first. We were just 8 people in a co-working space building at the time, and some things in my life changed since then.
All right. Take us all the way back, still before you started the company. How did you come up with the idea? How did you meet your co-founder? How did Lovable came to be?
My background is like physics. I was at CERN, and then that took me to AI research. I was the first employee at Sauna Labs before I was a bit more than 2 years ago. I was thinking like, what's the most ambitious thing I should be building now that AI, like to me it was obvious, AI is going to completely transform everything. And I built this tool called GPT Engineer that was kind of a precursor of Lovable. And then a few days later, after that one like blew up in popularity, I just realized, wait, so the opportunity here is to not to build a tool for developers. There's like 0.5% of the world is a developer, and software has been this bottleneck for all companies over the last few decades. So I I biked to my co-founder's place, Fabian. I called him up and said, Fabian, we're going to start a company, and we're going to transform how you create software and who gets to create it. And since then, we're just working super hard, being close to people who use the product and iterating on the product.
I love that you started from this prompt of like, what's the most ambitious thing that I can possibly build? Not, what do I know best, or how do I raise money, or how do I get to maybe 10 million of ARR, but just what's the most ambitious thing? It's been a big year. You just announced yesterday that Lovable is now at $200 million of ARR. It's been huge growth. How did you get there?
Yeah, so I think the core of what's under any of these numbers is who is actually using Lovable to build real companies, or build products for their work or for the business that they are running. I think a number that speaks to me is that every day more than 100,000 new projects are built on our platform. And if you look at what happens to those projects, there's more than 5 million people that use Lovable built applications every single day. And this is humans doing these things. I recently heard about Sabrine, who launched an application to fight gender-based violence in Brazil. They have 10,000 users in less than 3 months. A kid in Portugal, he was building a Facebook for his classroom before the teachers kind of shut that down. We're just seeing all of these people in the community driving it forward. I think there's like 100,000 people in the community. They've been active in voice on our Discord for, I think, the last 1,000 hours. They're breaking some kind of world record right now. So that's really what's powering what we're doing. And if there's a movement over the last 12 months, which is that anyone can create software.
Yeah, those are amazing numbers and examples. Is there something that Europeans specifically build on Lovable?
Yes, yeah, actually, I just heard about Hussein and Jalil. I think they're like 20 years old. They built quick tables where they go out to restaurants and help them have a digital presence, and they built everything on top of Lovable and making more than $100,000 per year at a very young age. And then we have a company that's set out to help e-commerce stores with everything AI. So you can try on clothes virtually online, and they're making almost $1 million after less than 12 months. Peter Henrik, they're building Lumo. And then I think there's many more stories. I'd love to hear from the audience after this. I'm sure there's a lot of startups building on top of it.
Great. As you know, I moved from California to London a couple of months ago. One of the big reasons was that I thought that now is the time for European founders to build from Europe, build global companies and global leaders in the space. It was done before by companies like Miro, Spotify, Celonis, and many others. And now you and 11 Labs and several other companies are leading their own markets from Europe. You're expanding to the US, but you keep the heart of the company in Stockholm. Tell us a bit more about why do you do this?
Yeah, so as I was starting out, me and Fabian, a lot of people, they told me, Anton, like, amazing vision, I think you can pull this off, but you have to go to Silicon Valley to build this big. Like, this is just an extremely ambitious thing, right? And I was tempting, but I really resisted that so that I could sit here now and say, look, guys, you can build a global AI company from Europe. And one thing that has been in our favor to succeed in this is that there's more available talent, that if you have a strong vision, you have a lot of urgency in coming together as a group and working, unlike most European companies, you're like with an extremely high pace, then Europe is in many ways a better place to build AI and tech and product companies specifically. And how we approach it now is that instead of saying, okay, great, we're successful now, let's go to the US, we're bringing a lot of the leadership that has very relevant experience from Silicon Valley, for example, into the company to build channel a lot of the ambition and talent that we have here with more experience. So that's kind of how we think about building out the company. And then, of course, serving customers in the US by having offices there as well.
I love that you flipped the playbook. Instead of going to Silicon Valley, You're bringing Silicon Valley to you with some execs from companies like Notion and Slack and Gusto moving to Stockholm. Tell us a bit more, what kind of culture do you want to create as you build a company?
Yeah, I think the in-person thing gives you a lot of energy. It's much easier to just like solve problems immediately and be more direct with each other than if you're on Zoom. So it's really nice to see like people are leading everything on like the foundation of the company, the people team, operations and finance, moving with their families from the Bay Area to Stockholm, and the culture. Look like a lot of what we do, as we take as many creative ideas as you can fit into also making the product like reliable and coherent. I think every weekend there's an engineer that has a new demo of like, oh, we could actually put this new part of a new type part of the AI plus UX experience into the product, and I think that's like combination of creativity with being relentless in high quality bar is what set us apart on building the product. I think it's been fascinating to see just like this speed of execution permeating functions that I never seen been so like high velocity. Marianne built Notion, and she's building the people team at Lovable today. And like every time I see their team, they are executing extremely rapidly, unlike most of HR functions I've seen before.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Lovable and Lovable's team is how you blend the sort of raw energy and power of the founders and engineers that you hire with the expertise of people you bring from the outside. It's really been great. We've seen many companies in the last 10 years become successful, start from product-led growth like Dropbox and Atlassian and Slack, and eventually build a massive business in the enterprise. Now you're also on the same path. You have companies like Microsoft and Klarna being your customers. Tell us a bit more, how do you see the future of the enterprise with Lovable?
Yeah, so Lovable literally started as a movement 12 months ago with individuals, prosumers, trying it out, putting in their credit card, and that's now happening in large companies as well. So I just heard the president of Microsoft on stage, Brad Smith. He said it's breathtaking what he's seeing in how Lovable is helping accelerate work that they do at Microsoft. And then afterwards I saw a job description for a new role at Microsoft, where a requirement is to be able to use tools like Lovable to accelerate your work. What we're seeing in large companies, and like any company out there, is that Lovable is going from this entry point of creation, where you start new things, to also being infrastructure for things that you're doing. So on the first side, you have the quote, you might have heard this, Janja, it's demo, don't memo, which a lot of product managers, leaders and executives love. Sebastian, who's building Klarna, like a good success story, he's very intensely like hands-on with AI, and one thing he's saying is, look, at Klarna, I don't want to see PowerPoint presentations communicating your ideas anymore. I want you to build the thing and then show it to your colleagues or show it to me, so that we can like in an instant decide what is a good idea and what is a great idea that we should align the company and focus on strategically. And then like from that part of using an AI software engineer as a communication tool, aligning faster, we're now seeing companies launch new product lines and run their entire marketing departments on top of Lovable in a way that engineers and the 99% who are working in large companies, right, they can collaborate. And we're not doing like a pivot to enterprise, but the 99%, they truly are everywhere. They're building companies, and they are working in large companies. So it's us just serving all the opportunities and the pool of where Lovable is being used.
Yeah. Year one has been an amazing success. It is showing that the model that you built is working. What does year two look like for you?
Year two is about showing that we can scale this up to its full potential. And the product is used for 100 different use cases. It's now it's infrastructure for a lot of the use cases, and it can be so much more. So it's about us educating that this is enterprise grade secure, and how you use it to transform your existing company and build products in a new way with AI at the core of the product and how you're building the product.
Yeah. You're now back at Slush, surrounded by European founders. Many come from engineering backgrounds and write code every day. Many others don't write code. With Lovable, it's not such a big difference anymore. What do you say to this new generation of European founders?
Yeah, look, I'm very excited for anyone who is the founder right now. First, I just want to say, as any founder, what's very important is to understand the problem you're solving, and the best way to do that is to be close and think like your customer. And if you do that and you're relentless, there's so many ways to be successful, especially thanks to AI and you could build your company on top of Lovable much faster than you could when I was starting out, right? I think there are future unicorn founders here in this audience. And I'm excited for you to help those founders be successful based on what we're doing for them. And if founders out there want to be building on the absolute cutting edge of AI, we're also hiring founders at Lovable. So I'd love to hear from people reaching out who are considering joining building a startup as well.
Anton, it's been a pleasure and a privilege working with you over this last year. Thank you for a great kickoff of the first day, and thank you for really being the inspiration for a lot of people in the audience.
Thank you, Shania. It's a pleasure to work with you. Yes.
With that, we're underway with the stage program. How was it for you? I think insights abundant.
Absolutely.
So we all heard the line that Slush is the most founder-focused event on Earth. But what does that even mean? Well, I think you can see by looking around. We have 6,000 founders here, about 3,000 investors. So please, walk around, book your meetings, talk to the people around you, and we'll get all the best results that we can get from this big gathering that we have here in hellish November.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you missed out earlier on the opening speech, this year, Slush brings together 6,000 startups and scale-ups alongside 3,500 investors. And that's not all. Collectively, they oversee more than 4 trillion euros in assets under management.
Absolutely
yes,
great.
That's trillion, by the way.
How's your math? Can you do it in so it's 1,000 billion is a trillion?
I believe so.
4 times that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a mathematician, but I don't still follow. All right, but for the first time this year, AI-generated summaries will be available of the key takeaways of what happened on the stage. So if you listen to a talk and you think there's something important that you want to maybe take a note of or see if you could use that next Monday when you go back to the office, please open your app and go see.
Yeah, you can find it right under the specific stage talk on the Slush app, or you can also find it right away from the Slush platform. So both options are available for you.
Is it time for us to go forward to the next one on the program?
I think it's time. Let's go.
All right, fantastic. Because I think, and many say that we are living in an AI supercycle. But did you know that actually back in 2015, when Slush gathered data about what were the most common technologies used by startups attending, back then called AI/ML, was already the top technology. After that, I believe it was blockchain for a while, maybe 2018, 2019, and maybe even VR had a moment.
Yeah.
But now, it's AI.
I mean, if you've been to Slush before, you've seen these cycles play out. But beyond the hypes, we all crave a more grounded view of what's going on in European tech.
For 11 years running, Atomico has created the State of the European Tech Report, which is the definitive map of the continent's tech ecosystem and how it is evolving. Slush is proud to be one of the partners of that report for a long time now.
The report dives deep into what's going on. And here to share a first exclusive look of this year's key insights are Tom Weimer, partner and head of intelligence at Atomico, and Sarah Gumori, principal of Atomico. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Europe is at a crossroads. It must act now. A €1 trillion future is at stake.
I dream about us thriving as a society and not constantly trying to go through survival modes.
We have to be aggressive. Maybe even more importantly, we need the right ecosystem, and Europe has so much to give.
Europe in particular, with our set of values,
we can all build something really, really strong together and quite independently from other parts of the world.
Well, good morning, Slush. It's great to be back. And every year, this stage feels so meaningful. But this year, it feels essential. Europe's standing at a crossroads. We're living in a period where technology is rewiring everything we know, a once-in-a-century shift. And Europe now needs to choose the path forward, to decide the future we will build or have built for us. It's no wonder we've seen an awakening across Europe, confidence solidifying, ambition rising, execution accelerating. There's never been a better and more exciting time to build. And I think that's why we all feel this urgency. It's why EU Inc. has rallied our ecosystem, why President von der Leyen promises to make Europe worthy of our builders. Because the consequences of inaction are simply too stark to ignore. It's also why frictions never felt more frustrating. The rest of the world isn't standing still, as we know. Global competition feels relentless. Yet, at home, we've imposed structural barriers in the way of our own competitiveness, putting trillions of euros of future unrealized GDP at risk. We don't have the luxury to move in slow motion. We have to move faster, bolder, at continental scale.
Let's start with the good news. Despite all the turbulence, European tech is going strong. We've added $1 trillion in value in just 2 years. So no wonder that every conversation about growth leads back to tech. And we keep adding jobs too. The European tech workforce is now 4.6 million strong, far outstripping the broader economy in job creation. And this year marks an all-time high in entrepreneurial activity. A record 27,000 founders started new companies, the biggest wave in entrepreneurship Europe has ever seen. A decade of extraordinary progress, a renewed sense of mission, and a vast frontier of opportunity in the AI supercycle. It's no surprise that optimism has surged. 42% of founders tell us it's become more attractive to start a company in Europe. a sharp jump from last year. And conditions for attracting talents are improving too. And there's more nuance to a story that we hear all too often. There are founders are abandoning Europe en masse. Well, in reality, more than 80% are building from here. In fact, for more than 1 in 2 founders, building from Europe is core to their mission. Not just from Europe, but for Europe. Not because it's convenient, but because it's home. And another third would also prefer to if the conditions were right. And who can blame the rest for choosing to scale where it's fastest? It's precisely for them that Europe needs to be worthy. Beyond founders, the gravitational pull for our emerging European champion has never been stronger. More of our best talent is joining European rocket ships. Europe's scale story is also changing fast. We now have more than 1,200 companies generating over 100 million in annual revenue or that are valued above 1 billion. We've passed 400 unicorns with 28 new billion-dollar companies this year alone, marking a record share of new unicorns created globally. We're proving that we can lead and compete head-to-head on the global stage. Take Replit and Lovable, 2 AI coding platforms defining the future of software. One from Silicon Valley, one from Silicon Valhalla. Lovable hit $1 billion valuation in months and became the fastest ever company to hit 100 million revenue, and it hasn't stopped there. Europe isn't following, we're setting the bar. From Cusp AI in material discovery to Helsinki in defense to 11 Labs in audio. European strength will come from bold founders building technology that the world relies on because they're simply the best.
So the momentum's real, but the pace of change isn't evenly distributed. While our founders and builders hit fast forward, too many others are simply not keeping up. And here's the reality check. In 2023, $43 billion was invested in European tech. Last year, 41 billion. This year, 44 billion. So we're up, but essentially flat for 3 years straight, back to levels we last saw 6 years ago. Now, meanwhile, the US raised 4 times more in the same period, close to $500 billion over the last 3 years alone. Just let that number sink in. We know we're not short on ambition, but it's abundantly clear we're bootstrapping our future. We've built incredible companies, but we're still underweight our share of truly consequential ones that we measure in trillions. So while we can, we should, we do celebrate that we have now 500 billion plus tech companies here in Europe, the bar, of course, has been raised again. The US has $8 trillion companies. Now, if capital levels match the US, we'd have more decacorns and more trillion-dollar contenders too. But fewer companies get funded here. Even fewer make it to the large growth rounds that fuel global scale, and when they do, they're still smaller on average. And it's not because our founders are less capable, not because they're less ambitious, but because our capital still simply doesn't scale as fast as our talent. Because our operating environment still slows progress, and because our wider business culture is still too risk-averse.
We need to move fast to fix the underlying drivers of scale. Pension funds invest 3 times more in the US than in Europe, and the top allocators commit 2% of their AUM to venture. Here, they commit just 0.01% of total assets. Public procurement should be one of the most powerful tools that governments have to stimulate innovation, but here too, this instrument is blunt. In 2014, the EU set a target for 20% of all public procurements to go towards innovative solutions. More than a decade later, that number is stuck at 9%. And every year, there's $2 trillion of spent on IT from corporates and governments, almost all flowing out of the region. This spend is ready to be absorbed locally. Not because we mandate Europe, but because Europe's products are best. From fintech and enterprise software to energy and health, the mighty are rising all across Europe. Like Finland's Oura, on track to quadruple revenue this year to $2 billion. Or Revolut, who's storming towards its audacious goal of serving 100 million global customers. We'll always be compared to the US or China, and that's fine. The comparisons help define the benchmark, but they don't define us. Europe's future is ours to shape, and it won't look like anyone else's. Our survey tells a story that is equal part belief, equal part doubt. 35% of founders believe that Europe has what it takes to win. But the same share think that Europe's future will be shaped by others. That tension is our challenge. The crossroads that we now face, and it's on all of us to choose the path ahead and to address these challenges.
We've never been closer to becoming a true innovation powerhouse, and we know what it will take. 4 missions, simple, founder first, already on the agenda. Together, they describe the end state we're working towards. A Europe that's fast, frictionless, and fearless. Fix the friction. One market, one rulebook. Empower talent. A Europe that attracts, rewards, and retains the world's most ambitious and best builders. Fund the future. Deep, liquid, homegrown capital markets that back our champions from the first check to IPO and beyond. And champion risk, cementing a risk culture that is our foundational infrastructure, as critical as energy or capital. And here's the thing, every one of these missions is on the table in some shape or form. The political focus is there. What's left is design, delivery, and the will to do the hard things. And now the whole tech ecosystem is watching. Do policymakers really mean it this time? The first true test is imminent. The 28th regime is literally top of Europe's policy roadmap. But here too is another crossroads moment. The implementation will either fix the friction or it won't. The ecosystem has spoken. More than 18,500 of you have shaped a proposal that will fix your problems and that you will actually use as you scale. And now the ball's in the court of policymakers to deliver a win here. And when we do, it will be transformational for belief, for trust, for unity. Because imagine the alternative, the missed opportunity, the slow exodus of talent who give up and decide that scaling is simply easier and faster elsewhere. How do we look those in the eye and tell them we're serious if we fail to remove the structural barriers we've just told them we know are holding them back? Delivering this will show the whole ecosystem that this time it's serious. We're in it to win it. But it's also not the finishing line, it's the start line. As we said, more missions to fulfill, stock option reform, mobilizing institutional assets, a truly deep, liquid, single public capital market, procurement reform. Again, all of these now in discussion, in design. So this is not a time to be a bystander. This is our moment as an ecosystem to keep speaking up, showing up, convening, connecting. Sign the letter, join the side event, respond to the consultation, share the post, because every individual action like that, no matter how small, ultimately compounds at the scale of our ecosystem. As we've heard, Europe's first €1 trillion company, it's not a question of if, it's who's it going to be and how fast will they get there. And that timing question is also ours to shape. Let's not make European founders do it in hard mode. Let's fix Europe for our founders and for our future.
We leave you with some of Europe's most ambitious founders who are transforming the world. Thank you so much.
I'd love to see more goal-based Sometimes we think, okay, this is too crazy, I'm not going to do that. Yes, let's do crazy stuff. If you do like a big change, a crazy change, yeah, that's going to transform the world.
Take bigger bets that can be completely defining of our future here in Europe.
Europeans want to be in the best companies in the world. And those Europeans are attracted by the greatest missions.
We really mean it when we say we are building intelligent robotic systems to augment humanity.
If we succeed with what we're trying to do, we will be able to get out of the climate crisis in the coming 2 decades.
Physics X is out to completely reinvent the most important industries in the world today.
Fusion is really the next phase of human evolution. It's the ultimate source of clean, abundant, safe energy.
We make the world's tallest autonomous robots. We're pretty much the neural system of warehouses around the world.
We are scaling on Earth and on space, an infrastructure that we've scaled globally. Nobody did that before, okay?
Europe has so many incumbent advantages, and the level of ambition feels like a generational moment.
Regulators in Europe need to move away from being referees of innovation to actually being enablers of innovation.
Every single simplification we do is going to pay dividends in the amount entrepreneurs can actually accomplish.
The decision makers are still afraid. We need more boldness, the spirit of the Renaissance.
Sovereignty starts with mindset. In Europe, we need to stop apologizing for being different and build on our own terms.
I want to share a story, a personal one. See,
Please do.
We both used to work here at Slush, but before I started full-time work in the partnership team, I volunteered a couple of times. And one of those times, as a university student volunteer, I was a speaker buddy, meaning kind of an executive assistant. Well, maybe that's stretching it. Just an assistant for one of the speakers during his stay here at Slush. And at the time, I was incredibly lucky because all the speakers with buddies were offered something called Helsinki Experience, which meant that I had to be a tour guide for Helsinki. And for those of you who are local, I'm from Espoo. I know maybe where places are in Helsinki, but I'm not born and raised. Anyways, ended up being an absolutely great day. Me and Ethan Smith, he was a SEO expert, building a company around search engine optimization. Then we ended up going to play basketball because we noticed we had a common hobby. And we went to Kisahalli, the premier big 1950s Olympics venue, where we played basketball. We took a shooting competition. I won, and he still owes me coffee. Actually, he also invited me to work at his company, but I didn't go. I should have gone.
And he still owes you coffee?
He still owes me coffee, so if I go to SF, maybe?
We gotta find him and tell him that, get you coffee.
Yeah, maybe answer engine
It was
optimization.
a fair competition.
It was a fair competition.
Yeah.
Gotta do that. All right.
And talking about your story, I'm reminded of amazing volunteers. So, like you, all of our Slush buddies or speaker buddies are volunteers. So we do offer every speaker here a buddy, like Puru himself back in those days, to help out with the speakers, to show around the venue, get them to the backstage and on time, show them around Helsinki, have some basketball competitions, have some of these promises for them, coffee or whatnot. So I really want to take time to thank and appreciate all of our volunteers, and again, to really encourage everyone to take a moment to talk to the volunteers around you, because they do have really exciting ambitions and thoughts of where the tech world is going as well. So please do take the time to appreciate our volunteers and them taking the time to come here and use their free time to help out with the event.
Moral of the story, say hi to every volunteer you see, maybe smile even.
Yeah.
All right. But let's talk about some new features that we have in the Slush app, because this year we are collecting feedback for stage talks to improve future program creation.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can just leave the feedback right away from the talk right after the session, so in the Slush app or the platform.
And takes like 10 seconds. It's really helpful for us and helps us to build an even greater program next year. So there's going to be a push notification, or there are going to be some volunteers showing QR codes. So scan that QR code, use 10 seconds to give some feedback for the talk that you just listened to.
Yeah, I think it's time to go to the next talk.
Let's do so.
I've been thinking, is it Oura or Oura?
I mean, depends if you're speaking Finnish or English.
Yeah. Well, let's wake up the audience a little bit. How many of you are wearing an Oura ring right now? Yeah, I see quite many hands. Impressive. I wish I had one.
I still remember when I lost mine. I was jogging, then I went to do some pull-ups, took it off because it scratches, and then just lost it.
I mean, it's become one of those rare and loved everyday products that combine science, technology, and design with lifestyle.
I still remember, was it Jennifer Aniston or Prince Harry, or some of those celebrities even showed them on Instagram and whatnot. Probably was a good sales spike. Anyway, it's not every day that a finished product can be category defining in technology, and Oura is definitely at that point. Worn by athletes, founders, cultural icons, Oura has built a piece of technology you can put on yourself, on your body, and wear it proudly.
Earlier this year, they made history, being the largest Finnish funding round raised, their Series E of $900 million, valuing the company $11 billion.
To share to all of you how Oura became such a global force in consumer technology, please welcome Oura CEO Tom Hale, an early investor from Life Ventures, founding partner of them, Timo Ahopelto. Give them a huge round of applause.
Otherwise, they don't have on stage. Good morning.
All right, hey, Tom, you started at Oura in April 22.
Yeah, April 1st.
April 1st, Fool's Day. And I remember us sitting in Helsinki in a cafe with that first sun rays coming, and you told me, you looked me into the eye and told that, Timo, this company is not what I was sold to. But don't worry, it's not my first rodeo.
I think I said goat rodeo.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, actually, that was a funny moment because, of course, I fell in love with the product. That's why I ended up at the company. I love the product so much. And I came and I looked at the company, and it's like, you pick up a rock, and you look underneath the rock, and you're like, whoa!
Oh, okay, all right.
It was great, though. It was better than I thought, actually.
Oh, okay, all right. So a little bit history. So our 21 revenue was 100 million. Our 22 revenue was 165 million.
Yep.
But our target was 250 million. So you missed your first target, man.
I missed my first target.
Okay,
yeah.
so
thanks for setting that, by the way, before I got there.
Yeah. So then obviously 23 revenue was 250. Then was $500 million, and now this year is gonna be around $1 billion.
Around $1 billion.
So tell me, what did you do first when you started scaling? So for the audience, we try to unlock how did Oura scale. So I'm trying to be super practical. So what did you do first?
The first thing that we realized was we had to stop spending so much money on marketing.
Okay, so you stopped marketing spend.
We stopped marketing
spend. And why
is
that?
Well, because we were losing so much money.
Okay, and how did you find it out?
So we said, let's run a little test. Let's cut back marketing spend by 10% and see what happens. Marketing team freaked out. Oh my God, you can't do that. Sales are going to stop. We said, all right, well, let's do that. And marketing stopped spending, and the sales went down a little bit. I said, okay, well, how about the next month? Let's cut it by 20%, see what happens. So we did that. Sales went down a little bit, but not as much.
Sure.
Last month, no spending.
Yeah.
Sales went up.
Okay, so
we had the best month ever.
So the first things you did as a CEO is you cut marketing spend 10%, 20%, and then to 0.
Yeah.
Okay, and the sales went up.
Yeah.
All right. How did you dare to do that? Because you were a fresh CEO, and I remember those times. Oura was not on the level of success we are right now. So you could have got booed, I mean.
Yeah, it could have been wrong.
Yeah.
I think what I believed was that the product was going to sell itself.
Okay, that sounds like a Finnish engineer.
It's a great product, and we knew it. We knew that people loved it, but we also had data.
Okay.
And the data suggested that 1 out of 2 of our customers came because someone recommended it to you.
Sure.
Right? So we knew that if we cut back on marketing, we would see if we could make marketing more efficient. Turns out we were exactly right. The second thing that we did, this is maybe a good lesson for all y'all, is we focused on a partner. And we found a partner who added value to the product, and it was called Natural Cycles. I don't know, some women might use it. And what it does is basically a contraceptive. It tells you, when's the right day. If you don't want to take a hormonal birth control, when's the right day to have sex.
Hey, how did that partnership go? Because Oura has, looking back right now, Oura has done some really right strategic choices,
That's
right? And Natural Cycles is one very good partner, and it kind of took the company to the women's health, right?
That's right.
So how did we get into the partnership? Was it just serendipity, or?
No, I think
you're mastermind, of course, but besides that,
we thought about what's a market that's not being served very well, especially by wearables and especially in health, and women were a great example.
So what were then the markets that were served?
So Oura had been like a great sort of sleep tool for biohackers. Right? These kind of people who are really trying to optimize every aspect of their life. And that was a great market. But then there was this whole market of women who wanted to understand their bodies and to use data to optimize their lives.
And how did you find out about that market?
Well, we had some women in the company. And the women in the company said, hey, we think this is an important part of the company and this is an important part of the product. Let's invest in that direction. And I came in and I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. We should do that.
Yeah.
And so we found that partner, and I tell you, the first month, sales really rocketed in the first month. You're like, oh, that's good validation.
Sure. So what is then, tell me a little bit about the Oura product and culture, etc. I know that even if you are American executive from Silicon Valley, so you have always said that we need to stay true to our intent.
That's right.
What does it mean for you?
Well, for us, the company was founded with this intent of making a difference in people's lives, giving them a lot of value, but also maybe changing the way people approach healthcare. Instead of being told what to do in their health, they become the CEOs of their own health journey, the drivers of their health bus. That was always the intention. And so this women's health thing was a perfect connection to that. It was sort of like, let's give women a tool to understand their cycle and understand, what's going on with their body, when they should exercise, when they shouldn't exercise. And sort of leading into that, we were both listening to our customers, and I think we were being true to our spirit of having a desire to make a difference in women's lives.
Sure, that's very good. So, I mean, if I compare Oura in a way, and I go and look at some of the friendly competitors, what I see there is a sweaty people, right? Yeah. And in their
ripped abs.
Like
us.
Yeah, like us. Like us. Yeah. So then what I see when I go to Oura is normal people, right?
That's right.
Is that the conscious choice, and how does it tell about the brand and intent?
One of the most important lessons I've ever learned in my career is that you should pick a really big market.
Yeah.
Because even if you, do okay in a big market, you can have a good outcome, right? So fitness is a good market, but it's very churny. How many people go to gym, in January and they're like, I'm going to work out a lot, and then by March the gyms are empty, right? It's a churny use case. But health, both is a bigger market because everybody cares about their health, everybody sleeps, everybody wants to be healthy, but not everybody goes to the gym all the time. So bigger market, and then maybe more importantly, it's the kind of thing that if you actually have a health problem or you're struggling with something, you're not going to churn. This is a stat that's interesting. You know this, but I'll tell the audience. 25% of Oura Ring wearers, they wear it because it's a tool for managing their chronic illness.
Chronic illness?
Yeah, so they might have like chronic fatigue syndrome or lupus or long COVID or any number of things.
So one out of 4.
1 out of 4. Now, what do you think the retention rate of someone who has a chronic illness and use it as a tool to manage their health?
Well, it's pretty much 100%.
It is 100%.
If it works.
If it works.
If it works like Train's toilet.
So, that's a great Finnish statement.
So what does it mean?
So,
well, for the non-Finns, because you like this idiom.
We do. I love Finnish culture. It's a big part of the company. We pride ourselves on our Finnishness. I'm an adopted Finn. I'm not quite Finnish. I'm adopted Finn. But it works like a trained toilet. A trained toilet means it just works. You're never gonna have a problem with it because it's basically just a hole in the floor of the toilet of the train,
sure.
And that's where it goes. It just works.
Yeah. Hey, talking about those strategic choices for the audience, when I'm kind of looking back, I started at Oura as the first investor. I don't know even when.
Congratulations, by the way.
2013
well done.
or something like that. Yeah, so it was
good investment.
Yeah. So the first kind of a strategic choice that we made right was that we selected sleep over activity.
Yeah.
So we selected normal people over sweaty people.
That's right.
And I think that Oura kind of works for sweaty people as well, but that was the first choice. Then we coined readiness instead of recovery.
Right.
There's a small nuance, but readiness means that how ready you are, it's a positive thing, right? And that kind of guides the product. Then you became, and then we selected the female audience.
That's right.
And then what you know that I've been really advocate of this broadening to stress and daytime use, right? So tell me about that. What's the thing behind the daytime use?
Well, so...
And tell about this retention cycle and all that stuff.
I think that the thing about sleep that's so powerful is that everybody is going to sleep in a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
At least we hope so. Maybe some of you aren't because it's slush and you're going to be up all night. But that urge to sleep is so powerful, you're going to do it. And then you're going to wake up in the morning and you're going to feel how you feel about the day. And we give you some information. That's called the morning moment. How am I going to do? And that's such a powerful way of generating engagement, because if you do something every 24 hours, it's an opportunity for us to say, hey, here's some value for you. Here's what we do for you. Here's some information. Here's something about your body you didn't know. And that moment of engagement, it leads to a second moment in the middle of the day. And that was stress or exercise. How am I doing? Do I need to get my steps in? Was I stressed because I was on stage? What was it that drove my day? And then there's a third moment, which is this sort of nighttime moment.
Sure.
Frequency of engagement turns out to be the #1 predictor of retention. So if you can keep people engaging, you can retain them. You have more opportunities to deliver value.
Yeah.
So that was the key. And stress was a big part of it because, again, who hasn't felt stress? Who doesn't feel stress at some point during the day, whether it's a situation in your work or with your family, there's going to be some stress.
Yeah. Hey, this is really interesting. Let's get back on this, how do we kind of manage this like a hyperscale, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing, this was a 100 million company, and you came and you said that no marketing budget anymore, right? So what else did you do? So
the next
thing...
So
you said that the management sucks and you need to hire the new guys?
We basically got a brand new team. And it was a team that had seen the movie of scaling before. So they kind of, it's starring them. They were in that movie. So they knew how to do it.
Yeah.
And they knew we had kind of grown from a small startup to a kind of a mid-sized company. And we saw that if we wanted to do $1 billion in revenue and be an $11 billion company, you just needed a different type of person.
So now being very practical. So you were coming here into a 100 million company, right?
Yeah.
So when you kind of started hiring team, and now it has been like a rehired few times already in certain parts, did you kind of hire people who can run like 200 million company or a billion company or 10 billion? So what's the kind of time frame you are building the team for?
I think for $1 billion.
For $1 billion.
To $5 billion.
Billion to 5 billion.
Yeah, because when you get to be too big, you're like a big manager, you're managing a lot of people, you're managing managers. That's not what we were solving for. We wanted people who were a mix of they had founder energy, but they also had experience scaling, and that's a very unique combo.
Sure. So what is then the third thing? What did you do with the product? Because the product was, quite honestly, it has been a pretty stagnant until the time that you came, and then it was quite stagnant for a long period after you came. So what happened there?
So I think
seriously, it was really like stagnant, right?
We had to invest. We had to invest in two things. And the first thing we decided to invest in was new areas of health. So we went from sleep, and then we went to heart health. We went to sleep to women's health. We went from women's health to stress. From stress, we went to metabolic health. You can scan your food, and it comes up with a metabolic analysis. You can wear a blood sugar monitor. So it was about expanding kind of horizontally to expand the market. That was the first thing. That was really the first thing. Then the second thing that we did in the product was realize that actually the experience of the product, most people say, oh, it's a ring, right? It's like a Fitbit, right? And like it tells you your step. Like there's a very kind of simplistic version of this. And what we realized was actually it was the software experience and the insights that people were coming back for. That's what they loved. So we invested very heavily in software. We hired lots of new software engineers. We started looking at new ways of developing software. And that investment was like the difference that made a difference in the product. Because it said, if you are training for a marathon or if you're sick, we can orient features for you. We can start to actually build enough things for more than one ICP, one type of customer.
So in terms of the product, something that is a mystery for me, whenever I go to Instagram, I get like 13 in a dozen Oura copycats. And they are half price, third price. They look very similar. So are you afraid that this will be like commodity?
I think
and how do we battle against that?
Yeah, so I'm not worried about it being a commodity. And the reason is...
So you're not afraid of it?
I'm not afraid of it. The software is really the differentiator. When people experience the software and they understand how deep it is, that's very hard to keep up with. We're iterating very quickly. But the other part of it, of course, is we've had a really intentional strategy around intellectual property. So we've really been successful at kind of locking down the patent portfolios on the hardware and the software side. And in a few cases, we've licensed that to people, so we make revenue from them. And in a few cases, we've had to sue them for infringement, and we've been successful.
So tell me about this kind of product function. How does it work today? So how do the kind of new ideas come? How do you prioritize in this like a hyperscaling, the next kind of a phase that we are right now?
I think this is a good lesson for everybody in this audience who's a founder or an operator. But the way our product process works is we start with science because we're looking for something differentiated in the science. It moves into sort of like envisioning what needs to happen in the hardware and the software. It gets designed and built, and then we deliver.
And how long is this cycle?
It depends on the kinds of features. We have a basket of features that are like very predictable, and then there's some in the science. You don't know if it's going to take you 6 months or take you 2 years. And that's because human physiology doesn't just yield to like, oh, I can code this up. It's like, you've actually got to get it right. If you're going to make a prediction about when someone's going to be pregnant, it has to be right. You can't be like, oh, there's a bug and I got you pregnant. Oh, that doesn't work. So it has to work. So different styles. But the product process, honestly, the most important thing is that you listen to your customers. And your customers can guide you, and they can tell you where to invest and where not to invest. And so this was a big thing that we put a lot of emphasis on getting customers to come and talk to us and sort of listening to what it was that they were not getting. This is where women's health came from, right?
So you are not afraid of this, like people say that whether you should do like revolutionary stuff or listen to your customers. So you're not afraid of missing the revolutionary
You have to do both.
Stuff.
The science is the revolutionary stuff. The science is like, let's go and discover something about what it means to measure stress. How might you measure stress? That's new science.
And I don't think that people actually realize how big the science team is.
Maybe we're a 1,000-person company, give or take. We probably have 70 people in our science organization. Like a real set, like PhDs and data gathering and all sorts of stuff.
So close to 10% of people are doing like a science. And I've met the guys, so they are the real scientists. And they were actually asking from me that, what is, Timo, the right level of risk-taking in our product roadmaps? What do you think?
What do you mean? What risk-taking?
The risk-taking in a way that if you really are looking for the moonshots, there's a risk that you are not like iterative enough, and still the Chinese guys are coming, right? And they're copying everything you have there.
You have to probably take more risk than you're comfortable. for sure. And I think one way of thinking about that is you need just like a portfolio, a balanced set of investments, some of which are high risk and could fail, and some of which are low risk and you know they're going to work. And I think we've managed that portfolio pretty well. An example of that might be, we're doing work right now on blood pressure. We just opened up a study with 100,000 people. It's a scientific study with a large population. That's relatively low risk because we know we can do it. Then there's something that's like super high risk, which is like, hey, can we predict the day that you're going to deliver a baby if you're a pregnant woman? That's relatively high risk because we're not, it's not certain. So you got to take some of these really big, big swings, but you got to have enough things that you have the confidence that you can deliver.
Hey, one thing that I've been wondering as an Oura board member is that because this is very like an intent-driven company. And Miklu Silvanto, who used to work at Apple and is now doing design at Oura, said, for example, that Oura is a story you want to be a part of. Apple is not, right? So it's a far more inspiring story. And now when you have all this kind of money coming in and, success, etc., so how do you make sure that you are not losing it? I mean, you get like greedy people joining the company, I want more. How do you kind of, the founder, Petteri, you said on the backstage that he has a big heart, right?
Big heart.
And he has a really big heart. So how do you keep this Petteri's heart, in the company?
So I think it's so important as you scale not to let your head get big. That's like an American statement about like you become too arrogant, you become too proud. So you have to stay really hungry and humble.
How do you do that? Because that's a little bit like everybody here says that you need to stay that way and culture is important. But I mean, tell me how? I mean, are you like every morning you go to the mirror and say, hey, I'm just a normal Tom Hale? Or how do you do it?
I think it's a lot of different ways, but maybe one way that I do is really intentional. So, at the office, you go to the bathroom, and sometimes the bathroom's not as clean as you might like. There might be some water on the sink or something like that. And usually, maybe there's somebody in there in the bathroom and you're washing your hands and it's kind of a mess. And I'll do this intentionally. I'll clean up the sink. Like I won't leave it. It's not someone else's job to clean it up. It's my job. And what that says is like, hey, you're the CEO of the company and yet you're still cleaning, the bathroom. And like, it's a small thing. But it's big enough that like people take that signal, and if you do that, I don't know, in 100 ways or 100 different times, like it becomes part of the culture. So why you don't leave the bathroom dirty?
Sure. So why do you do that? Do you do that because you are playing the role of a CEO, or because you are Tom?
I do it because I like a clean bathroom. I don't like a messy bathroom, but I think it has the impact of people realizing that being a CEO is sort of like people think it's a really big deal. Like you know everything. Guess what? You don't know everything. Every decision you make is perfect. Guess what? It's not. And so you have to kind of show that there's some element of your humanity and your vulnerability, and that you might get it wrong, and that maybe you had a bad night's sleep and you feel like crap that day. That humanity, and going back to your kind of question about Petteri. He's been on this stage, I think, a couple of times. Maybe some of you guys have seen him. He's a very inspiring guy. But the most important thing is that he really, really instilled the company with a sense that we're doing something both important, but valuable for people. We exist. We work hard. People come to our company because we want to make a difference. We really are making a difference in the world. And we see that because we get emails every day from someone who says, you changed my life. I get this in the airport. I'm wearing my Oura branded garb in the airport. Someone comes to me, a woman says, hey, you know what? Oura got me pregnant. And I said, no, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. But I understand. And the thing is, like, we're making an impact in people's life. And that intention, by the way, it helps us recruit very effectively. It helps us retain. It helps motivate people. People give more in terms of their effort because of that mission. If you can really establish a mission and do it in an authentic way, not in a, we're making the world a better place, kind of way. We're like that Silicon Valley cliche, which is sometimes true, but most often not. If you can really do that, you can actually attract talent, even as a tiny company that you have no right attracting.
I think that it's so important. I mean, I hate when people say that you are a mission-driven company, because it's a little bit of this jargony, right? I love the way how I've been starting to talk about Oura is that it's an intent-driven. So So we have an intent that we want to make people champions of their own health.
That's right.
And that should be the kind of a guiding principle in everything that you do, right?
It is, and you know, I'll tell you, it's not just an intention like for other people.
Yeah.
It's an intention for ourselves.
Sure. So tell me about you first.
I'll share this
story about when you went to this meeting with these health people.
Well,
the moment when Tom Hale started to eat healthy.
Yeah, so I spent the first 20 years of my career drinking alcohol in the evening, drinking coffee in the morning because I drank alcohol the night before, and then because I was so wound up on coffee, I would drink alcohol at the end of the day. And I was in okay shape. I wasn't in great shape. I actually got the Oura ring before I joined Oura.
Sure.
And this was a personal story. My life had kind of gone to hell in a handbasket. We'd sold a company, it was being unsold. My kids were having a really hard time during COVID. My wife and I were struggling. And I was like, I lost sleep. I couldn't sleep for the first time in my life. I'm a championship sleeper. First time I lose sleep. And I got this little device, and I started using it, and it changed my life. It was like walking out of a black and white television show on a tiny little screen like this into a 4K massive 70 millimeter cinema. And let me tell you something. What I realized was in that moment, I had lived 20 years of my life sleep deprived.
Sure.
And this was the realization. I was like, do people really feel like I feel right now all the time? Because I normally feel like this, and now I feel like I'm smarter,
Sure.
Amazing. And so that's what got me excited about the company.
Sure. Hey, let's talk about what next. So we just got this like 900 million. So what is the story forward?
Well, let's see. So it's been almost maybe 15, 20 minutes, and we haven't mentioned AI once.
Yeah.
So AI. Okay, we got it. Okay, so we're going to spend some money on AI. That's important, right? So AI is obviously changing the way people build software, the way software gets delivered.
Sure.
We just did a redesign of the application to kind of open up some space so that generative AI content can come into it. Okay, so AI is one piece of it. A second piece is international.
But what is this kind of AI? So talk more about it. So what will Oura look like when I have AI there?
Well, it's a good question. I think we're going to evolve to that. But one of the ways we think about it is most AI experiences are kind of a chat, right? If you're using Lovable, you'll ask it to do something, and it chats back. It tells you what's going on. And we have that. That's a powerful experience. It's good. But the reality is you're prompting the AI. And one of the powers of Oura is that if it knows something about you, it can kind of prompt you, right? It can kind of say, hey, you know what, Timo, go for it. It's a great day. Lift 200 pounds, 250, go for it. So that kind of like prompting the user is maybe how we think about it.
Sure, very good. What else? You talk about the international.
Yeah, so look, it's maybe surprising to folks, but we're mostly in two markets. We're kind of a little bit in Europe. Finland is actually like our number 3 market, if you can believe that, in terms of size, and then we're in the US. So we're not really around the rest of the world, and we're really intentional about expanding, but this year we'll be launching a bunch of new languages, localizing the AI, all the things that'll make us an international product. But because it's a physical product, we have to import it into countries. We can't just turn on the software and let people use it. We've got to like ship things in containers and airplanes and set up support and all that stuff. We're a subscription business. You have to have people getting support in their local language.
Sure.
That's what we're doing international. That's going to spend some money. By the way, it's good money to spend. Then the last piece, of course, is healthcare, because our vision has always been to be kind of a catalyst for change in the healthcare industry. In Europe, maybe 10% of the total GDP of Europe is spent on healthcare. How can we change that? There's not enough doctors to go around. If you're going to the doctor, you're waiting too long, and then you're getting 15 minutes with a doctor. How can we be like a virtual doctor in your pocket? How can we be that? So that kind of move towards healthcare is a big part of what we're going to see in the future.
Yeah. So Tom, here to the end, I must say that as a kind of early investor and board member, I'm like, this is a little bit jargony, but I'm really privileged that I have had a chance to work with you. So I have learned so much. And here to the end, I say that you like the idioms. so you fit to Oura like fist in the eye.
Like a fist in the eye.
Like a fist in the eye.
Yeah.
It's a Finnish saying that you are a perfect match.
Well, thank you.
So let's have for Tom and Oura.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Timo. Appreciate it.
so we didn't get any fireworks.
We did. No, we came in the beginning.
Every ecosystem has its pioneers. Those people who were there before the hype and built the first wave of companies that inspired everyone else.
For European tech, two of those pioneers are Taavet Hinrikus and Ahti Heinilä.
Both of them started their journey at Skype, one of Europe's first true global tech successes. Ever since, they've kept building and proving that tech successes can come from Europe.
Taavet went on to co-found Wise, the company that made moving money across borders simple and fair. He's now a partner at Plural and backing the next generation of founders there, in addition to helping build coding talent back in Estonia.
And Ahti Heinilä took his love for technology and turned it into something very real, quite literally. As co-founder and CEO of Starship Technologies, he's leading the way of robot delivery, using autonomous vehicles to move goods in a low-carbon and sustainable way.
Together, they've seen it all, from the early days of Skype to the rise of Wise and Starships. But now they're asking the next big question. What will it take for a €1 trillion company to be born in Europe?
Moderating this conversation is Slush's very own president, Elin Dölker. Please welcome Taavet, Ahti, and Elin.
Taavet, Ahti, it's great to be here on stage with you today to talk a little about what you have learned from your times at Skype, Wise, and Starship. So, Ahti, you were the co-founder and chief technical architect at Skype from 2002 to 2008, now building Starship since 2014. And Taavet, you were Skype's first employee and now co-founded Wise in 2010, IPO'd in 2021, and now building Plural. So I'm sure you have lots of learning. So let's dive right into that. You started your careers in the startup ecosystem 20 years ago. What did the European startup scene look like back then?
It was very different. It was much more amateurish and less systematic. Like, you know, just to bring you one example, like when we were building Skype, then we were like really, like I would say, you know, cowboys. We were really going by intuition that, oh, let's do this, oh, let's do that. You know, we were not like very systematic. And I would say, like, for example, like about 1 year into the Skype journey, when we already had millions of users, I think somebody introduced the concept of UX to the company. Like we realized that, oh, we can actually like take videos of people using our product and wow, we can learn from that. Wow, this is like a great idea. You know, nowadays it's much more professional. People know what they're doing. There are like best practices everywhere and people follow these and it's just a lot different right now.
What do you think, Taavet, is the biggest change over the last 20 years?
Yeah, I think it was almost 25 years ago when we were building Skype, and back then it felt like startups were kind of a subculture. It was a bunch of nerds trying to build something, and now it feels that, you know, this thing is completely mainstream. Like, you know, when we hired an engineer back then, the person would go home and parents would ask, like, you know, what happened? You know, were you not good enough to be hired by the bank? And today, if you go work for banks, then your parents will ask, like, what's wrong with you? So I think that's been a pretty big change, that, you know, from subculture to mainstream. You know, Anton from Lovable talks about shaping history now. Back then we were just tinkering and trying to build something cool. It was a bunch of nerds.
Yeah, but I think that's a great, development, right? That it's like not something that's frowned upon if you want to go and found your own company or join an early stage company. Is there anything, if you look back, that you're kind of like nostalgic that you think was better back in the days, or anything that you miss from those times 20 years ago?
I think we were all younger and
prettier.
Prettier, yes, and maybe the parties were more fun. I think at one party we were throwing our CEO Niklas Zenström into a pool, and I think nowadays probably at Starship we are not doing that. I'm the CEO, so
you don't let people throw you in the pool?
Yes, it doesn't happen. Yeah.
Okay. Anything that you missed out?
I think the parties are still good nowadays as well. If you're a company less than 100 people, they're still good. After that, HR comes in and ruins it all.
Okay. Well, kind of like, if we start thinking more about the present and where we are now, so Taavet, you started Plural in 2022. Why did you decide to jump into becoming a VC and not build something of your own again?
So I think, first of all, the building journey is incredibly hard. It takes a long time, and the odds are really stacked against you. I feel really lucky that I've been part of two great journeys. And I thought that instead of spending 10 more years trying to build one company, if I start investing and helping the next generation of ambitious European entrepreneurs, myself together with my partners at Plural, we can help 10, 20, 30 companies become way bigger than Skype and Wise were before. So I think I can kind of multiply my impact by investing and helping the next generation build their companies to a much bigger outcome, hopefully.
Yeah. What has been the best thing about moving from being a founder to now being a VC?
I'm a curious person, so I like being able to work on multiple things, and it kind of constantly keeps on pushing me to learn new things, so I really enjoy that.
Ahti, you went from building Skype to building Starship. What motivated you to start a new company, and also in such a different industry?
Yeah, it's a different industry, but I think there are also similarities. They were both revolutionary products of their time. Like, Skype, like right now, Skype is like video calling and text messaging platform. Like right now, this is like commonplace. There's so many of these, right? But back then, we were really trailblazers. And back then, people had lots of counter arguments. For example, Skype. Wow, okay, people are not going to be talking to computers. Phones already exist. You could call somebody using a phone. Why do I use like a computer to call somebody? Like, all of these things. So we were a little bit mavericks. We were with this idea that we would transform how communications is made, and we were quite successful at that. Despite all of the people who didn't immediately see how this could be done. And with Starship, we are automating the movement of stuff in the world. We are automating delivery. We are building delivery robots. And also in the beginning, there were a lot of people for whom this was like a new idea. It was like okay, robots delivering something, does this really work? But now we are like all over Finland, for example. I think people in the audience here who are from Finland, everybody knows our robots because we have like thousands of robots all over Finland. We're probably doing like more than 10% of all last mile deliveries in Finland today. We are covering the whole Finland right now, and in other countries we're rolling out in US, in UK, in Germany, and so forth. But also it's the same thing, like it was new for a lot of people. So I have been never building like copycats of other companies. I've always been kind of a trailblazer. Yeah. So there's similarities as well.
How do you navigate that as a founder when people kind of push back and don't believe in you and the things that you are doing?
I just show them that they are wrong, that these things absolutely work. And it's actually easy to show with like facts and just walk around in Finland. You see our robots, all the time, and talk to people in Finland.
Did you ever have any moments of doubt where you were like,
no,
sure if this gonna work?
No,
never.
I would say the only doubts I've had is that can I get other people to believe in this? But I've always believed in this. I have known from the start that all of these potential problems we can solve. Like in my mind, the journey has been clear. We kind of set out, building this completely new breakthrough stuff, like science fiction movie stuff, where you don't see like people knocking on your doors, delivering stuff. You see like things flying to you, right? That's the future that we are building at Starship, and I saw that future very clearly from day one. And I knew we needed to solve about like 10 things along the way.
Yeah.
Like, how do the robots navigate in the world? Getting the robots cheap enough, getting the unit economics to work, all of these things. We have solved all of these 10, and all of these 10, you can just list them and go, okay, we approved that, we approved that, we approved that, and I saw all of the journey. I've never had a doubt that it
Just like a very systematic approach. Well, David, you were one of the first believers in Starship, so what made you convinced, and have you ever had any doubts?
I mean, I think we've all seen that Skype was shut down and the company doesn't exist anymore, so I think you always have a doubt about how many decades your company can survive. But I mean, I look at Starship and I think of it as Starship is disrupting the bicycle. Why do we need a human delivering a pizza? So to me, it's kind of very natural what they're doing. The question has always been, how long will it take for this to start working? So kind of where we are today, having seen the unit economics keep on compounding. I mean, today Starship is one of 3 autonomous driving companies in the world. We have Waymo, we have Baidu, and Starship. So it was just a question of looking at Ahti systematically going through these 10 things, and it's a question of when does it start working. And today we are cheaper than a human, so I have no doubts about this being a huge European success story.
Awesome. If we go back to kind of the early days of Starship, so you founded the company in 2014, you started operations in 2018. What was it like founding a much more kind of capital-intensive and engineering-heavy business after the Skype experience? Also, the growth trajectory obviously has been very different for Starship compared to Skype.
The growth trajectory is different, but the industries are also very different. And the thing is, the growth trajectory is also different for our competitors, right? So for Starship, the competitors have always been like 5 years behind us. And of course, there are competitors because the idea of automating logistics, automating the movement of stuff in the world, movement of atoms in the world, it's not a new idea. People have kind of dreamt of it, for a long time. You could say that the last mile delivery is actually the last industry in the world which is not automated, where it is still 99% of the time it's a person who just does it with like whatever your package or your burger or whatever they're delivering. They're delivering this one thing just for you for like 20 minutes or so, and this doesn't really happen in any other industry anymore. So people have been dying to automate this as well, and we are the only company that has succeeded in it.
Are there any learnings from your kind of early days at Skype that you were able to apply now in Starship's journey, and then anything that you had to unlearn that doesn't work the same, because obviously the industry and the company and the product is very different?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the timescales are different when you're producing hardware, designing hardware, doing autonomous driving. I mean, this is like deep tech. Like, it's not something that you could do so quickly. Like, with Skype, from the time when we kind of had the idea to actually having a product on the market was 9 months. So you can't really do that with like autonomous driving technology or being the first company to roll out robots or cars driving by themselves without a human oversight. It takes a longer time. But other than that, it's the same journey. It's about you always have lots of detractors or lots of things that why it wouldn't work or what would go wrong or what could go wrong. You need to systematically solve these things. You need to keep on track, unless of course you pivot or you decide that okay, this is not going to work.
David, as an investor, you support different kinds of companies, like more hardware-intensive businesses, just software businesses. How do you, as an investor, kind of navigate that and supporting the companies when they're on very different trajectories and might need different kinds of help?
I guess to me, looking at the companies, it's really a question of what is the big moat that they have. And I'm more looking at what is a compounding moat a company can have. In case of Starship, the more miles they drive, the better the autonomous driving becomes. If I think about why we were building infrastructure, it's doing one integration with a bank is easy, but if you do hundreds of them around the world and keep on doing this, then you are really becoming so far ahead of others that it's very hard to catch up. And are we looking at the companies where every additional user interaction. So one more transfer, one more delivery makes the whole better. So as we scale, we get better economics. And I think seeing that the company is built around the flywheel, which will keep on pushing and improving this, is really important.
So if you think about kind of like as an investor, when you evaluate a company's moat, like what are the 3 most important things that you look at?
I mean, zooming up for this, it's really about team, but it's how it is the learning speed. How quickly is this team learning, and how quickly are they delivering the first versions? You know, if you think about the big difference is really if you get the first version out in 9 months, and then you iterate, you learn in 2-week cycles, compared to maybe the kind of older way. You know, you take years to release the first product, and you know we very seldom see that working. So it's really the speed of iteration, which I think is the most important thing to measure and manage.
Yeah, so team and speed of execution, essentially. Ahti, how did you think about building the Starship team when you got started?
We have also gone through many different phases. Like it's when you are building your first robot and you're doing your first deliveries and you have like 5 robots, and you know, at that point, you know, you need a different team than at the point where you have like thousands of robots as we are right now. Like we are right now, we are like a highly optimized and systematized operation. Back then, we were experimenting. So back then, we needed an experimentation team. You know, now we need a systematic execution team. Like we know exactly what we are doing, and we are at it. We are improving. Now it's like, and in between there has been a phase where it's still continuing right now, where it's like a metrics optimization phase, like very important thing in automating delivery or building delivery robots, for example, is the cost per delivery. Like when you first build a robot, this robot's actually going to be really expensive, but all robotics companies, the founders tell that, oh, we are doing this because, you know, our robots is going to be eventually like cheaper to do it with our robot than, you know, with like hiring a person to do it, because a person can do almost anything that a robot can do, you know. So it needs to be cheaper than the equivalent, you know, labor cost, like a human, you know, labor cost. But your first robot's really expensive. Then you optimize. So it's metrics optimization, numbers, you know, like at some point, you know, like we had a number that we needed to optimize to be better 250 times. So we knew that, you know, the target is here, and we are right now here. We needed to optimize down 250 times. You know, I as a CEO, I stood in front of the company every week. We had like an all-hands meeting every Thursday, and I stood in front of the company and reported, okay, last week our number was this. Now we have 100 times to go. Then we have 50 times to go. Then we have 30 times to go. Then 10, then 5, then 2, and then we were there. Like, you know, so you need also a different kind of team for that phase.
Well, I guess you've optimized quite well because your growth has really exploded in the last few years. So doubling deliveries since 23 year on year, recently completing 9 million deliveries or over already. What's kind of led to this shift?
Just this going through systematically different things that are needed for the scale. Like we have had this vision from day one. Like we have known what we need to do. We need to solve the autonomy of the robot to make sure that the robots, like we have a lot of competitors where robots are like completely teleoperated or driven remotely. There's somebody sitting behind like a screen and just with a joystick or something, you know, driving a robot, right? You know, like we always knew that, you know, while we could do like our first delivery this way, you know, this couldn't possibly scale. It couldn't make commercial sense. So we knew we needed to build an autonomous driving system. So building that was a big thing, and it's completely commercial quality right now, and we're building like some other pieces around operations and everything, but we are just systematically at it and solving everything there is to solve.
But maybe just to add to this, I think, you know, why there's a breakthrough in Starship now is really it is a question of the cost of delivery. You know, if you Ahti mentioned that the first delivery you do is going to be like, you know, you're talking about hundreds of dollars per delivery. But now as Starship has gotten cheaper than a human courier, I think that is really powering that, you know, every delivery company sees now that why should I pay a human on a bicycle if I can pay half that money to Starship, which will do it autonomously. So it's really the question of continuous improvement until you hit, you know, it may be only a 10% improvement, but you go through that barrier, and that really starts powering the future of your expansion.
From your perspective, David, what do you think has led to the success of the Starship team in particular, and Ahti?
meticulous execution. Just continue. Like I think an engineering-focused culture for the first years to build something which is really hard to build. It takes a lot of believing in the beginning and many years to get the product to market. I would even say Starship was probably a number of years too early. The first years were really painful. But if you start it now, you're probably going to get to the same point quicker. But luckily, Starship, by the time anyone starts now, Starship 3 years from now is going to be on a different planet.
If we think about those early years, you said they were painful, so a question to both of you. What was it living through that? How did you keep the team motivated? How did you keep yourself motivated? How did you keep believing in the team and the product that they were going to get where they got today?
I think, the motivation of people over like a period of like a decade, it also goes through phases, right? In the beginning, it's like a lot more that, wow, we're doing this. Wow, okay, this is like a nice, great vision. Oh, well, of course, yeah, let's do this. Then you start finding out, that, oh, it's actually more difficult. But you solve this through this. And then you start enjoying some success. And you start actually seeing that, wow, okay, people are really using our product. And our product really, offers great value to our customers. And then that starts motivating you. So the motivation is different. Right now, our very early stages, it was more about the vision. Now it is more about that we are actually, touching a lot of people's lives. Like, like here in Finland, we're doing probably more than 10% of all deliveries. This is just the beginning, of course. We're going to do more than 10%. But still, and also with Skype, for example, I think, at some point, we were like in the very early days, we were also motivated by, wow, okay, we do this revolution, but we hadn't actually seen that revolution happen. But from the first times where we had like random people walk up to us and say, hey, are you using your product? I'm using your product all the time. And now, or later, then I think we had I had multiple people come to me and tell me that, hey, you saved my marriage because, I was like, me and my partner, we were like different continents, and we had like hours-long calls, on Skype, and that really like saved our marriage, really, which is really moving. Like, what did you do during the last decade? Okay, I saved a bunch of marriages, and also built a great technology and great product.
Awesome. You've already said, many times your robots are kind of everywhere in Finland. I've seen them. I see them almost every day. What are your plans for expansion beyond this? Because I don't think there's many cities like Helsinki where you'd see a Starship kind of almost around every corner.
So there are a lot of cities in the world. We are only scratching the surface. We have completed 9 million deliveries. And in Finland, everybody knows us. But in many other countries, nobody has seen our robots. Nobody has seen a robotic delivery. A lot of people still think that, oh, does it really work? Like, how is it that receiving something like with a robot comes and, oh, how do I get stuff out from the robot? It's actually really easy. But people who have not experienced it think that this is like a new thing. But like in Finland, it's completely mass market. Everybody has seen it, and we're using that model to copy to other countries.
Awesome. If we kind of think a little bit about the future, if we zoom out, I think we're kind of all aligned that we're working towards Europe producing its first trillion-dollar company. So, Ahti, what do you think is still needed for Starship to get there and be the first?
To cover the whole Europe and the world in the same way as we have covered Finland. Like, we would easily be a trillion-dollar company.
What are the barriers?
No barriers.
No barriers.
No
just
barriers.
Execution.
I mean, we have proven the 10 things that we needed to prove. Now it is just rolling out everywhere, and our customers see that we are the only company in the world being, able to offer them what they need. So no barriers.
What about Taavet? What companies do you think are the front runners to claim the spot of being the first 1 trillion company out of Europe?
I think the first trillion-dollar company in Europe is not going to be a software company. I think it's much more likely to be a hardware company similar to, as we look at now, for example, NVIDIA or Apple. I think we need to realize that Europe is 10 to 20 years behind the US. So the cycle of creating $10 billion companies, $100 billion companies takes a bit longer. But I believe that the trillion-dollar company has already possibly been started. I look at the companies around us, whether it's Starship or Proxima Fusion building a nuclear fusion power plant, or if we look at Helsinki that is redefining the war. Well, actually, I hope they won't become a trillion-dollar company because that would mean the war lasts a lot longer. But I think we can see that outside, that the companies that are in deep tech or combining software with the real world, I'm really, really excited about seeing that happen.
What do you think are kind of the biggest challenges for these companies to get there?
I mean, if we look at kind of what do you need to make a startup happen and grow, you need capital, you need talent, and you need customers. We have more and more capital in Europe. Maybe still not enough, but I think there's more and more capital available. We have a lot of talent in Europe. I think we have probably more people in Europe than we have in America that are builders. And then lastly, it's about customers. Maybe that's my last grudge, that if you look at the fast-growing companies, typically your customer base will grow initially quicker in the US. So I think we need to get the European customers to be a little bit quicker in adopting. But I think we have the core ingredients.
How can we do that? Get the European customers to just be quicker at adapting these new companies?
Gosh, that's a hard one. That's a hard one to solve. I think maybe just the companies need to be pragmatic and at some point get the American customers, and while the Europeans are still making up their mind.
Well, as a final question, there's a lot of the founders in the audience, hopefully building their companies towards that 1 trillion milestone. So what would be your number one tip for them, if we start with you, Ahti?
Build a great team and get great people around you, including great investors, like top-tier investors like Plural. Get Taavet to be on your board. Has really helped.
Why is Taavet good on your board?
He's just good at everything. He has so much experience. He's probably useful in every phase of the development of the company. I'm really happy to have Plural as an investor.
What is your number one tip for the founders in the audience?
I think go and build something hard. I think today maybe there is too many people are being motivated by the quick and easy successes. I think easy come, easy go, but building something hard, it's going to be a lot more defendable in the long term. Ahti's been on a journey for 10 years, but I think just go and solve a hard problem, find a real strong moat, and then keep on doubling down on that.
So kind of sum it all up, build a strong team, just execute really well, and build something hard, and that will get us there. Yes, amazing. Well, thank you so much for spending time here on stage with me and for sharing your learnings with the audience. So thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Elin.
Nowadays, when we think about AI, most of us think about chatbots or AI models or photo models. However, it was always something broader. Systems that can learn and make decisions in the real world.
I believe we're awaiting the ChatGPT moment for autonomous systems and robotics. That is technology that's shaping, for example, how vehicles and machines, even defense programs, operate across land, sea, and air.
Applied Intuition is operating on that frontier. It is a company that makes self-driving software that speeds the creation of safe and smart automobiles, helping automobiles in the world to make them.
Its co-founder and CEO, Kaysar Yonis, began as an engineer at General Motors and Bosch. Then he built a startup that was acquired by Google and later helped lead Y Combinator.
Kaysar will reflect on what building these three very different companies taught him, how he's applying those lessons to scale Applied Intuition into a $15 billion intelligence powerhouse, and what he envisions for real-world autonomy going forward.
Moderated by Ian Martin, senior editor at Forbes, this is Applying Intuition. Give Kaysar and Ian a huge round of applause.
Hello, Slush. Hi, Slush. It's Ian Martin. I'm editor with Forbes. I'm joined by Qonto Yunus from Applied Intuition.
Mr. Yunus.
Of course. Very good. Well, I think Qonto's got some news for everybody here. You're breaking a vow of 16 years to do what now?
Yeah, I was telling some of the people backstage, after 16 years of saying Twitter sucks and not being on social media, I'm going on social media in the next couple of days, which is a huge change for me and the company.
Why?
I've always railed against founders being on X. I think it's quite distracting. It's not good for the business. And I think we've gotten to the size and scale that these pyrotechnics are real. I feel like I'm at a campfire. We've gotten to the size and stage that to have a voice, I think you need a platform. And I think what's really happened in media, I mean, you're in the space. I think founders, consumers, they just don't trust these traditional institutions. And I think that's why you see this like theme of, Trump and Alex Carr, people going straight to the retail investors, to end consumers, and reluctantly we're going to do the same thing. Yeah.
Interesting. So just maybe set the scene. Like you founded Applied Intuition in 2017.
Yeah.
Last year you raised a $15 billion valuation.
Yeah.
And you're working with 18 of the largest car manufacturers in the world. Just like, what is the problem you're solving for these companies?
Yeah, I think the way what ChatGPT has done and OpenAI and let's say the cousin companies have done is they've shown the power of kind of learn models on phones and on laptops roughly. That same technology is making a huge impact into the real world. A lot of times when people think physical AI, they're immediately thinking of humanoids because humanoid companies are raising lots of money and they invoke a real emotional kind of response when you see a robot that looks like a person. But really the big revolution in physical AI is in cars, trucks, tanks, fighter jets. Making these things smart is way more interesting because there's a billion of them already out on the planet. There's a billion cars and trucks and tanks and drones out there, and they're pretty dumb. They're not very sophisticated. They're electromechanical systems, and so we bring intelligence. And for the last roughly decade, we've brought intelligence into these systems. And so in the passenger car space, that's making them self-driving. In a fighter jet, that's making it more intelligent, including some autonomy and flying, but also all the other things that a warfighter has to do.
That's great. In terms of self-driving, you're in a bracket with Google's Waymo, with Elon Musk's Tesla, and also a bunch of Chinese companies who are very technologically proficient. What's your right to win in that space?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think it's less obvious in Helsinki. If you're in the Bay Area, self-driving is a very, very big thing because it's just in the last couple of days, Waymo now has opened their geography for everywhere from San Jose to San Francisco. If you're in San Francisco for any amount of time, you see Waymo cars driving by, and Tesla's really gotten in the race with robotaxis. So generally speaking, people think Waymo, Tesla, and then something happening in China. Our business is enabling everybody else. It's the automakers, it's the trucking companies, it's the construction and mining companies, it's agriculture, it's defense, but they're all going through a similar thing. I think the state of the industry today is, I think we do this conversation 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It's very, very different. 10 years ago, self-driving is kind of like crypto. Who knows what the impact is going to be? Is it going to be a real thing? Is it going to be real value? 5 years ago, and really post-Transformers, kind of post let's say, ChatGPT moment in self-driving, there is a lot more evidence that this thing is going to be real and it's going to scale. Today, there's really no debate self-driving is going to happen. The whole debate is how fast it's going to be generally available. And how many years is it going to be from now until in Helsinki, you walk outside and you see self-driving cars like you see cell phones. You don't think a lot about somebody having a phone. It kind of falls into the background. That's what's happened in San Francisco. You ignore Waymos and you ignore Teslas. They just go by. And our right to win, beyond the fact that we're like a functioning business, we generate cash. And so we figured out a way to get 1,000 engineers working on this in a sustainable manner, is that
all of these other companies need to ultimately have this technology within their products. And Waymo and Tesla and the Chinese are not going to provide that. And it provides a massive opportunity for us. And we've been fulfilling that opportunity pretty aggressively. And that's why we're a $15 billion company, all that stuff, yeah.
What do you think the timeline is then to kind of seeing like the Waymo volume of self-driving cars on the streets of Europe, or I guess everywhere in the world?
So you're using the term Waymo as kind of substitute for the word of like robotaxi.
Yes.
So the Waymo approach is very particular, and it's an approach where the geography matters, and it's an expensive vehicle with an expensive sensor set, and therefore the general availability of Waymos is slow in the sense of it's going city by city. Now Waymo will grow fast, and if you look at Uber as an example, the top dozen markets are like 60% of Uber's profits. So if you're Waymo, your goal is actually to be generally available in these kind of competitive and lucrative markets. If you're Tesla has a very different technical approach, and they have a different way of going to the market. They're becoming generally available in a large geography, but the functionality is not as deep as Waymo. So a Waymo truly is, there's no driver in the driver's seat. A Tesla still today it's still a driver assisted mostly. And Tesla's claim is their robotaxi product will very quickly go to driver out. And so I think now the question is, what happens faster? Does the L2 Plus consumer passenger vehicle become globally available faster than a robotaxi company like Waymo grow geographies? I think that's a tough question, but I'm in the job of answering questions. If I had to pick, I would pick the Tesla path, because the general availability and generalization of those models is way more important than it being truly, very safe in a geographically contained area. But I could be very wrong, and that's what the competition that's happening today. Our view is you want to enable the manufacturers, the car companies, to provide this feature, just like Tesla has. You also want to give this to construction and mining companies like Komatsu, commercial trucking companies like Isuzu and Scania, who are large and long-term customers of ours, all the way to the defense ecosystem. The defense ecosystem, you see a little bit of in Ukraine, it's just going through a fundamental rehaul. A lot of people talk about affordable mass as kind of the story right now, which is smaller, machines going out in mass. But I think the underemphasized story in defense is the autonomy story, is all these machines are way, way more intelligent. And so you're going from one warfighter and one machine to one warfighter and many machines. And I think that's going to be, the defense narrative of the next 5 to 10 years. So, but all of these things are in single-digit years. We're not talking about 10 or 15 years from now. I wouldn't be surprised even by the next Slush, Waymo is making some announcement about Helsinki. I wouldn't be surprised about that.
That's very interesting. They're coming to London, my hometown, very soon.
Yeah, it's a war, yeah.
Interesting. You kind of already mentioned Komatsu. Like, is it just like a one-to-one if you have a technology that works for driving on streets with a commercial car, that scales to like a giant mining vehicle, or to like the battlefield with a tank? Is it just
so? If we were having this conversation a few years ago, that answer would be no.
Yep.
The technology has changed a lot because of transformers and some of the innovations that you're seeing impacting large language models. Today, I think it's different. I think we fundamentally believe there will be a multi-domain model, a model that will work in cars and trucks and tanks and mining equipment and agriculture combines, and we're proving that in many ways. I mean, we are doing that work right now. Before kind of transformers, each of the self-driving stacks were quite brittle. So even Waymo had a self-driving trucking team and a self-driving car team, and they were kind of tangential products. So different sensors, different sensor placement resulted in different models, roughly. Today, that's not really the case. You can have one model that's actually going across domains. On-road and off-road is just an example. And we're proving that, and I think the reason our business can become not only a $15 billion business, but a $100 or $200 billion business, is that hypothesis, if it's true, is extremely extremely impactful, because there's hard pricing pressure downwards on the cost of the model. what you're seeing in large language models right now, everyone is talking about the cost to serve a token or cost to serve an answer. The same thing is for us is like that dollar per self-driving mile. And that can be in a mine or it can be in a farm, but there's a cost there. And if applied, can shrink that cost to nearly zero. And that's our intention, is to make self-driving roughly as cheap as possible, approaching free. Then you're really changing these industries in a fundamental way. Now, our kind of strategy here is kind of like Android is to the cell phone market. Android runs on thousands of hardware devices as it abstracts away, the underlying phone for the consumer, and therefore creates a lot of great, features, and allows a lot of phone companies to compete. And we're kind of doing the same thing, except we're abstracting away on models.
That's great to hear. I know you started your career in the auto industry with GM, but in the Valley, you had already founded a couple of startups. Like, what did you see? What were you hearing in the Valley that kind of made you want to kind of focus on this problem?
Yeah, so before Applied, for the people who don't know, I worked at Y Combinator. That's a great job if you can get it. YC is a great company, and it's anytime an investor tells you they work hard, they're lying to you. Investing is very easy. Starting a company is hard. Because it's buy side, sell side. Investors are on buy side, founder you're on sell side, and that's always makes it, it's always more difficult. And so I always thought growing up, I did startups because that was the way to, non-linear wealth accumulation. I grew up poor. And so for me, it was a very pragmatic thing to do startups. And the company before Y Combinator, I sold to Google, and suddenly, money was not the driving factor in my life. But when I was at YC, I think fundamentally, YC is an interesting place because, especially that time in the kind of teens, about 10 years ago, YC was in this real sweet spot where it had become known, but it wasn't so big that you don't kind of know all the founders that are there. And I think for me, you're evangelizing to individual founders why starting a company is so great. And when you evangelize, after a while, you think, well, why am I not doing a company? And both of my companies before were smaller. And I think there's some insecurity in me, which was, what right do I have to give advice? I know DoorDash is here. I was an investor in DoorDash. And as DoorDash became more significant, and Tony and Stanley would do office hours, it was very uncomfortable for me to tell them advice about a company that's getting much, much bigger than something I'd ever done myself. And so I think there's some of that insecurity, which also, and I think fundamentally, I thought, and I see myself as a founder. In the audience, if you have the difference between founders and VCs is, being a VC, that's a lone wolf sport, and it's a cerebral job. And fundamentally what a VC does is you buy and sell stock. That's all, you put all the pitching and all the, and I know my investors are in the audience, you put all that stuff, they're just buying and selling stock. And as a founder, what you're really doing is you have to love product and you have to love team building. And so you have to kind of figure out, if you're trying to make this decision, should I be a VC or should I be a founder, which one of those things resonates with you more? And I think, I really can't, honestly, I really say this, I can't imagine a better job than YC. I had a great job as COO there. And so I thought, even in the best version of venture capital, where we don't have to source deals, the deals come to us, I still want to start a company that's some sort of signal. And I did think of starting a fund as well, and ultimately broke towards company. It was turned out to be the right decision.
Fascinating. You must have worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of founders in the time you were at Y Combinator. What was the factor that kind of united them in terms of what helped people break out, what made people successful?
Yeah, I think everybody wants this answer, because if you learn this one thing, maybe I can do it and I can build a great company and all of this thing. Yeah. The reality is it's similar to, if you ask me what does it make to be a professional baseball player? Well, first you have to have some ability to hit the ball. There's some raw talent of being a founder, and that isn't talked about enough because it's very uncomfortable. Because some people are just, if we were talking about, you take basketball as an example, in America, if you're over 7 feet tall, I don't know what that in meters, if you're 7 feet tall, 1 out of 5 Americans who are over 7 feet tall end up in the NBA. So if you're in a room and you look around and you see a tall person that's really, really tall, you're like, that person might play. The same doesn't exist for founders, but I think the same thing is true for founders, which is some people are just better founders. And we don't want to talk about that, because you want this feeling that anybody can be a founder. And it's very difficult to say, actually, some people are better. That's one thing I really learned at YC. Like, some people are just better at this. Another thing is, again, controversially, like, the cliche things like making money, like the ability to raise capital for the company, it matters. And some people are better at talking to investors than other people are. I mean, the thing that I just said about going on Twitter, some people are better at managing social media and managing a large presence. You know, at my time at YC, Sam was the president, I was the COO, Sam Altman. Sam is particularly good at communicating, especially in forums like this. That's extremely important, but I think we underestimate that. I think especially in the YC universe, the view is if you're a great engineer who has ambition, you have the right to build a great company. And the ugly truth is, kind of, the market really doesn't care about that. So what the market does care about is, you know, your ability to communicate effectively, your ability to raise capital, your ability to lead product and write software and do it and understand the market. And so I think for me, combining the early part of my life, which was, you know, automotive, and seeing this change in self-driving, you know, roughly 10 years ago, it just felt like it was the right, it was an opportunity there. I mean, a fundamental thing that we believed is the car business is going to be a software business, and we really believe that, and that was the core in which we built this, you know, company around.
It's fascinating. You know, kind of now, 10 years on, almost 10 years on, you're kind of the other side of the desk. You run in a company with over 1,000 employees. It's scaled. It's one of the largest startups, private startups in America. Like, what have you learned about running a company of this scale this time around?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I would say this is for founders. I'm going to give a very, very tactical answer because I was thinking about, you know, myself, and we did a bunch of things which I kind of regret. Number one, we never did leveling in the company. I worked at Google, and if anybody who works at Google, the best way you can find out if they worked at Google is you talk about perf or promotions, performance, and Google did it horribly poorly, especially 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And so we were like, well, we're not going to let the Google system, and we're a Mountain View software company, right? We're right down the street from Google. We hired lots of Googlers. Me and my co-founder worked at Google, that's where we met. And so we refused a leveling system and refused a corporate kind of thing. And we just introduced levels in the company we're 1,300 people. It's just painful. So I think I would have done levels earlier. I think the cliche things about the management team having to be changed as the company scales, I think we're very proud that we have a very high retention culture where people stay at the company for long periods of time. It was a weird thing to have strong identity over because the company is just growing so fast and you end up having people stay in roles for longer than they probably should have. I think the opposite is also bad. I don't think you should just fire people because the company's gotten bigger. But I think we made that mistake. We have the uncanny truth of we've preserved 100% of capital that we've ever raised. So we raised some $1 billion or whatever. It's all in the bank, and we built a large business without using the money we raised. That's stupid. We should use that money. We should use that money because that capital is available to us. I think we're very proud that we built a functioning business. And I think when you talk to other founders, they're happy for you because they understand that you're off the yoke of investors. You know, my investors don't control me because I don't need their money. And so other founders really love that. And I think some employees really love it, especially in the AI ecosystem. There's so many companies burn a lot of money. We resonate with employees who have been at AI companies that have gone under because they've run out of capital. So, but we've had these like not being on Twitter. Like we shouldn't have done. 10 years ago, I should have gone on Twitter. It's sad in some way that we're such a performant company and so few people know about us. And so I think if you're a founder in the audience, you know, don't listen to my old talks. So raise money and burn it. Get on Twitter and fire your employees. No, don't. It's all nuance. But you have to be very thoughtful about all these decisions that we made. So we had all these kind of things that we took very proudly. Like Applied is a very unique company in Silicon Valley for a bunch of reasons. It's some of these reasons. We're a 5-day in office company. There's a certain cultish brand around the company. They say we're cult classic, not bestseller. We're very much in that category. But I think if you want to build a really large business, you have to be a bestseller. And you sometimes as a founder have to do things which you might have to hold your nose to do.
Just to circle back, why does leveling matter? Like people were kind of jostling, they were unclear about their role or who was senior. Like why do you need leveling? Why does it matter?
Why does what matter?
Leveling.
Leveling, I think, I think it's very difficult to scale a business where people don't know what their role is. And it's kind of shocking, to be 1,000 engineers and the engineers don't know how senior everybody is because nobody's comp is not public.
Yeah.
So you'll have a group of 6 engineers. You have one engineer that's be compensated maybe 2 or 3 times more than the engineer next to him. The manager might not know the comp, the senior manager knows, and suddenly it's like what my expectations of an Ian Martin who's an entry engineer who's just 2 years out of Berkeley versus somebody who's 10 years out of Google have to be different. And I think we struggled because we so didn't want to be a corporate entity that we said, let's just refuse these things. I was talking to, what ultimately got me over doing this is Ali from Databricks, the CEO of Databricks. I called him and I said, Ali, what do you think about levels? And he said, we worked at Google and there's all this shitty thing about Google was these levels. Everyone just cared about levels. And he said, well, Google is like a multi-trillion-dollar company. So if you become a multi-trillion-dollar company and people kind of hate levels, that's fine. And I think there's some truth in that. So I think as a founder, it's like, just don't be so dogmatic about these things that you hold to be true. And that's hard to say because the reason you start a company is not to be it's almost as a rebellion to the things that you experienced before. And I'm kind of saying, well, actually, don't be so rebellious. And so it's a little conflicting opinion, but yeah, it is true.
Interesting. So there's some pretty big changes happening in the world right now.
Yeah.
Seeing sort of Chinese EVs winning market share across the world, even with the impact of tariffs. What does it take for companies here in Europe to stay competitive, whether on technology or on price?
Yeah, it's what I want to say to every European, if I could inject idea into every European manufacturer leader's head, is I think have some level of aggressiveness. I think there's some view of like, oh, the Chinese are coming and woe is us and we should just put down the companies and let the market go. And I think the American, Japanese, and Korean views are a bit more correct here, which is an aggressive, competitive position. And then I think, some of the biggest manufacturers on the planet are in Europe and are in the Nordics or in Scandinavia. And some of our customers, and my feedback to them is, fight. You can build great products, and the things that we know that are issues, which is whether it's the speed of development or whether it's labor laws around how you bring in engineers and how you let engineers go, kind of the fluidity of the company. Let's change those things. These are not laws of physics. And so Europe can absolutely be competitive, but you have to have the opinion that, number one, we're going to fight. We're going to be competitive, and we're going to make the changes required to be competitive. That's it. It's not a mystery, and I think that's the idea. It's kind of like the fighting mentality. That mentality, by the way, exists in China. It exists in India. It exists in Saudi. It exists in Silicon Valley. It exists in lots of places. It's not an exclusive thing that exists in Mountain View or in Shanghai. So it is making that decision very overtly, which is we're going to compete and we're going to fight. And I think it's absolutely possible. The technical kind of base exists in Europe. The investment base exists in Europe. The education base exists in Europe. The companies exist in Europe. Distribution exists in Europe. So it is a cultural mentality that is lacking. That would be my humble opinion as an American.
Well, we have the pep talk there from our Business of America. But Kassa, thank you very much. Give me a round of applause for our speaker here. Thank you for a fascinating talk.
For many founders, there becomes a point in time when a problem they're facing becomes just too painful to ignore. For Alex Pro, it was running his first startup and realizing how painful, how complicated business banking was in Europe.
Instead of accepting the status quo, he decided to fix it. From that decision, Qonto was born, a business finance platform that simplifies everything in business banking.
Today, Qonto serves 500,000 customers in 8 countries and has raised more than 600 million euros.
In this session, we will hear how Qonto is shifting from hyper-growth to profitability.
From Qonto, co-founder and CEO Alex Pro, together with Lucinda Sen from Axios. Let's give them a rockstar welcome.
During lunchtime, and thanks Alex for joining us as well. For those of you who don't know, it's actually Alex's birthday today.
That's true. So thanks for all being here.
Yeah. He's joining us, and obviously with the most important people in his life today. So I want to take us back actually to when you were a younger man. This is actually not the first time you've started a company. You last had a business that was aimed at getting folks to stop smoking. You sold the company, you started Qonto, and you had an interesting story actually. You were trying to raise that first 1.6 million euros, and you told your alma mater, right, in front of a recent keynote, you said that it was one of the hardest things you've done, and you mentioned that as you were raising that 1.6 million, the investors said that it was, quote, crazy. So what were their concerns about the business, and then what did you tell them?
Yeah, well, indeed, so when we started Qonto 8 years ago, everyone was telling my co-founder and I that it would never work, it was a bad idea, no one would be a customer, et cetera, et cetera. So lots of reasons why it would fail. And indeed, raising the seed round, 1.6 million euro 9 years ago now, was pretty hard, and the amount feels very, small today.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was pretty significant, and actually, it was much easier to raise 486 million euro 4 years ago than the 1.6 million euro from the beginning. So, yeah, I think going into banking and say you want to disrupt, traditional banks felt like a big challenge, big mountain to climb, and so the regulation, the risk, the tech complexity. So a lot of people were seeing that, and what we saw was actually what we went through with the previous company you mentioned. When we thought that opening a bank account, a business bank account, was a pain, dealing with our our bank every day was a pain, understanding prices was a pain, trying to get a hold of the customer care at a traditional bank was a pain, and so these are exactly the reasons why we started Qonto, really building the product we would have loved to have ourselves when we built the first company. So we're very sure that, let's say, at least people like us would love, the product if we were able to build it. We're not sure how big, how many customers we would get, but at least that some would really feel the same pain that we had felt, and that would love that service. So we started by, just doing what we'd have loved to have ourselves, and now we're serving 600,000 businesses across Europe.
Yeah, when that first, now you're valued at $5 billion US as well. That first 1.6 million round, I know there's a lot of folks here that are probably raising, or founders here. How many no's do you think you got?
I don't know, we probably got in touch with 20 investors, 25 investors, and probably got, 75% of no's or something.
Yeah.
That's probably the ratio.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the company pitch hasn't changed that much since then until now.
No, it was. I mean, we've strictly executed. If you look at our Series D, not Series D, seed round, but Series D as well. I mean, the seed round deck is almost exactly what we've built. Even the wireframes, the website, the product is very similar. No, it's just people didn't believe that we could disrupt, let's say, business banking the way we did it. And yeah, that's. I think people felt like the market was not a question, the topic was not a question, but more like, was it realistic that we could do it and really, change how people use, financial services?
Yeah, so you were asked somewhat recently, what keeps you up at night? And I thought this was an interesting response to it. It wasn't like interest rates, it wasn't, global, political, geopolitical uprising. You said how to grow even faster across Europe. Why does that keep you up at night?
Well, we obviously, as we became a larger company and now serving the 600,000 customers, 1,600 employees. We've been profitable for 2 years, so there is no kind of let's say extreme urgency to meet the next deadline to avoid bankruptcy. But that's exactly I think the challenge is that if people feel like, oh, it's okay, and now we have time, and the company we can cruise, that's I think you can die actually slowly, but with that. So that's exactly the opposite that I want all employees to feel. We need to keep on running fast because we're just at the beginning.
Yeah.
There are still lots of big traditional banks serving most of the 26 million SMEs in Europe. Still, work with traditional banks. There's still a lot to do, and we need to keep on, running fast and executing fast, and doing that already as a slightly larger organization. So, how can we remain as agile, efficient, customer-centric as possible?
Yeah.
With our scale, with our size, I think that's our main challenge. And so, how do we organize, small, agile, independent squads or cross-functional teams, as we call them at Qonto, so that a small team of 8-10 can do a lot. I mean, we started Qonto with 10 people, so you can do a lot with 8-10 people, and so that's what we're trying to recreate, kind of the startup within a scale-up kind of mentality. That's really, and how you organize and how you design the organization, how you incentivize people, owners. So that they're accountable for what they work on, and they deliver great experience, great product, great service to customers.
It kind of sounds like it's funny, you sound like you're almost scared of not being ambitious.
More scared of not being fast enough.
So last year, your net profits doubled to 144 million euros on revenue that grew 44% to 448.7 million euros.
You know those numbers better than I do. I didn't remember the decimals.
So, around about €500 million in euro in revenue. Where do you think you'll be this year? What are you aiming for 2025?
So we're obviously still growing nicely, similar trend, and again now we're in this kind of profitable. Let's say side of the story. So we want to grow, as fast as possible, but still have some, good, healthy profitability, and reinvest that into, hiring, marketing, potentially M&A. We've made 2 deals. Maybe we'll discuss that. And so we want to be, having healthy unit economics. That not crazy CAC, working also on LTV, on retention, churn improvement, and so on. And so we have basically the constraint is how can we grow as fast as possible within certain limits of profitability and unit economics. And if we do that, we're happy. And so right now we're in there, and so we're relatively happy.
Yeah, and you're also going for a French banking license, which is quite interesting because there's kind of this almost like this inherent tension, right? Banks are supposed to be risk averse, very controlled in their risk management. You're obviously running like a startup. You're trying to function each of within the organization as a startup as well. So how are you thinking about what happens after you get the banking license, how you organize the company to manage those 2 different competing priorities?
Well, so we've been a regulated company for 7 years now with a European-wide payment institution license. So the big difference when we get that banking license is that we can do more lending, more savings, more investment products mostly. but it's very similar in terms of, let's say, compliance and control that we have today. You know, we already have pretty strict, I mean, the same as banks, regulation in terms of, you know, KYC, know your customer, anti-money laundering, and all these topics, you know, are everyday topics for us, so they will remain the same. We'll have a few more topics like, you know, credit risk. Today we've been doing a bit of lending or financing, but for relatively limited amounts. We've financed about 50 million euros so far, so still pretty limited. We'll do much, much more when we get this banking license. But again, I mean, compliance, you know, we have to be compliant by design. So it's already in our, you know, on the onboarding team, on the payments team, on the cards team, on all our teams. I mean, compliance is their everyday, you know, topic. And of course, our game is how do we do compliant product by definition that is faster, easier, better than what you know, traditional banks are doing. And of course, we're using technology a lot for that. And we've built our own core banking system, so the IT infrastructure that manages all the transactions. We've built our own card processor, so all the card transactions that are made by our cardholders are processed internally, so we get better acceptance rates, better answer time than if we had done that you know, with an outsourced partner. And so we're also choosing the core infrastructure bricks that we're building. Sometimes it takes time, like the core banking system took, you know, 18 months, the card processor also 18 months, so it's a, you know, pretty significant investment, but we do that to build, you know, for the long term, the best service for our customers.
Right, basically it's all in-house now, you have more control over it, right? It's not an older core banking system.
Yeah, these two are in-house. Some things are, you know, we do with partners, and depends a bit as you know, as we develop. On financing, we've been working with partners for a long time. We're also now building our internal capabilities, and very much, you know, following or being, you know, pulled by our customer feedback. We, as you know, most companies, but I think we take it even more seriously. Yeah. All the feedbacks, all the comments, you know, whether it's on a Trustpilot rating or to our customer care team or to our sales team, you know, we gather all these feedback and we kind of triage, we filter them, and then we work on, you know, the roadmap basically based on all of that, and really taking care of all these little details that make, you know, wow moments for our customers, from the, you know, the card packaging to the onboarding flow to the logo to whatever. Like all these things are really details that matter in the end. And so we go into that very level of detail with our customers.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk about like the inescapable theme of like the last 3 years, AI, right? Where are you? You guys are using AI for things. You're talking about in compliance as well. But where are you seeing kind of the most effect, the most impact from really implementing that technology?
Well, everywhere. I think that's the quick answer. No, but I mean, of course, customer care is one, you know, obvious topic. More than 50%, 54 is the number now. 54% of our chat interactions are AI handled, so fully automated. And what's really interesting to us is that the customer satisfaction for those interactions is as high as for the human interactions.
And this is like voice, or is it chat?
It's chat. It's chat. We do it for chat. We started for email. We don't do it yet for voice, but we will do it definitely. So that's one big topic. And by the way, for the customer care, 54% on the chat is fully automated. But the part that is not fully automated, of course, our teams, our agents are also using AI to make their, you know, work more efficient. So even if it's not fully automated, it's already using AI. Of course, for you know, lots of internal like processes. Of course, our, you know, engineering team is using AI, you know, to write or to check or to challenge their code and so on. But also we're using AI for customer features. So we're using AI for instance, for cash flow forecasts. Long story short, we're using AI to help our customers have a better view of you know, how their cash flow will evolve over time based on their history, based on what their plan is about, you know, hiring, sales, etc., that connect the dots basically. And down the line, when we become a bank and we have more financing capabilities, we'll of course use that also to say, okay, it looks like you have some cash flow needs in 3 months from now. Would you want us to offer you this product and so on and so on. And so in a much more automated and smart way, so that each customer gets the product they need when they need it, basically.
Yeah. How about the other side too, right? Where are you seeing limitations of the AI use? Because especially when we're talking about banking and we're talking about fintech, compliance comes into play. Data privacy comes into play, especially in Europe.
Well, yeah, of course. Those two topics you mentioned, data privacy, compliance, definitely key. So, for instance, for the chat today, we're only using AI to answer to customers with, let's say, public information. We're starting to use AI to also answer our customers. So, like, how do I reset my PIN or whatever? And we answer, okay, go here, click here, whatever, and with screenshots, and that's fully automated. Then if customer has a precise question on their account history and they need more details, then we're going to the stage where we can actually give customers some more details about their personal situation. So what is this 35 euro transfer that I made last week that I don't remember, and maybe it's a fraud or whatever. And now our AI tool is also able to use that, let's say, personal data to answer a customer, of course, after having checked that this is the right customer we're talking to and so on. And the last step will be when AI can also, we're not there yet, can also perform actions like, blocking an account or doing some of these things that are, of course, sensitive actions that only our team does today. But that's probably the next step. So it's going to go step by step. To be fair, there are also mistakes with humans. So it's not like we need to aim for 100% perfect with AI. But we do both, and I think what works really well again is like using AI as an enabler for teams, and that's where we get the best results. I mean, same for code, and same for lots of things. We've been using AI very smartly, actually on fraud detection, actually also used by our team. So our team is using AI to simulate fraudsters trying to do stuff, and
like phishing attacks, like you'll have them.
Yeah, those kind of things.
Yeah. What about the other kind of tech? I think within fintech that's getting a lot of buzz right now. Stablecoins. Do you see a use case for your company? Have you tested it?
We're not testing it yet. We're definitely open to all new technologies. I think it would be a bit stupid not to be. We're very much, again, pulled by our customers' asks and feedback. This is not very much a key theme for them yet. I mean, we're really focusing on relatively small to medium businesses, but businesses, not individuals, and they're, let's say, serious in their asks and want to have the basic stuff to make their key core business and everyday business faster, smoother, better. And so they're much more, at least today, into what we offer them in terms of invoicing, bookkeeping, spend and expense management for their teams, the rights integrations with accounting, all these things that are so painful and are so critical to any small business. Having smooth international payments, FX, all of that. Lending, of course, we discussed, and we're getting stronger on that. So this is still very much the focus for us.
Right.
But stable coins, we're definitely looking into it, and it might come at some point, but not short term.
Right. No, basically your customers aren't your customers are not asking to buy tomatoes in stable coins at the moment.
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. So you have expanded. You started out actually with France, your core market, Germany, Italy, and Spain. You have since expanded into Austria, Belgium, Netherlands, Portugal. What's your playbook for expansion?
Well, the playbook for expansion was actually from day one. We wanted to be global, or let's say starting with European company. And so from the name Qonto, that means account in Esperanto, to the domain we use in the first place, qonto.eu, to the whole internal, playbook and culture and knowledge that was, I think for the first 2 or 3 years, we only had customers in France. They were only speaking, we were only speaking French with our customers, but everything inside the company was in English. The first, I would say, maybe 7 or 8 people on the team were French, but we started speaking English, from day one with all, with teams. So that I think the eighth person we hired was a Ukrainian backend engineer who's still with us, Dmitry, and he didn't speak French at the time. So that was very much the beginning. So
wait, so are you guys on Slack right now? And
yeah.
So the main language is English.
Yeah, so everything is in English. So that helped for the both, of course, European expansion, but also hiring lots of non-European, non-French, but also non-European talents. Today, we have 80 nationalities on the team, so very, very diverse and team in terms of nationalities and languages. And then to go back to your question, the playbook is, we use the one tech infrastructure that has been built to be able to scale across Europe. The payment system, of course, we're leveraging the SEPA network and SEPA systems, which is very European. Today, we're in these 8 markets in the Euro area, which makes it very easy to scale. Maybe one day we'll also come to Finland, and so the core banking system is the same. The card processor, all of these things are similar. So I would say 80% of the product, 80% of the service is the same across all our markets. We're of course leveraging the EU-wide license that we have today, the payments license. It would be the same with the banking license. What is different, of course, is the language. That's the challenge, also the beauty probably of Europe. But we're also going into so language is different. IBANs, we get local IBANs in the different markets we operate.
Right, there are some regulatory differences.
So there are a few regulatory differences indeed. Local payments. SEPA is the norm, but for tax payments, you have some differences. So in Italy, there's a protocol called F24 in Italian, which is basically to pay your taxes in Italy, which is only Italian. So we go to that level of detail. We have accounting integrations, which accountants use different software across the different markets. The number one accounting software in Germany is called Datev. It's very, very big in Germany and Austria, actually, but it's not in other markets. So, of course, when we went to Germany, we integrated, and we have now a very deep and robust integration with Datev, and with that, with all the markets where we launched. So, in Netherlands, where we launched recently, we're working on getting the local IBAN, on getting Ideal, which is a local payment scheme, and so we're kind of local, if you will, or Euro local, whatever you call it. So the bulk of what we do is very much the same.
Yeah.
But to really be helpful on a daily basis to these small businesses, you need to go and do this kind of last mile, a bit like last mile delivery, which is local payments, local accounting integrations, local software integrations, and also company creation. We're very strong on company creation. We help entrepreneurs from the very first day when they start their company, and the way you incorporate a company tend to be slightly different from one market to the other. So we're also localizing that quite a bit with notaries, etc.
So you guys have basically been you're one of the largest companies in France, one of the largest startups in France, I should say, and you have been doing kind of tender offers, right? Like last year, this year, you said that you've been talking to folks about a tender offer. Is this going to be like a yearly thing from now on? Like every December, every November, I'll call you and you'll be like, I'm doing a tender offer, and like you're just never going to IPO.
You mean like Christmas is every year kind of thing?
Yeah, Christmas every single, on your birthday in particular.
No, well, the plan is to offer indeed liquidity to early investors and employees on a regular basis. We want to keep on growing. I see the Stripe logo here. I think Stripe is a very good example of becoming a very, very big company, but while staying private. And actually, Stripe is, I think, doing these tender offers every year, beginning of the year. We will be less strict about, I think, the calendar, but probably every 18 months or so. We'd love to be able to do that. will depend a bit on how we do and how the banking license, the timing. We're also busy with other stuff, but I think offering liquidity on a regular basis to early investors, to employees, is really, really great. I mean, we're super happy that most of our employees have equity and they can see the real value of that. I think one problem or one challenge in Europe is that too few companies have had that real money aspect to employees that had stock options and so I think we're lucky to have that, and we want to do much more of that in the future.
Okay, sounds good. I'll call you in 18 months. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today, and thanks, Alex.
Thanks a lot.
I think we can go this way.
This way?
Few industries are as tradition-bound as law. For some decades now, it seemed almost immune to real technological change.
Then came Harvey. Founded by an AI researcher and a litigation attorney, Harvey is a domain-specific AI for law firms. In just 3 years, it has become one of the fastest scaling AI companies in the world.
Now, more than 700 law firms and enterprises use Harvey, and some 74,000 professionals rely on it to work faster and smarter.
This is a story how AI can give a competitive edge even in one of the most established fields.
This is how Harvey is changing the legal game for good. Next up on the founder stage, co-founder and president of Harvey, Gabe Pereira, together with Ilya Fushman from Kleiner Perkins. Put your hands together for Gabe and Ilya.
All right. Well, hey, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Ilya Fushman. I'm a partner at Kleiner Perkins. It's a lot of smoke here.
There's a lot of smoke.
At KP, Kleiner Perkins, we partner with really iconic entrepreneurs who want to make history. We've been around for about 53 years. Early investors in Google, Genentech, Amazon, and most recently companies like Figma, and the next generation of iconic companies like Harvey. AI, I mean, it's pretty obvious, is a foundational and just incredibly transformational technology in all facets of our lives, but specifically in how we work. And we were excited to start our relationship with Harvey by leading their Series B in 2023 and have invested and led a few rounds, pretty much every round since then we've invested in, because Gabe and his co-founder, Winston Weinberg, founded Harvey to bring the power of large language models to transforming how we work, starting with one of the oldest and most intricate professions, which is law. Gabe has incredible experience at the forefront of technology, doing research at Meta, Google Brain, DeepMind. Winston was a deep expert on the legal side. Gabe happens to run a 4-minute and 20-second mile, as far as I'm told. They're very intense. And in 3 short years, Harvey has gotten to over 700 customers across 58 countries, crossed 100 million in run rate a little while ago now, so it's even better than that today, and has opened offices across London, Toronto, Sydney, New York, San Francisco, and Bengaluru, and they're hiring, by the way, especially in Europe as well. But first, let's start with the origin story, Gabe. Why did you decide to leave research and start a company? And why did you decide to do Harvey as a company in law?
When I started doing AI research 15 years ago now, it was always with the intention of figuring out how to apply this technology. I think when I first started working on deep learning, I had an intuition that this was going to be a really transformative technology, and I wanted to figure out how to use this to, sounds kind of cheesy, but make the world a better place. And I wanted to find an industry where applying that technology would be kind of a really meaningful, like, societal impact. I thought at the time it was going to be personalized education. Left DeepMind to actually try to start that company when I was here in London. And then later on, when I was at Meta, Winston and I were roommates. He was a lawyer. He showed me a lot of the things he was working on. I showed him the large language models that I was working on, and it was kind of this light bulb moment of this is going to be one of the really big applications of this technology.
That's awesome. And you guys were roommates for a little while, up until recently, not roommates anymore.
Still roommates,
Still
which
roommates.
is,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, met and never thought we would start a company together, just became best friends, and then, yeah.
So there's like two of you guys. It's pretty early days of even just AI models.
Yeah.
So talk about like the early, like what did the product look like, and how did you guys actually develop it in terms of finding product market fit, but also surrounding yourselves with people who could help you build this?
Yeah. So when we first raised money from OpenAI, was our seed investor, we kind of didn't know what we were building. It was kind of AI plus legal seems like the right direction. We looked at some consumer things, and then OpenAI showed us GPT-4 before this was released, before ChatGPT existed. And when we saw that, it was kind of this, oh my God moment of this technology is going to change how people work and do everything. And I still remember Winston went into his room for 14 hours, played with the model, came out and just said, I did all of it. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, I did so much of the associate work I had done using these models. And it was obviously super hacky and all these like prompt techniques. But when I saw that combined with the research I'd done at DeepMind in reinforcement learning, it was so clear you would be able to build these agents that could take these models and the tools and figure out how to compose them. And so that was the early product. And then showed it to A&O, which was one of the largest law firms in Europe and in UK. And David Wakeling, who's a senior partner there and CIO, just saw it and was like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. And so I think got really lucky to find someone like that and get this really early traction with the product.
So you guys were a European customer company.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
Yeah, our first two big customers were A&O and then PwC in UK and then expanded in Europe. And so since the start of Harvey, we've been international. And I think something that was so magical about these models is their translation ability, that we were able to go to many countries quickly. And now we're in 58 different countries.
So lawyers are not the most technology-forward bunch, as far as I've been told. How do you think about building products for this kind of audience? And you do it obviously for large law firms, but also enterprises in-house. You just talk about like, how do you build an applied product in the world of AI?
Yeah, I think this was something that was actually so counterintuitive, where I think historically lawyers haven't been tech forward because the tech has not been based around language, and so much of the work they do is language based. But I think it was actually surprising to most people how quickly these law firms adopted this technology. And really early on, we had very senior partners that were coming to us and saying, look at these crazy things I did with Harvey. And so I think this technology was actually a perfect fit for lawyers. And once we started giving it to them, we just got so much feedback of, I need you to connect this to case law, to my data rooms, and kind of all the things that the product you needed to build around these models.
Awesome. And how did you were, I think, about 20 people or so at the Series B.
Yeah.
You're vastly beyond that now at about 500.
Yeah.
In less than 3 years. It's pretty fast scaling. Just to talk about that, like what does it take to scale a team, and how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that part has been definitely the most stressful, incredible experience of scaling this. I think the biggest is kind of the early team and the leadership. So I think that first 10, 20, 50 people we hired really set the foundation of the culture of the company, and just finding people who cared as much as Winston and I did. And like now when I meet people that I wasn't part of the interview process, I'm like, oh, I would have also hired that person. And then I think same, finding senior leadership that is the same way, of just that deep care, finding investors that are that way. I think a lot of what you, the other investors, have helped is just how do you scale the company and the business, because I think there was a lot of the initial product where you needed the intuition, but then a lot of the company building. You guys have seen this a bunch of times, and we come to you and say, hey, we need to figure this out, and you guys are like, here's a person to talk to, or we've seen this before. So,
and I mean, obviously, part of the company is grounded in deep research.
Yeah.
And part of it is like very applied software. I think when you and I were talking about this, you said it's almost like we're building SaaS now.
Yeah.
You just what are these companies, Harvey and others who are building vertical applications of AI? What do you think they look like over time in terms of composition of team? And then also, does it come back to research at some future state? Like maybe talk about this.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this, and it feels like it's kind of yo-yoing, where when we started the company, our initial technical hires were another research scientist from Brain, one of the early folks who helped build some of Tesla's self-driving systems, researcher from Meta. And at the time, the models weren't quite good enough that you could build a product without really getting them to work. And so we did a bunch of applied AI work to make the products really good. And then as we've scaled, all of the product problems have shifted to we're selling to very large enterprises, to large law firms, all of the product and enterprise problems you need to solve at scale. But now we're getting back into the position where 2 years ago, law firms, enterprises said, don't train on our data. And now they're starting to ask, oh wait, we've built all these really interesting workflows, we've built a bunch of trust with you, can we start thinking about how we can start using AI and kind of training on this, on data and things like that. And so I think the medium will be somewhere between AI research, enterprise, and we'll end up somewhere in the middle.
And obviously, you and Winston are sort of the deep technical researcher and the lawyer expert. But inside the company, you also have this kind of legal expertise matched with technical expertise. You tell us a bit about that. How did you build this kind of capability on the legal side in-house, and how do you think about evolving that?
Yeah, so I think really early on when Winston and I were building the product, it worked so well to have a technical or an AI person just sit and talk with a lawyer, because it was impossible to find someone who had both. And really early on, one of our first hires was actually my younger brother, who worked at the same law firm as Winston. And then he brought 2 of his best friends from law school, and so we got a bunch of lawyers early on. On the sales side, Winston hired one of his friends from college that had worked at Latham, and so we got, both on the product and the sales side, lawyers from Big Law that I think really shaped how we thought about both building the product and communicating the value of the product to law firms. And when we build the product today, it's still, we have a bunch of lawyers on the product team, on the sales team, that sit with the rest of our traditional product and AI team to figure out, hey, this is how you would use this on a complex legal problem.
Yeah. And where does this all go? Obviously, large language models are getting better. Right? We saw Gemini 3 come out. It's beating a bunch of benchmarks. You can argue whether pre-training or post-training is going to be more important, but overall, models continue to improve. How do you think about building on top of that? Yeah. And how do you think about differentiation from large language models?
Yeah, I think the big shift of how we've thought about Harvey is when we first built the product, it was a co-pilot for individual lawyers. As we've scaled, really the value prop that we want to sell to law firms is we will make your business better. And so it's not enough to just make individual associates 20% more effective. You need to figure out, how does this platform make the business or make a law firm more profitable? And a lot of that comes from all of the infrastructure around how they manage all of their client matters, which is the projects they work on, how they optimize where people are spending time. And I think one really interesting part is also just directly how they deliver the services. And so we're starting to build a lot of infrastructure that lets law firms and their clients work together directly on Harvey. And so we think of a lot of the product as not going to be the models, it's going to be all of the infrastructure around them you need to do kind of these complex, highly regulated businesses.
And if you were starting Harvey today, given the availability of better models, do you think it would look different?
I think we build.
Actually, would you start Harvey today?
Yeah, so I think that's a better question. I think if I was starting a company now, I would think about, to me, when internet came out, there was all these incredibly counterintuitive companies like Airbnb and Uber and TikTok, which I think before that technology existed, you kind of couldn't think about. And so if I was starting a company now, I would think about those. I think 3 years ago, Harvey was not obvious to start, and that's why it was a good time to start it. I think now I probably would start kind of the first category of company.
And where does this all go? Like, what's the future of just human AI, knowledge work, productivity? Like, what's the research brain telling you?
I think it's when we started the company, the really long-term thing that I was excited about is thinking about where does the unique data to train these models come from? And if you think of what's happened in the past 3 years, you've scraped all of the public data, and so you've put all that into these public models, and now folks are starting to build agents and look at private data. And I think law firms and professional service providers have some of the most unique human knowledge in the world, but it's all private. And so even for an individual law firm, you can't go and train on all that data because it's work they've done with a specific client. And so I think the thing we're really excited about is when you have a law firm and a large client that they've done a bunch of work together, how can you help them convert that relationship, that expertise into AI systems, into models, and monetize those in new ways? So I think it's really thinking about how to take expertise, not of just individuals, but of large organizations, and put these into models in meaningful ways.
And what does that look like from just like a product perspective, ultimately?
Yeah, when we think of, so we work a lot with large private equity firms, large enterprises. If you think of a large private equity firm, they do a bunch of fund formation, KP does fund formation, and you do investments out of it. And so one product direction we think about with VCs, with private equity firms, is can we build a platform where they can manage all their funds? When they want to create a new fund, they can collaborate with their law firm, their fund counsel on that. When they want to make an investment out of that fund, whether it's a Series B into Harvey or it's taking a large company private, they can work with their law firm on that. And I think at scale, a lot of the value comes from being able to synthesize all of that knowledge of all these different projects rather than them being kind of more siloed how they are now.
And what does that, do you think, mean for people who are coming into the legal field now? I mean, I think you have an interesting program where you're partnering with universities.
Yep.
Just how do you, because a lot of folks are sort of asking like, well, if all these tools automate this work, like what happens to first-year lawyers or first-year associates in venture, for example, how do you think about that? Is it just better tools and you can just do faster?
Yeah, I would say I don't think there's a better time than now to enter these very high-skill knowledge work professions, because I think about when I was learning programming over 10 years ago, I had to go on Stack Overflow and read all these forums, and most topics I was just like, I don't have a good teacher, I'm not going to learn that. And now with ChatGPT, you can just learn all of these topics so much more quickly. And I think the thing that's not going to happen is these models get so good that they do all this work end to end. I think instead what happens is they give knowledge workers so much more leverage. And so I think you'll see more knowledge workers, and the top, like most skilled knowledge workers will actually be more successful than they are today. And yeah, so I think I'm optimistic. We get the question a lot of, should people still go to law school? And I think it's the same as programming. It's like, I think these professions are going to be even more exciting. And so I would say, yeah.
Makes sense. Well, there's always fewer or more venture capitalists, but that's...
I think there's going to be more venture capitalists too,
venture capitalists, right? There's more great companies to invest in. Maybe switching gears back to Europe, you announced a strategic partnership with EQT. You have obviously offices in London. Just what are your plans for Europe? How do you think about Europe?
Yeah, so kind of like you mentioned, our first 2 customers were in Europe. That's always been a big footprint for us. I think there's a lot of interesting regulatory data privacy problems that we want to solve. All of the large enterprises we are starting to work with operate globally and largely in Europe, and so I think we have an office here in London with 70 people, and so want to continue to scale in Europe, both on the customer side, but also the talent side. We're hiring folks. I worked at DeepMind, and there's a bunch of really good technical talent here, and so want to keep scaling up.
You're partnering with Mistral and
starting to
11
talk
Labs,
more.
right?
Exactly. We recently announced a partnership with 11 Labs, which I think is really cool, of figuring out how to make Harvey's voice work in every language and kind of all of the different regions with kind of the right dialect, which I think will be really important, especially as we think about, we're starting to do more work for government systems, access to justice, things like that. And I think voice mode will be kind of a really interesting application of that. And then also starting to work with kind of Mistral open source model providers of how can we solve some of these data problems. And I think that's one avenue.
And what do you, when you look out kind of into the future of Harvey, like where do you want to take the company? And what's like the dream? Why, both the dream kind of in the near term, but also, why are you ultimately doing this?
Yeah. So I would say on the business side, the biggest is, can we build a platform that lets law firms and their clients work together to figure out kind of the new way to deliver these services, eventually expand that to more broadly professional services. And then I think the original mission, and when Winston and I started Harvey, we were looking at access to justice. And I think to me, there's two levels of that. There is one, can we just use this technology to provide the high quality legal services that the largest companies get to individuals? And then I think the even more exciting one is we're starting to work with governments, and I think these systems get good enough where you can start thinking about how do you provide society the tools to figure out better legal systems, because you could have the case where everyone has access to legal services, but you don't have the right legal system. And so starting to think about those, and we've done some things with court systems in various countries. And so I think that, to me, when I think of like, why are we doing this, that feels super meaningful.
And part of that is knowing that the answer is correct, right? Because the stakes are pretty high.
Yeah.
And legal is not, it's somewhat subjective, right? It's just in terms of the work. So how do you actually figure out that you're producing high quality results, and how do you get, and what does it take to get it to the scale of this sort of democratization?
Yeah. So I think the biggest is human in the loop. So part of why we wanted to start working with the largest law firms is they are one of the best industries in the world at making sure that you don't make mistakes. And so we've learned a ton in working with them as design partners. There's a bunch more we've built into the product. And then I think as we start working with kind of like governments, things like that, I think there's a lot to learn of how do you make this safe so you can deploy it at scale. But I think the biggest is working with lawyers, human in the loop, and just learning from them of how to do this.
Okay. Well, what's big for you in 2026? What are you most excited about?
The biggest is building out, I think, kind of this client collaboration that we were talking about. So we've been starting to do this with some early clients and their law firms, and just figuring out what are ways that they can build workflows, models, things like this together, deliver services in new ways. I would say that we're really excited and seeing a bunch of traction there.
And what are you generally seeing just in the kind of AI and vertical AI, and really AI for knowledge work? And where is all of this going?
Yeah, I would say on the AI side, the trend that we're starting to see is figuring out how to turn your product into these reinforcement learning environments. So I think you've seen this with a lot of the coding companies where they're starting to think about, okay, I deploy this agent in my IDE, it takes all this actions, and it can learn from the subsequent user actions. And we've been thinking a lot about, if you think of what that is for Harvey, it is a client matter. So if you're working on a litigation, a diligence, we deploy agents that interact in that environment. And so how can we start helping law firms train those systems on these longer term, more end-to-end legal tasks? And I think that's kind of the most exciting, like, open legal AI research problem that we're tackling, and generalize this to kind of more broadly professional services.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Personally, I've spent way too much time trying to keep up what's going on in AI. Like staying even half informed is absolutely impossible. There's a new product one day, the next day there's a new investment round, and a week from that there's a new way to poach the main talent from your competitor. One week somebody topped the Spotify list with AI-generated music, and now Amazon is streaming like AI-generated movies or series. So I'm just overwhelmed by what's going on in AI and tech.
Tech world really loves their buzzwords. I mean, a decade ago it was mobile, then it was Web3, and well, now it's AI. But what really matters is the bigger picture and what's happening underneath.
This is what makes Benedict Evans' work so valuable. For 25 years, he's been decoding the noise of the industry, helping founders, investors, and policymakers see what is really happening beneath all the hype.
His annual presentations have become sort of a ritual in this community. They chart the story of tech year by year, reminding us of the big picture.
On the founder stage, AI eats the world. A take on where technology stands today and where it's headed tomorrow. Let's give a big round of applause for Benedict Evans.
I didn't know I was going to get dry ice as well as pyrotechnics and lasers. I must be a really big deal now. So I was asked to explain everything about AI and only take 15 minutes and not talk too fast. So I'll see what I can do. I think this is always the place to start. The tech industry moves in platform shifts. We always kind of know this chart, and we know that generative AI is the new platform shift. But I think it's just worth going back and thinking, how many lessons do we learn from the last 5 times that absolutely everything changed in completely different ways? What is it that happens in a platform shift? What should we be thinking about now? All of the innovation and the investment and the company creation moves to the new thing. Inside technology, the new gatekeepers emerge, old gatekeepers fall away, there is new value capture, there are new and bigger markets, and old things get destroyed. Outside of technology, is this a new tool? Is this new revenue? Is this an existential threat? How much do we have to care about it? That's what every big company is kind of looking at and scratching their head about now. Inside technology, platform shifts mean that companies gain dominance and lose dominance. This is Microsoft's share of computing. When the PC was the center of the tech industry, that was Microsoft. They dominated it. When we moved to smartphones, Microsoft became irrelevant for a decade because they were no longer a player in the thing that set the agenda. Going back a generation, there were a lot of people trying to make PCs before Apple and before IBM and Microsoft, and none of those companies succeeded. In fact, the same thing for web browsers, for search, for social, for smartphones. The first companies are very, very rarely the companies that end up getting all the value. Part of that is because we don't really know how the new thing is going to work. We all use the web now, but it was not clear in the mid-90s how this was going to work. And there were all sorts of other companies and acronyms and ideas and business models that ended up not being the thing. The same thing for mobile. I used to come to Helsinki to talk to a company called Nokia. Some of you may remember it. And talk about iMode and Java and WAP, and none of those things were the future. The same thing with generative AI now. We should presume that half the stuff we're working on is not going to be the answer and isn't going to work. That means we get a lot of noise and a lot of hype and a lot of nonsense that you just kind of have to sweep aside and ignore. And you also generally, of course, get bubbles. And in bubbles, people draw straight lines on log scale charts, and they say things like, you just don't understand how exponential growth works. And they always say this is different, and the problem is they're always right, it always is different. The dot-com bubble was different. This is clearly different to the dot-com bubble, but it doesn't mean it can't be a bubble. But when you sweep aside all the noise and all the dust is settled, the world has changed. And it becomes part of the way we all live. Online dating now is about 60% of new relationships in the USA. This has just become part of the way the world works. And on the enterprise side, you get an order of magnitude more tools with each generation. When we went from PCs to SaaS, we went from dozens of apps to hundreds of apps. We should expect the same thing to happen with LLMs, probably. However, there is one way that this is all different from all of those other platform shifts, which is with all the other ones, you knew what the physical limits were. You knew what the next phone couldn't do. You knew it couldn't fly. You knew that telcos wouldn't give everybody fiber next year in 1997. With AI, we don't know why these models work so well, so we don't know how much better they're going to get. All we have is this sort of vibe-based forecasting where people say what they feel might happen. And so it might be that this is only as big as the internet or PCs or smartphones, which seems pretty big to me, or it might be much bigger than that. It might be a much more fundamental shift. We just don't know. We'll have to come back in 10 years and find out. But if this is only as big as the internet, that feels like enough to get excited about. And so we ask, well, how is this going to work? How is this new thing going to be useful? Where is the distribution and the value capture and the value destruction going to be as this thing gets rolled out? So first, let's look at what's happening inside the tech industry. What are people doing? And I think these two quotes are really all you need to know if you only had one slide. The risk of underinvesting is bigger than the risk of overinvesting. That's what set the agenda. This started working 3 years ago. Everyone says this is a huge opportunity and a huge threat. We can't miss it. It needs a lot of CapEx. Okay, how much CapEx are we talking about here? And this year, the big four platform companies will spend close to $400 billion building infrastructure, which is up 4x from a couple of years ago. And NVIDIA can't keep up. We'll have their numbers out later today, but they're at a $40 to $50 billion a quarter run rate, $40 to $50 billion a quarter last quarter. The power industry can't keep up either. If you talk to data center people today, getting access to electricity is actually a bigger problem than getting chips from NVIDIA, and there's a lot of other problems as well. And so you have all the hyperscalers saying that it's basically impossible to build data centers fast enough, it's impossible to keep up, and they all plan to spend a whole bunch more money next year. In fact, they expect the growth rate to go up as well as just the dollar amount to go up for some of these companies. What all those announcements might add up to is unclear. It's not clear how much of that is real, how much of that gets built, how much of this is a braggawatt instead of a megawatt or a gigawatt. But these something like 3 times, 4 times, 5 times more data center, $3 trillion, $5 trillion, maybe more. And that sounds like kind of a ludicrous number. But if you annualize that, that's like $500, $600, $700 billion a year. And that is kind of what giant global capital-intensive industries spend. So if you could actually build a business around that, that is an amount of money that could be found. Indeed, at the moment, that money is not coming from capital markets. That money is coming from cash flow from giant, very profitable companies. These companies became much, much bigger in the last 5 and 10 years, and basically all of that growth is going out of the door to build data center. Although that is starting to shift, Microsoft is going to do something like $50 billion of leasing this year as they decide their cash flow actually isn't enough to pay for everything that they want to build. And we've seen a bunch of these kinds of stories. Meta has done 2 deals for $30 billion each. Oracle might have to borrow 100% of revenue in order to build the stuff that it's committed to. And of course, OpenAI wants to join the club. Depending on which day you listen to Sam Altman, they're going to spend $1.5 trillion. They're going to spend $1 trillion a year. They don't actually have any cash to buy this themselves. So we get this wonderful phrase, circular revenue, where the hyperscalers give lots of money to NVIDIA, and NVIDIA gives it to OpenAI, and OpenAI uses it to buy chips from NVIDIA to compete with the hyperscalers, but also gives it to AMD and Broadcom to compete with NVIDIA, and then this all gets kind of very exciting and great fun. But of course, if you were running these companies, what would you do if you're at the top of a bubble? Like NVIDIA has $70 billion of free cash flow, and they can't spend it fast enough, so they use it to buy market share. OpenAI has mind share and stock, but they have a commodity product with no differentiation and no platform and no infrastructure, so what do? Well, you scramble as fast as you can to build something more sustainable. And Oracle is a cash-generative legacy business that's been declining for 30 years, so what would you do if you were Larry Ellison and wanted people to invite you to parties again? So this is all very exciting, and if you're on Wall Street, you make lots of money from it. But what has all of this got us if we're actually out in the tech industry? Well, the models keep getting better. Google has another model again today, apparently. There are Chinese models, there are open source models, there are lots of new acronyms. But we don't have any apparent moat, and we don't really have any clarity on what the product or the value capture is going to look like. We still don't really know how this is going to work in 5 years' time. This is what I mean by far more models. This is deliberately a very simple chart. There are more models every week. They keep getting better, kind of in a straight line. But they're all kind of the same. This is the top 10 models as a percentage of the top model on 2 of the different most general purpose benchmarks. And the point of this is a truncated axis. They're all kind of within 5 to 10% of each other. And every week there's a new one that's in the lead, and sometimes they're a bit more than 5% ahead, but they all kind of converge on the same scores. Where they don't converge is on usage, where we have OpenAI and then we have people who have distribution, and then we have people who don't have distribution. Claude benchmark scores are just as good as anybody else on this chart, but nobody's heard of it. And indeed, you can go back and look at OpenAI and say, well, they've got 800 million weekly active users. Like, everyone's using this stuff now. It's over. It's over. We're done. But if you go and ask, well, what does a weekly active user mean? You discover that most people who are using this don't use it very much. Most people who are using generative AI use it once a week or once a month, and this week they haven't thought of anything that they could do with it. You see much the same picture on all the other data that we can get to. And so we get this question like, well, what is it that would drive this to become part of everybody's life? Is it just early? Is it the wrong use cases? Is it that most people don't actually think like that and aren't able to use a general purpose tool like that? How much, in other words, as Steve Jobs tells us, how much do you have to work out what the product should be and show it to them? Do you have to start with the experience and work back with the technology rather than spraying the technology at everybody? So if you're building a model lab, where do you compete? Do you go down the stack and compete on capital, which is what happened in chips and aircraft and AWS? Or do you go up the stack and you compete on network effects and product and go to market the way the software industry works? What you can't do is just have a commodity model and put dollars on it. In that light, I think it's very interesting to look at Microsoft, which used to have no capital and sell you a $1 CD for $500, and last quarter they spent 45% of their revenue on CapEx. So are they shifting away from network effects? If you're OpenAI, the answer is yes, everything, tomorrow, yesterday, straight away, please, with somebody else's balance sheet. Everything from chips to buying Johnny Ive to app platforms and data sets and e-commerce integrations, everything right now on somebody else's balance sheet. As Jim Barksdale told us, there's two ways you can make money. You can bundle or you can unbundle, and OpenAI is doing both of those with app platforms and browsers and social media and everything else. But you're not going to be able to outcompete every startup in the world if the product is to just build more software on top of the stack. So where is the value capture going to be in building models? Is it in the models themselves? Is it in having the most capital? Or is it in building normal software companies and taking them to market the way we've done it with every other platform shift in the past? It seems like that might be the answer. And that takes me to thinking about what's happening outside of the tech industry. How is it that you deploy new technology? Well, what's the pattern? How do you always do it? To start with, you absorb it, you make it a feature, you automate the stuff you already know, and it takes a bit longer to work out new things, new products, new revenue lines, new innovations, and then maybe someone comes along and disrupts the market. Most of what's been happening so far is that step one, those easy, obvious places where you absorb it into what you're already doing, which is software development, marketing, customer support, a lot of automation inside big companies, automating individual point solutions, but it's what you can easily see. How would you work out beyond that what you would automate? Well, you go and hire some consultants. Accenture claims to be doing over $1.5 billion of new generative AI bookings every quarter. And then you do a bunch of pilots. But it's kind of worth remembering that pilots and deployment takes a while. This is people who already use generative AI. Even though everyone in tech has been saying agentic really loudly for the last 1.5 or 2 years, it's actually a very, very small proportion that's actually got its way into production. And that's because it just kind of takes time. Something like a third of big companies have got at least one generative AI product in deployment so far, but like another quarter don't plan to do anything just yet. It takes a while. In fact, it always takes a while. If you're in tech, cloud is old and boring, but it's actually only about a third of enterprise workflows. It just takes a while to deploy this stuff. Of course, once you've deployed it, then everything changes. This is a chart of barcodes. Once the grocery industry deployed barcodes, then it became possible to manage 5 or 10 times more SKUs. You could change how the whole of the rest of your industry worked once you've done this very simple but very difficult piece of automation. And so that gets to back to kind of the question at the beginning of this section, like everyone's had a bunch of AI presentations, everyone's deployed a bunch of stuff, but what is the disruption? What is the fundamental change? Is this just automation? Is it something else? In other words, how would you think about the innovation and the disruption rather than just the automation? And trying to ask that question now is like asking what the internet will do in like 1997. But you can kind of try and look for kind of really kind of core structural questions. And I'm kind of posing two here. The first is if we go back to the internet, this unbundled a lot of things from physical. You didn't need physical assets anymore, and very often you didn't realize that was what you were. You didn't realize you were a bundle until the internet changed it. So what is it that LLMs will change? The second answer is the internet unbundled or created all sorts of new aggregation models, whether that's Amazon or DoorDash or Instagram. How do LLMs change that? How could they give that aggregation, recommendation, discovery, suggestion in different ways? If AI gives you infinite interns on the first slide, well, what would you do with infinite interns? How does that change your business? Do you do the same work with fewer people? Do you do more work with the same number of people? Was employing lots of people the thing that made you defensible? What becomes possible if you don't need millions of people? What was only possible if you could get 5 million people to work on it, and now you don't need that? Now you can get that in a machine, and you can automate it. I don't know, but lots of people will try and find out. This is what happened in the 19th century. Steam engines gave the UK something like 250 million equivalent labor units, 250 million extra working pairs of hands to build stuff and pull stuff and make things. What will generative AI do to give us that kind of equivalent in productivity and labor? The other side of that question, how do we think about what this does to internet platforms? Before the internet, we had human editors, whether that was in a shop or a TV station or a newspaper or a magazine. People decided what we saw. On the internet, we scaled that massively, and now we have algorithms deciding what we see, and those algorithms are all kind of fed by us. YouTube knows what we would like by looking at what people do. An LLM doesn't necessarily need to do that, and it can understand things at a different level, and maybe it can understand more things in different ways. So maybe it can shift all of those giant platforms and all of those algorithms into different places. This is, as I suggested earlier, an awful lot of value to capture. The global ad industry is about $1 trillion, and big tech companies have about half of that. And they're all using this to optimize their existing business. This is the absorb phase. They're optimizing their ad businesses. Marketers are using this to optimize asset creation. They're all going from making 5 assets to 100 assets or 300 assets for every campaign. But there was an old joke, a couple of years ago, a joke that half of AI would be turning 3 bullet points into emails, and the other half would be turning emails into 3 bullet points. And so if what we're actually doing is using AI to turn 3 bullet points into 300 ads, who's going to be looking at the ads? And how will they be deciding what you should do? This is what gets us to agentic commerce. I just go to ChatGPT or Gemini and say, what should I buy? And that gets you a very different buying journey to Amazon or Instagram or anything we've been doing in the past. Of course, again, this is very, very early. If you're in tech, everyone stopped using Google. But outside of tech, even like the young people who are supposed to get this stuff are not really doing that very much. Most people are still using search where we've always used it. And we should remember, the web has been dying since it started. These are 2 covers from Wired from 10 and 20 years ago. The web is dying again now, maybe, perhaps, we don't know. But we should kind of push back and think, what's the sort of fundamental question that we were trying to ask here? This is a shop in Tokyo that only sells 1 book. You don't have to go into, when you go into the shop, you don't have to work out what book to buy. But on the internet, we have infinite product, infinite media, infinite retail space. We have no idea what to buy, and we have these very imperfect systems to try and find it for us. And now we have systems that will understand that at very different levels of abstraction and be able to make very different kinds of recommendation. What will they recommend? What will they change? How do we split things apart around what you asked for? Why did you ask for that? Why are you hiring those people? Why are you making this purchase? Is it about just getting the thing, just pure utility? Or is it about experience, curation, recommendation, authenticity? Do you want to have some mood music for an hour, or do you want the artist's authentic experience? Why is this being created? In other words, what is our AI strategy is a lot of very different questions depending on who you're asking and why you're asking. And then, just some final observations. All the stuff we were excited about before AI is still there. E-commerce is 30% of retail now and going up further and more outside of the USA. Waymo has autonomous cars working. And maybe some other companies will be able to do it as well. Meta is working on glasses. Some people are excited about humanoid robots. But we should kind of go back and think, again, how many times have we been here before? This is an IBM ad from 1951 that said their electronic calculator will give you 150 engineers. How many AI ads are basically saying exactly the same thing? This is a US government report from 1955 about automation, which is what people called technology then. And this is a passage in that. What was going to get automated? One thing that might get automated was electronically controlled elevators. This is what they're talking about. This is an elevator in my apartment building in Manhattan. It's a manually operated elevator. This is what elevators were. And then technology meant you could automate it. When's the last time you got into an elevator and said, I'm using an automatic elevator now? It's just a lift. This is the number of people employed as elevator attendants in the USA. First, we build lots of elevators, then we automate them, then we forget that they were ever not automated. This is Larry Tesler in 1970 saying exactly the same thing. AI is whatever machines can't do yet, because once it works, once you've automated it, you forget that anything was ever any different. The world has completely changed in ways that were completely different from anything else, and then it happens again 10 years later, and then 10 years later, and then 10 years later, and we just carry on automating everything and forgetting about it. And with that, I will say thank you.
Let's start with the company that's changing how startups grow.
Clay is an AI-powered go-to-market platform that helps teams find and reach customers faster. So instead of juggling the 10 tools you used to need, now with Clay you can bring the process into one place, and from all the way from data collection to outreach.
And it's working. Clay has grown to over 10,000 customers, integrates data from 150 data sources, and recently hit a $3 billion valuation after a round led by Capital G.
So how do you even build something that scales that fast? What does go-to-market even mean, and what does it mean in the age of AI? And how do you turn a sales buzzword into a true engine of growth?
Here to unpack with us is Varun Anand, co-founder and COO of Clay, and Jade Alexander, investment partner at Capital G.
Let's give them a huge round of applause, and they're gonna do an entrance, so give them a special round of applause. Come on.
I imagine it's, it's Chinese, distracting. But we just learned what airwalking was, and we were like, let's try it. And now there's smoke.
And now there's smoke, and I feel like we probably gave one of the best or worst demonstrations of what airwalking could look like.
I think it was pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
But you didn't really even do it. You were kind of like half stepping into it.
What? I was all in.
Okay.
Well, thank you all for being here. We're really excited to chat with you. For those of you who don't know, we have Varun, who is not only the co-founder and COO of Clay, but also probably the most energetic person that I have ever met.
Hence the airwalking.
Yeah. Hence the airwalking.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about the art of go-to-market. The first thing that I want to talk about with you, Varun.
Yes. Is it the shoes? The shoes are very good, I think.
It's not the shoes.
Okay.
They are good.
They
are good
Clay shoes.
They're very good shoes.
Yeah, I would highly recommend them.
But you have a bit of a reputation for some pretty unhinged marketing.
Like the airwalking.
Like the airwalking, like you've made a kung fu movie starring your customers.
Yeah.
You've hosted an event about rolling joints.
Yes.
Talk to us about what's going on over there. What's behind this?
Yeah, well, I think for us, it's so funny. Actually, someone just messaged me today about a lot of feedback about how we don't have enough product marketing and how we have just viral marketing. So I think that's, we're going to create some more balance there.
Balance.
But I think actually with marketing, a lot of it is just about attention share and capturing attention share. And, most people are spending their time airwalking because they're on TikTok, doom scrolling. She only downloaded TikTok once, but it was so much that, she scrolled it so much that they had a warning for her that she had to, get up and go get some water. That's what most people are doing, And so if people are doing that, how are you going to break through? How are you going to create attention? How are you going to stay on their mind, especially as a B2B software company? Yeah. So that is what's really top of mind. And then also people, I think, people are just way too conservative with enterprise buyers because they're just humans. They're just people like us. And they don't just get their information from Gartner or Forrester or whatever. They actually do a lot of things. And so I think for us, it's how do you communicate with people in a way that feels authentic and novel? And truly, I think it also comes down to the people you hire for this, right? Because I think we have a very non-traditional hiring philosophy. Most of our marketers have not done marketing before. I'll tell you a story about Jessica Jin, who comes up with a lot of these ideas. We almost started a pickleball business together years ago. But she actually, this is very American for the audience, but in the state of Texas, they had a law where you could have guns publicly, but you couldn't actually have sex toys publicly. And so she organized a protest where it was called Cocks, Not Glocks, and they would carry dildos. So thousands of people in the state of Texas were marching with dildos to protest this like gun law, okay? And so that is actually marketing, even though it was a political kind of thing, but that is the skill set and the energy and the mindset that B2B doesn't have, and we're trying to like bring more energy in and just trying to do things that feel authentic to us.
Totally. I feel like right now there is this divide between people who want to be creative in B2B marketing and people who just think that sheer volume is the answer.
Yeah.
And one of the things you've done to make this different at Clay is you've kind of invented this new role called the go-to-market engineer.
Yeah.
And now it's one of the fastest growing. Now I'm seeing it on LinkedIn all the time, go-to-market engineering, head of go-to-market engineering.
Yeah. All of you should hire for a go-to-market engineer, by the way. If you aren't, you should do it right now.
So tell us what it is. Like first, what is it and why did you need to create a new role? Why couldn't you just kind of hire a different profile?
Yeah. So before the last thing on the viral marketing thing is we're going to do some more marketing elements in this conversation, and we're going to have some live elements to the interaction, first time ever at Slush. So just start thinking in your mind about growth challenges, and we're going to have like an interactive element, okay? So just to have like a carrot to make sure people aren't doom scrolling TikTok during this conversation. I think, so basically how to go-to-market engineering, right? So on this topic, we weren't actually setting out to create a role. Actually, originally it originated from us trying to do sales. And I actually interviewed dozens of account executives and didn't feel like any of them were like a good fit. This is no offense to account executives, but like I think we've been all been on calls where you meet a salesperson, you do a demo, and you ask technical questions, and they bring in a sales engineer. And what we're looking for, we have a very complicated product in many ways, at least at the time. It's simplified a bit now, and it's very. You want a consultant almost. You want someone who understands go-to-market deeply, who can help you think through the use cases that make sense with your product. And that skill set was just not an account executive skill set. And so we were like, who matches that? Well, it's like growth and ops people, technical builders who are systematic in thinking, who have a commercial sense, and let's have them do sales. And then Kareem and I were thinking of a name for this, and GTM engineer felt really appropriate. Ultimately, we realized that people were hiring these folks to use Clay and other tools internally. And so we have that team as well. And that's become the role that many companies from Cursor and Lovable to OpenAI have all adopted. And it's people who are using Clay and other products to build revenue systems, using automation and AI to scale revenue without having to scale headcount. And so that is kind of the ethos of it. And you can hire for it. We'll help you hire for it if you want. We have these job boards and stuff like that. But really, it's people who have this commercial sense, the systems orientation, very hacky experimentation mindset, and it's bringing a much more product mindset to go-to-market. And their North Star is automating a lot of the work that sales and success and marketing do so they can focus on selling.
Totally. And it feels like for these go-to-market engineers, in order to bring new creative ways of going to market to life, the art of go-to-market, some might say, you need new tools like Clay.
Yeah.
But you also need like creative ideas. I think that is the biggest blocker that people have. And so the interactive element that we're going to do with you all today is we're actually going to ask 3 people for real growth challenges that you have in your business today, and we're going to help kind of go-to-market engineer some potential solutions.
And Jane, by the way, she's humble, but she was the CMO of Carta before being an investor. So not just a VC. She has useful experience that we can help with.
So while people are thinking of their growth challenges, can you talk us through some of the most unique, most off the wall, most creativity inspiring examples of how people have used Clay?
Yeah, I mean, Clay, just so you know, we build software that helps you turn any growth idea into reality. And the basic use cases are, okay, let's dramatically improve your data quality because we aggregate data from 150 vendors. We use AI to make it better and help you find new data points that a vendor won't have. And I'll share some of those. And traditional use cases are like OpenAI and Anthropic, where we 3x their data quality from 30% to north of 90%. Figma, Rippling, Verkada, all using Clay to automate personalized landing pages at scale, or automated outbound projects, or automating your inbound and building a self-serve to enterprise pipeline. So these are all kind of the traditional use cases. But let's talk about something more creative, right? So, just a couple days ago, I was in Amsterdam and hosting our event there, and someone came up to me, and he's actually in the yachting industry, okay? Now, first of all, I didn't know anything about the yachting industry. So, it turns out there are super yachts and mega yachts, and they all buy smaller yachts, the yachts that this guy sells. This is not a place where I expected Clay to have a use case and where I expected innovation to thrive.
There are a lot of venture capitalists in the audience. I think they know the
Okay,
yachts,
this is great.
mega
Okay,
yachts. They
okay,
get
great.
It. They
So there's
get
a lot
it.
of rich VCs. Benedict was on here before, and he looked really rich. You know, like there's a lot of rich VCs here, and they go to a boat show. All right. But you know, a lot of VCs, not Jane, of course, but they're not dressed that well, right? So how do you know? There's no Rolex. Like, how do you know they're rich? How do you know they're gonna buy your yacht? Well, this is how they do it. So they fill out like brief information. That triggers a webhook into Clay, which gets you a lot of data, right? It's like, what is this person's net worth? Where do they live? How many houses do they own? Does the country they're in have a boating culture? How close is their address to a marina, right? Do we have any mutual contacts in our CRM with that person? Very unique data that can help you understand if they are, if they could buy a yacht, and will they buy your yacht? And then they actually send a WhatsApp message to the seller at the boat show in like 20 seconds and saying, hey, go prioritize Jane, prioritize Benedict, right? And that's crazy. Another crazy use case is waste management, the trash company. They actually don't even know who their customers are because they sell through a lot of subsidiaries. So they use Clay to have AI analyze satellite images to look at the colors of the dumpsters outside people's homes to determine if they're their customers or not, right? So very clever, creative use cases to grow a business.
Often when people come to me and they say, hey, I want to use Clay, like how do I get started? My advice to them is, you have been conditioned for so long just to think about like what types of data you have available to you today. You have to throw all of that out. Like you can't think about your world and the systems that you've had in the past. Yeah. Just think about the problem that you have, and more data points, more helpful ways of approaching that problem will come up. So now is the time that we're going to ask a couple of folks in the audience, and we're like really zeroing in on people in the front because we can at least see you, to help us share one kind of growth challenge, maybe what your product does, who your customers are, and we will help think
and we're
of
going to
some
live
creative
kind
ideas.
of hack this with you.
We're going to do it live.
Do it live.
We're doing it live.
And these people are not planted. We don't know who they are, truly. I mean, maybe we do, but we haven't discussed this. So what we're looking for is volunteers. If no one volunteers, we'll be very sad, and it'll be very awkward. But we're looking for volunteers who want to discuss
Someone's got to volunteer.
their business. Okay, boom, we got someone right here.
got
Let's go.
someone.
And we have someone in the back
Thank
right
you.
there as well. Okay, so we got two, and we're looking for a third. We'll come back, and there's a third.
Oh, we got one there. Oh,
okay,
now
great.
they're
We
coming
got
out of
third
the
right
woodwork.
there. Okay, we have three. All right, let's start with you.
First of all, such a great opportunity.
We can't hear you.
You sure? You sure? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great opportunity to be here. My name is Yankee. I'm one of the co-founders of Wamo. We are a fintech serving SMEs with financial services. We have a license and based in Helsinki, and we've been growing quite efficiently the past couple of years. Our biggest problem at the moment is speed and localization, because we're working in a fragmented market such as Europe. How do we speed up? How do we communicate the team? How do we align all our resources to be able to execute with the local approach?
Okay, I've got one.
Okay. Go
So
ahead.
part of the problem, it sounds like, is you've been doing an amazing job, and congratulations. Part of the problem is around localizing to all the different fragmented places in Europe. Some companies will use Clay and plug into their web platform of choice, so like a Webflow or whatever you might have, and you can live create for each individual prospect that you have. When you send out the email, you can make it such that when you click that link, it's a customized landing page that is generated on the fly for them in their local language. You could even probably include specific use cases based on the type of company that you're working with in that web page language. So instead of sending everybody the same homepage that's kind of architected for everyone and therefore no one, you can send them to a specific custom landing page in their language and with their use cases.
That's a good Clay one. I'm going to do a non-Clay one, so I'm not biased.
I'm only doing Clay ones.
If I were you, I would prioritize two things. I would prioritize brand and community. And the reason I prioritize those two things is on brand. Look, if I'm a company and I'm doing payments are the most important thing. It's very trustworthy, right? And so what am I going to go with? Honestly, I'm going to go with Adyen or Stripe, right? And Stripe's right there, by the way, right? So for a newcomer to enter that, it's like a lot of skepticism. So I need to really trust it. So I need to understand the brand, especially if you're based in Finland and all these things. So brand building is like one thing. And then the second thing is community building, because that is what you can, it's very fragmented, you're right. Every country has different things. So if you actually have communities where you can create some ecosystem, then you can kind of build on top of that, and you have fans, and you have some base to start with. If you don't, then you're it's going to be really hard to kind of just go to enterprises cold. And so that's a really good tactic on like how to do it. But like from a higher level prioritization of growth, I would focus on brand and community building.
And for community, you can use Clay to scrape different event websites to understand what events and what communities might already exist that you can start tapping into. I'm always bringing back Clay.
Okay, there we go. All right, let's go. Okay, and we had two others. I think one was right there, right? And then right there, yeah.
Hi. So.
Turn it on.
Does it work? It's on. I think it does. Okay, well, apparently I can just talk. Nice, okay. So we've got this platform for training small language models, right? So they're the same as large language models, but they're small, easy to use, very efficient. But then we struggle to find like at scale people who build on top of small language models. So we have the inbound approach, right? We produce some content, let them come to us. But if we want to do outbound, like how do we find people that use small language models? It's not like we've tried a lot of leadless generators.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Clay probably too, but we're not, we're not go-to-market people. So
Right.
how can we identify them? It seems like something that you do perfectly with all of your infinite access to information about individuals.
Right. Yeah, so this one could be a good Clay one, right? Though, just to be clear, like there are certainly just not to harp on the community thing on this one, but there are certainly communities that do this, and so, but we can do both on this, right? So first, I would understand what communities are working on this, right? Do they live in WhatsApp groups? Are they on Reddit communities? Like where those people are, and engage with them there. The Clay use case on top of that would be Reddit, WhatsApp, GitHub, LinkedIn posts, right? These are like 4 things off the top of my head that you can do programmatically. So what I would do immediately is I would use, you can do social listening in Clay for a bunch of these. You can also use a tool, it's European by the way, a tool called Syften, Syften, and you can do that for social listening in Slack communities and Reddit communities. And you can use that plus doing programmatic scraping of GitHub repos and LinkedIn posts, and for this type of stuff. And then you can get their personal emails. You can then connect it to their work emails, and then through Clay, and then you can prospect them through there. So that would be, the source would be the communities. The ways you get it are Syften and Clay, and then you would do workflows taking from personal email to work email, and then outreaching them through there.
That's kind of what we have now.
And it's not working.
Well, it gets a lot of people who use things like that as students, or maybe are interested.
Well, that would be the issue where
these are to the noise.
You're not qualifying them at the last piece, where you're taking from personal email to work email.
Yeah, maybe that's fair.
And because if you're not doing that, then they're just students, and they're not like people who can pay you money. And then you can also qualify from the comments too. So I think that's the missing piece at the end.
The last part is probably needs a lot of work.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thanks for sharing it.
Hi, I'm Jenny Rompainen, the founder of PhotoBee. So what we do is we make photography approximately 5 times cheaper and faster.
Wow, amazing. That sounds like a good tagline.
Yes, I get that a lot. So the core of it is that we're a marketplace for like very skilled iPhone photographers.
Okay.
Currently, we're still operating in Helsinki. We've been getting like more data and of course already a good amount of paying customers. But then the next steps, we have this like customer group that's like B2B. It's like more like smaller businesses who have these tight budgets. Another interesting niche, of course, is dating app photos for men. But I think for now, we see the biggest like growth and this like constant like orders in the B2B or this like professional sector. So now that we are considering like other markets and we want to move like very fast. So what would be the efficient way in this section to actually do more like validation and just get out there? Because so like not to just rely on content creation.
No, I have an idea for you, which is what I would do, an immediate idea, and this is a Clay use case that you could do, is I would prospect. So I would go to B2B companies' websites in whatever region you care about, go to their About page, have an AI agent in Clay go to their About page, and look and see if they have a team section, And if they have a team section, do they have photos for the team people? Okay? And if they don't have photos for team people, boom, that's an immediate opportunity for you to sell. If they do, and if they don't have a team section, also an opportunity for you to, because it's actually better for the company to showcase who they are. It'll be better for recruiting. And if they do have a team section, maybe the photos are old. And an AI agent using Clay can analyze all of that. And that's like an immediate kind of like outbound campaign that I would do.
Okay.
The only thing I would add is you can, for small businesses, if you have a really strong niche in some places, through Clay you can also integrate with Google Maps. And a lot of companies that are trying to find small businesses can go through and not only find local businesses through Google Maps, but search the comments. So we have a portfolio company that has something to do with music, and they search for the words karaoke or live music in bars and restaurants. And I'm sure there might be use cases or keywords that come up in reviews that might be relevant for you. You can also search.
Thank you. Those are really good tips. Okay. If you need professional LinkedIn photos, remember PhotoBee.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for, thank you for doing that. That was a good
way
time.
better than I expected it would go. I thought it would be a disaster, but I'm really glad it worked out.
Okay, so we have a few more minutes. What I do want to talk about a little bit is, I feel like we were talking about tooling, we're talking about what you can use AI for. I think not everything is a good AI use case today.
Yeah.
And I think you famously have banned AI for certain things at Clay.
Yeah,
Can
like
you tell
writing.
us about this?
Yeah, okay, so I think basically that so many of these companies, like if you look at like the new Open Door CEO or like all these, or Shopify, they're like all these big companies are like use AI for everything. If you're not using AI, you're not doing your job. If you're not, and I'm like, I understand where it's coming from and where the top-down pressure is coming from, but sometimes I worry it's missing the point. And I think there are some use cases where it could be better, but I think there are a lot of trade-offs to a lot of these issues. So in coding, for example, if you use AI for coding like thoroughly, you're going to not fully understand the reason for why you're doing things. You're going to make mistakes. You're not going to be able to debug the issues that emerge. If you use AI for marketing like we just talked about, is all about standing out. Literally, a large language model or a small language model, it's all about getting data from what's happening and like synthesizing that. And so if you're writing based on AI, you're actually reverting back to the mean. And that's not the point of marketing. The point of marketing is to be authentic and to be creative and stand out. And so we tell our team, don't use AI for writing, as an example. I'm not like a bear on AI, but I just think people are too just like use it for everything, default to it. If you don't, you're not doing your job. And I think there's way more nuance here and a lot of use cases where the human touch and the creativity is really important.
Yeah, it's like you can use it to automate some of the parts of your job, but if you automate the ideas using AI, you're kind of missing
and the feeling
out.
and the color.
Yeah. You are in Helsinki right now, in part because you're expanding into Europe.
Yes.
And so
we're all in on Europe.
Talk to us about that. There have been so many sessions that we've had today about the state of Europe. There's been a lot of comparison to the US. Why go to Europe? Why now? Talk to us about that decision from a go-to-market perspective.
Basically, I think there's a huge opportunity for us in Europe. And look, more than 20% of our self-serve revenue is already coming from Europe. The retention curves for our business are really strong here. We have a strong set of communities in France and the UK and Germany and in the Nordics. And I think that the opportunities is the competition is not really there in many ways. And so I think we're trying to go for it. And we've hired a leader. We're building out a team in London. We're hiring there. And I actually just feel the energy every time I'm here, and I feel the demand, and it feels like a place where we could really make a lot of impact and where we can help companies grow in a way that's really authentic to them. So we're very focused on Europe, and I'm going to even move here for a little bit with my family. So we're very excited and committed to Europe right now.
Amazing. So also a good thing to talk about with any founders who are looking to expand internationally across Europe or in the US.
Yeah.
With our final minute, a lot of this has been about creativity, about how creativity is really important in go-to-market, in the art of go-to-market. I think that creativity requires changing your mind.
Yeah.
It requires being flexible enough to shift on things that you hold dear.
Yeah.
What is one thing that you have made a 180-degree flip on since your time with Clay?
I think for me, I used to it would be about people and how we view people and how we hire people. I used to make a lot of value judgments on people, right? Like this person's smart, this person's not smart. And now I really just think of everything as fit. I think of people kind of orbiting, each other, and I'm just trying to figure out at what point they intersect with us in our journey and when that makes sense for their journey. And people, this is hard because like when you work with your investors, people suggest, hey, here's a star of this company, here's a star of Google, whatever. And maybe they are a star. And a lot of people are stars in a lot of contexts, but can they be a star in your context, And can they be a fit where you are? And that is the art of hiring. And it's like, you just have to spend a lot of time understanding who the human is, spend a lot of time just getting a lot of information about them. And like, this is the whole point of how we hire, right? When we do non-traditional hires, we're looking at their underlying skill sets. We're seeing how Jessica's viral marketing and politics matches to the viral marketing we want to do at Clay, right? And then taking a bet on that. And that is actually what creates alpha for us and how we do unique things that helps us stand out.
Yeah, it really shows. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you for sharing your distribution problems with us. We really appreciate it.
And we're going to airwalk back.
Moonwalk or airwalk?
Airwalk, we're gonna airwalk. All right. I don't know how to moonwalk. We're gonna airwalk.
What an entrance, what an exit. What an entrance, what an exit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Generative AI is changing how we create. Images and videos can now be done with few words. Is used to take immense production effort.
Runway is one of the companies making this real. For example, you can edit videos simply by prompting a model to do some edits.
Behind those tools is deep research. Their goal is to create these general world models. Sounds intense.
Did you know that Runway actually started as a research project at the university and now is leading this new fiercely competitive field?
Let's welcome them on stage. Co-founder and CEO of Runway, Cristobal Valenzuela, and Yajo Sun from Bloomberg. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
And more cheaply. I'm sure that you have been following the development of AI generated videos. It's been truly extraordinary. A lot of them come up on my Instagram feed. Chris, you have built a company since 2018, and it really started as a research lab, from that came from the thesis from NYU. So can you talk, take us to the back, like how did you found the company? Where did the idea come from?
Yeah. So the origins of Runway date back to, as you were saying, almost a decade ago, so 10 years ago. We were doing research in like art school at the time, and trying to understand how neural networks can be used to create and synthesize and generate media. And so in 2018, we came across some interesting breakthroughs at the time that were thought were interesting to kind of research more about and see if there's something around this idea of creating long-form content that could like be generated with AI. But you need to remember that 2018 in AI is like the 1800s, right?
Sure.
The resolution and the outputs of the models at the time were very tiny and small. Mm-hmm. And so it was a big bet to try to understand if we could scale those models to the point where you can not only generate consistent images, but consistent videos and consistent like 3D geometries and other things as well. And that's the bet we made 7 years ago when we started the company, which has been remarkably like the same today, which is like we're building these systems, these general intelligence systems that can hopefully generate and synthesize anything you can imagine. And that was the thesis we started back then in 2018.
So you launched a Gen 4 model recently. Yes. Can you talk about the technical capabilities? How is it different from the last generation?
Sure. So Gen 4 is our latest public model. It's a really consistent, really good model for cinematic video generation. So it's widely being used in Hollywood, in media, in filmmaking, in advertising, in games. It's a model that excels at like physics accurate like motion. So you can have things interacting in the world. You can have occlusion. You can have movements in ways that resemble hopefully what you want to see from a model at that scale. Gen 4, it's only been like live for 6 months. We released the first ever video model back in 2023, and that was Gen 1. And so we've been through, I would say, 4 iterations for models in 2 years or so, and now that timeline is shrinking. So hopefully we're going to get to a point where you can see major releases, hopefully every couple months.
If you haven't seen any of the videos generated by Runway, I highly recommend it. There are these short films that you can see on YouTube. They're incredible. I have to ask, there's a lot of criticism of the so-called AI slop, where there's, the storyline doesn't really quite make sense, and they're quite random, and they come up. And what are your thoughts on that? Are people just using your technology to generate these content that don't seem to carry much value?
I'm an art nerd, and I like the history of art. And I think we've seen slop before. Photography was slop in the mid-1800s. Cinema, motion pictures in the 1900s was slop. The artistic class at the time really, really rejected photography and filmmaking. It was like an antithesis of everything they wanted to see in the world. And a small group of artists and engineers and thinkers at the time just understood this as a medium. They understood that eventually the camera, moving pictures, had to have its own language, right? And I think the mistake was to judge photography at the time by the lens of what a painter looks at the world, the way the painter looks at the world. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now, where a lot of what you can make with AI, we're judging it with the lens of professional high-end filmmaking, And for me, it's that's probably the wrong lens to look through it. This is a new medium. It's a new way of creating. It's a new form of expression. There's, of course, things that are going to be not interesting, but there's a lot of things that are really interesting. And focusing on the bad or the boring parts is not that interesting for me. I much better prefer to think about what are the net new things that you can do with this. If you think about video, media, general world models as a new medium of creation, then who are the artists and the people kind of finding the language of sorts that's common to that new thing. And that for me has been a consistent pattern in the kind of evolution of AI over the last 10 years, is that we always judge the new thing by the lens of the old thing, which I think is a mistake if you consider that the new thing is just totally new.
It's interesting that you use the painting versus photography comparison. I presume that photography probably didn't even have a name for many, many years. Do you feel would you predict that in 10 years we wouldn't even call it AI videos?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's actually a great point, and it's true. Photography didn't have a name for a long time. When daguerreotypes were first invented around mid-1800s, people used to speak about them as mirrors with memories, which is a great, beautiful kind of description of what a photography is, right? It kind of is like a mirror with a memory. And that was what people were seeing at the time. But what happened was eventually enough people experimented with the medium, enough people played with it and understood that it was more than a mirror and it was more than a painting. And then we started building this language of photography, which gave eventually birth to motion pictures. We gave eventually birth to a whole new art form, which is cinema. I think we're in the mirror with a memory phase of AI, right? We're looking at this and we're trying to make sense of it with the language and the world, mental models that we have today that are not well suited for, I would say, what you can do with the models in the long term. And there's many more things that we'll start to see that we just never were able to do before, and we'll need to figure out the right words to describe it. And so for me, that's the most interesting part. I don't have the answer for that. I think probably those words and those mental models will emerge from the collective kind of iteration of many just trying new things.
So I think investors are really embracing the video medium these days, and there are quite a few startups here in Europe as well. Black Forest Labs, for example, Veed, Synthesia. But when you got started, I imagine that you didn't have quite the same appetite from investors. So I presume there are many young founders in the room. So talk a little bit about that. What was that like pitching them the idea?
Oh, it was hard. It was impossible. I mean, if I showed you 10 years ago what image, there wasn't even a video model altogether, right? Mm-hmm. And image models weren't really a thing. There was a couple, one or two models that could do some really early, really low res, really pixelated generative outputs. And so when we pitched and we were trying to do this, which is hey, this is a new art form, this is a new medium. I think this is going to change how we do film, how we do ads, how we do media, how we do pretty much video all across. people thought we were insane. Like, I remember, I think I pitched 100 times and 98 people thought it was just like, this is insane and it's never going to work. So many people told me just like do something else or work on slides, work on whatever else you could think, And I think there wasn't a consensus around it. And I think the thing I've realized over time is if there's no consensus around it, it's probably really worth going there.
Oh,
like
okay.
when there is consensus, it's too late. When there's a name for it, it's too late. When there's a mental, like, I think investors love doing market maps, certs. I think that's too late. Like market maps are where ideas go to die. It's like you've segmented like things as you think are going to work. But I think eventually like the role of innovation is to disrupt that in the first place, right?
Sure.
And it's going to look really unconventional and like strange and weird until it works, right? And so I think we've learned research as we build Runway is try to search for those ideas that are still non-consensus, those ideas that feel like that's strange, that feels weird, because eventually if they work, they're going to become consensus, and you want to be always kind of pushing the boundary in that way.
So you obviously have competition from the larger, perhaps newer entrants, VO3 from Google, Sora by OpenAI. How do you plan to, how do you square that? Because, obviously they're backed with much bigger compute power than you do.
They do, but we still have better models than them.
Okay.
A couple things. I think, first of all, when you create a new market, and if the market is interesting enough, you're going to have competition, right? So I think it would be unreasonable to think that if you create this idea of video and media models that can create consistent kind of imageries, if it's interesting enough, you're going to have other people follow. And I think that's already happening, right? That's to your point. We're seeing large companies and large research labs now following the same path, right? And I think it's great. It means that there's enough interest and enough of a big opportunity here for others to also try to build. I do think that if you look right now pragmatically at what is being going on, like I would say the race of building these models is that there's like a function of data and compute and resources, but there's another one that I think people underestimate, which is taste, which is intuition, right? Building these models, it's not just like throwing money at a problem. I think there's enough companies out there who've been trying to throw a lot of money at it and still can get the performance and the quality that you need. And I think part of it is there's an advantage of being good at trying something for many times and seeing what actually works. And you build some sort of like natural understanding of where to optimize and what to optimize in the first place. And I think that's very hard to buy. It's just experience. Like experience is built and it's gained by building things over time.
Okay.
And one of the things I would say we've excelled is we've tried this for almost 8 years. So we've tried many things. We kind of have a good sense of, I would say, a good understanding of our research direction. We started working on world models in 2021. We started building these video models when there wasn't a consensus around video models in the first place. And there's stuff that we're working on right now that doesn't feel yet consensus, that doesn't feel yet attainable. And I think those are the things that are going to define the kind of next evolution of AI. The things that are in the fringe, in the like side parts of the industry. And I think you need innovation. You need smaller companies, very lean companies that can do that. And I think we're in a very well position to do that.
I think a big worry for the large language model players is that the world doesn't have enough data, and that we're relying too much on synthetic data. And I believe that you have licensing deals with Getty Images. Are you worried about that? Do you think the video medium is not going to run into that problem?
No, I think I think there's enough data out there that we haven't even like fully tapped. I also think there's human labeled data. So if you think about like, I don't know, reading stuff, books or articles, that's things we humans have written about, and it's written in the way that we see the world. All of our biases are there. Like language as a medium has an encoded view of the world that actually is not the representative world. It's not reality, right? There's data that you can use to train models that's much more closer to actual reality, like unobserved, like untouched, like by humans. And you can think about like scientific observational data. You can think about just like recordings that are not necessarily like parsed in the way that we might used or trained models before that is just sitting there, right? And so there's enough data, I would say, to train these models in multimodal ways that we still haven't yet touched. We mostly rely on web data. I think web data is like the old paradigm. There's enough new data that will come not from the web, but from the real world, from sensing, from measuring, from gathering images, from like collecting enough of video outputs. And that's, I think, just the beginning of it.
Okay. Well, there is no question that Hollywood is really embracing AI, and your technology is being used by the giants from Netflix to Disney. But at the same time, it's been widely reported that there is a destruction. The creative industry in LA has been really decimated post-COVID. Studios are pulling back and they're creating less content, and many animators and such have lost their livelihoods, and people sort of blame,
Right.
the likes of your company for that. Do you think that's a fair criticism?
I do and I don't. I think one thing that some people in the creative world have forgotten is, I think, the history of art is the history of technology. Those two things are intertwined, right? Hollywood was built as an industry on the backbones of major scientific technological breakthroughs, right? The camera at the time was a technological breakthrough. So technology allowed Hollywood in the first place to exist. Animators have built their careers on top of like great technology, right? And this is great technology. It's great technology for many different applications, including arts and media. And one of the things that I would say, I've seen Hollywood, and we're working with, I would say, almost every studio right now, is that studios are finally understanding that these are very powerful tools. And if you know how to wield them and use them, they can take you very far. And of course, it's going to be, so the part that I agree is, of course, there's going to be job changes, yes. But to the point that Benedict was speaking about before, there's a lot of things that change as technology changes, right? We used to have people pressing buttons, so people like moving you in the elevators up and down. There was the equivalent of that in media, which is like people used to play music in theaters. You went to a movie and there was a live orchestra to play the music because movies didn't have sound, right? And when sound came to movies, people revolted. Like there was a strike, there was a huge like backlash because people wanted to prevent talkies from being a thing, right? And now we're like, of course that's not the right move, right? Of course you want sound in movies. Of course there's more jobs to be made. We have Hans Zimmer because movies are made with sound now. There's a lot of new jobs that were created with it. Right now, in AI and like job discussions, I think we're in that same kind of like momentum where we're looking at the new thing with the lens of the old thing. And I think that's a mistake. Like, I'm pretty convinced that you're going to create way more jobs and you have a way more like flourishing media Hollywood industry by embracing AI than by trying to prevent it from actually happening.
Do you feel like we're going to reach a stage where any concept that you can dream of, you can just prototype it with AI? You can bring the idea onto the screen. Like Lovable is very much doing that. They're prototyping ideas for enterprises. Do you think we're going to reach a stage in the future where creators don't even need to, they can just think of something, they can prompt it on your platform and something will come up? And that leads to my second question. If you're someone who's pursuing a job in the creative industry, do you think that person should go to film school still, or should they just,
Yeah, so I guess to answer your first question, I think yes, we're getting to a point where you can create hopefully anything you have in your head, you want to imagine. But here's the thing, when we think about creating, right, we always think about creating in a one-to-many kind of way. We think of, oh, I'm a filmmaker, I'm a creative, I'm an artist, I'm going to create something and millions of people are going to watch it, right? So I need to become, my profession needs to become like the thing I'm making, right? I think that's one part of how you make things these days, but there's a growing trend with AI video, AI image, AI media models where people are making things not for many to consume, but for an audience of one, which is yourself.
Okay.
Right? So think about it this way. If you take a representative sample from everyone in the audience here, I'm assuming a lot of people here go to the gym, like exercise, right? I'm assuming 99% of the people here that go to the gym don't go to the gym to become a professional athlete and like compete in the Olympics and be like the top 1% of whatever sports or exercise they do. They do it because they feel good, right? It's an exercise. You're exercising your muscles.
Okay.
A powerful thing about this idea that you can generate really quick, really kind of fast, and really cheaply content is that you can start exercising your creative muscles. There's a muscle you have in your brain. Creativity is a state of mind. It's a way of looking at the world. And many people have not exercised that muscle in a long time because it's really hard. Like, you have to be trained as an artist. You have to devote your life to it. There's so many people making thousands of videos on a weekly basis in Runway just for themselves. They go, they make something, they watch it, they laugh, it's fun, you see an idea, you visualize it, maybe you share it with your family, that's it. There's value there. That in itself becomes a creative exercise. It's going to the gym for your creative mind. You're exercising a part of your brain you've never exercised before. That's beautiful. I think that's enough of an interesting application of things there in the creative world that doesn't have to be thought in a way of I'm going to become, I'm going to quit my profession, I'm going to become an artist, just so you exercise your brain. And so that in itself, I think it's a growing industry and a growing market that perhaps has been unexplored. And then the second thing, well, if you're actually devoting yourself to this, if you want to actually be trained as a filmmaker or be a creative, I think filmmaking is not about hardware. It's not about the camera, right? I can give you the same hardware that Christopher Nolan uses to make all his movies. I can give you the IMAX camera that he uses. And I'm sure you're a great creative and artist, but I'm pretty confident that we both won't be able to make what Christopher Nolan makes with the same camera, right? Why not? Because there's vision, there's an artistic idea, there's an articulation of the world that you want to see out there, and you use the camera as a medium, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're actually thinking about growing and studying or becoming an artist, think about the vision, don't think about the tools, right? Think about where you want to do, how you see the world, and then figure out which medium helps you get there. So yeah, of course, think about the technology itself, but more importantly, think about what you actually want to tell the world. That's probably going to be much more important than the technology itself.
Okay, that's fair. As someone who has worked in broadcast news before, I truly have an appreciation for how difficult it is to film. Cameramen would often whine that to get 30 seconds of really good B-roll, you need to film for half an hour.
Yeah.
And I think that, I don't know, I can't see the future, but maybe 20 years down the line, some of the B-roll can be generated actually by AI. But, there is so much deepfake, concerns about deepfake. And do you think the responsibility falls on you as a technology founder and CEO to police how people use it?
I think it's important to understand, first of all, AI as a general purpose technology, right? It's a technology that allows you to do many things. You can make anything from of course, videos and games to audio and websites and code and copyright. There's many other things. It's a general purpose system that allows you to do many things, right? As a general purpose thing, there's of course misuses, right? I would say general purpose technologies, the internet is a general purpose technology, the camera might be a general purpose technology, have really good, interesting, potential and beneficial use cases for society. And of course, there's misuses of the technology itself. I think, one, focusing only on the misuses might miss the picture of everything else you can do. To go back to the analogy of the camera, of course there's beautiful things you can do with the camera. Of course you can also do really bad things with the camera, right? But the emphasis on how you figure out ways of preventing those is that you teach society and you teach people how to use it responsible. Companies can put their part. We do moderation, we work with a lot of the studios, and we have great ways of protecting what they want to protect. But at the same time, I think most of the responsibility comes from the end users. If it's a general purpose technology, I can't really prevent all the infinite use cases of how you're going to use it. I need to teach you. And more importantly, I need to teach society how to think through it. Okay. And so part of what we do, we have a film festival that goes every year in both New York, LA, and Paris. This year, it gathered 6,000 people from all over the world to submit films. We exhibit the films at the Lincoln Center in New York, which is this beautiful venue. And that is mostly as a way of helping people understand that you can create consistent, realistic videos and images. And so you need to update your priors, you need to update your views of the world. And the discussion moves away from deepfakes as alone and moves much more into the interesting, positive outcomes of it. And I think that's what we need more of.
That'd be interesting. I wonder, if a few years down the line, maybe you will have to add content moderation. Or
We do have moderation.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, of course. Of course, there's moderation in place. But again, there's many other things that you can do with AI that I think people have to have responsibility in how they use it. And it's not the responsibility of one company, but I think my point is like society as a whole needs to update how we think about it in the first place.
So right now, I think the bulk of your customers are in the creative industry, advertising, film, media. What other verticals do you think can benefit from what you do?
If there's a screen, there's probably like potential for Runway. We sell a lot to studios, to advertisers, to brands. But if you think about, for example, architects, most of their time is spent on rendering, which is somehow very similar to the time that like VFX or media companies are spent on making professional like movie making outputs. And so there's a growing set of the market for us that's winning on and helping architects and designers just like get their renders and outputs faster. We're doing a lot in games. In games, there's two kind of like main opportunities. One is real time. So linear media is the way we consume films and videos. Non-linear media is games, open worlds. There's enough of an opportunity to do more real time out there that game companies are really excited about.
Okay.
And then teaching, like schools, like universities can really benefit from using AI to learn about how the world works, and we're also spending a lot of time there.
Very interesting technology and very interesting company. We're out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there. Chris, thank you so much for your time.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
The first Slush was in 2008. Now, 17 years later, what you see around you is what happens when people commit to building something that lasts.
The same principle is true for the best companies. The ones that endure are not built for the next quarter, but rather they're built for the next decade. And the next session that we're going to have on this stage is about what it means to think truly long term.
Joining us is Ilkka Paananen, co-founder and CEO of Supercell, the Finnish games company behind iconic games like Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, and Brawl Stars. Supercell is also one of the first companies in Europe to reach the decacorn status. Ilkka has also spent years mentoring and investing in young entrepreneurs.
Joining him is Neil Reimer, the co-founder of Index Ventures. Over the past 30 years, he has helped shape Europe's startup ecosystem, backing founders whose ideas have defined industries and created lasting companies.
And guiding this conversation is Slush's very own CEO, Aino Bergius. Aino started in 2015 as a volunteer. And for the 5 years until 2020, she was here as a volunteer until she joined the full-time team as a partnership manager. After that, she has been climbing the ladder until she has been leading as the CEO of Slush for the past 2 years.
We have a great panel coming in for you. Please welcome Ilkka, Neil, and Aino to the founder stage with the applause they deserve.
Good afternoon, everyone. Super excited to be here. I'm so glad to see a full audience for this very exciting conversation. My name is Aino Bergius. I'm CEO at Slush. And I'm super excited about the upcoming conversation, sharing the stage with these two superstar gentlemen who have been actually shaping the European startup ecosystem from two rather different perspectives, but definitely have the front row seat, but also shaping what we know as the European ecosystem today. So Ilkka, let's start with you. You're, of course, like founded the Supercell, one of the most amazing European gaming companies, being the CEO since the very first day. But I would love to hear more about like how has it been? How has it been 15 years ago as a founder from Finland, actually building something long-lasting?
Well, thanks for having us here. Well, if I like start from a very, very beginning, so I started my career in entrepreneurship 25 years ago, and I remember it was year 2000 we founded our first games company, and back in those days, like I would say that almost like startups and the scene didn't like frankly exist here. It was incredibly hard to raise financing. It was almost non-existent. Like VCs, the very few that we had would tell us that, okay, we don't actually invest into games, we only invest in technology, whatever that meant at the time. So it was very different. Then I remember the first Slush, it was back in 2008, like maybe with 200 people. It was a great start, but very different. Maybe we had like, I don't know, 10 people from abroad at that time, and we were very, very proud of that. Then fast forward to 2010, we founded Supercell. Actually, it was already way easier to raise money, mainly thanks to Rovio, who had just put out Angry Birds, and Finland has started to become famous for like this great talent pool for games. So it actually was relatively easy for us in 2010 to raise money. But then I think the problem was that I remember in 2013 when Supercell got to scale, we got to more than $1 billion of annual revenue. There was actually very few entrepreneurs in Europe at that time who I could call for help and who had been into a similar situation. And then you fast forward today, it's entirely different. Like there's tens, if not hundreds of people I could call, like, in that situation, and so much more experience and just a fantastic momentum, and today is a great example of that.
Yeah, that's amazing to hear. And Neil, you have been the past 30 years backing the most exciting companies coming from Europe, but also globally. So, like, what is something that you're seeing that, like, how has the company building changed over the decades? Like, you have seen, like, I'm backing up European companies like Skype, Revolut, and of course Supercell. So, like, what has changed on the company building, maybe the founder mentality, and what is still the same?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and it's really an honor to share the stage with you, Ilkka. I've learned so much from working with entrepreneurs, and particularly with Ilkka. I think that, look, when we started Index Ventures in 1996, we were kind of a pioneer. There were other venture firms, but none of them were really focused on the same long-term objective. We decided that there was no reason why you couldn't have world-class companies emerging anywhere, including the far-flung corners of Europe. We started it in Geneva, knowing that they certainly wouldn't be in Geneva, which is 200,000 people, but it was a great base to be able to go everywhere and find those companies. But we wanted to compete with kind of the best venture capital firms in the world, because we felt like if we couldn't do that, we wouldn't succeed. Those were all in Silicon Valley. And if we were going to compete with Silicon Valley, we had to hunt far and wide for companies. The good news is, there were always entrepreneurs here. The bad news is, in those days, there was zero ecosystem. Just connecting with them, helping them raise money, but also knowing how to recruit, how to issue stock options, how to go public, and all the steps along the way. All of that was breaking new ground. But in only 30 years, things have changed really dramatically. I think the ambition of founders everywhere is ratcheted up massively, and actually there's no difference in the level of ambition of great entrepreneurs here or in Silicon Valley or anywhere. People can dare to achieve really ambitious goals, and there are examples of people who have actually done that, who are now available to give them advice and even capital. Plus, the ecosystem is completely developed. I mean, look at Slush. It's incredible. I think there are still steps that we could do as Europe does, or mainly steps for regulators and for infrastructure. Incorporation, stock option plans, that kind of thing, taxation. But those things will happen in due course. But really, today, there's no limit to what can be built in Europe.
That's amazing. Ilkka, you mentioned like you have been there actually attending the very first Slush back in 2008 with a couple hundred people, only a few coming from abroad. Today we're here, 13,000 of us, hosting the largest gathering of venture capital. So it would be interesting to hear from your perspective. Neil a bit touched this topic already about like, okay, what next? What are you looking forward? What are you excited to see coming out of Europe? Where do you see that the potential lies next?
Well, I guess what I'm most excited about is this idea that if you think about Europe, like, I mean, no single country on its own can, say, compete with Silicon Valley. But if all of us Europeans, we work together, if you look at Europe as a sort of single market, we actually can very well compete with Silicon Valley in terms of the amount of talent and even in the amount of capital if we just allocate it to the tech companies, or more of it would be allocated to the tech companies. So what I'm super excited about this idea that the next phase of Europe will be like much tighter collaboration between founders, VCs, as we're going to build the next chapter of Europe. And I'm extremely bullish about it. And as a one practical example, like right now, there's a very tight network of European founders who all support each other, and they also support the next wave of European founders. We invest to their companies, we give them advice, and we will help them to build way more valuable companies than we ever did.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most amazing things is that actually people who have done it go out there and share their advice, knowing that actually founding and scaling a company is one of the hardest things that you can do. You have been there and now supporting the next generation of founders doing that.
Yeah, maybe I should also add specifically what I'm excited about this initiative called EU.inc, which Neil and his team have been actually driving forces of, and this idea of somehow making it simpler to do business in Europe, incorporating companies. You mentioned the taxation of stock options and those type of things. And if those type of initiatives go through, Europe will be incredibly strong when it comes to tech entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. And it's actually no coincidence that we're all three sitting here because you have actually Neil has been shaping Supercell's story together with you. But Ilkka, something that you mentioned earlier, that it wasn't actually maybe love at first sight type of a situation, rather than you needed to actually convince Index and Neil getting excited and hop on this crazy ride of Supercell journey. So can you share a bit about that?
Well, I'm happy to share. So it was year 2011, I believe, the very early parts of it, and we were meeting. Actually, it was late 2010. We were meeting different business angels and also VCs, and I actually didn't meet Neil at the time, but I met with one of his partners, and unfortunately I wasn't able to convince that partner to invest to Supercell at that time. But then we met again a little bit later when we were raising our Series C, and this time actually it was Neil in the meeting, and actually huge kudos to the culture that Neil has built at Index, because many sort of VCs might have been it might have been too much for their ego to actually entertain the idea of investing to Supercell. But this time I was a lot more successful, and I got them to invest. And there's also a really interesting twist to the story that before we actually got Index as our lead, we actually had another VC who we had already signed a term sheet with, and they were supposed to be our lead. So we had the term sheet signed. And then these guys came in and they did sort of a due diligence of Supercell, and then they actually didn't like our new games pipeline, and therefore they decided to pull back, so they walked away from a term sheet, which is a very unusual thing to do, as many of you guys know. And I do remember my first interaction, or one of my first interactions with Neil was that I had to call him and say, hey, Neil, actually we don't have a lead anymore for the round, and would you guys like to lead? And then I'm very grateful that then he sort of took the lead position, and my understanding is that he, rather than looking at the products, he was more looking at the people and the culture of the company.
And now Neil hearing all these convincing and the crazy founder side of the story, what were you thinking? You met Ilkka, you saw the product, you heard about the company. After all these maybe hesitations from the team, what made you change your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about what aspects of this story, because it's a while ago, but what is still relevant today. And I think a lot of it is, Ilkka mentioned that one of my partners had spoken to him about the prior round. And one of the things that I'm really proud of at Index and the culture that we have is that the success that we've had, the companies that have really made a mark, are very widely distributed among the partnership. Every partner has one or two companies to their name, that they shepherded as investors, and that's not by accident. That's by design. That's because we really believe that we're collectively capable of making better decisions than any one of us. That we all have something to bring, and that sometimes another partner needs to look at something because they may be somebody may be missing something, and that's what happened with my partner. And I decided that I would take a look at it this time. And I think that what was evident to me was that clearly the company had performed. So we had been objectively wrong about not investing in the last round. But the point was, why would you invest now? It was a 100% secondary round. That meant that the existing investors were the ones selling. So why would we be investing? And I think, we saw something different in the company at that point. We weren't investing in one game and modeling the metrics and saying, we think it'll do this, and there's an arbitrage between now and 3 years from now on this one game, and then some percentage probability that this next game will be a hit. I've said this before, but I think, if you're that good at measuring the metrics of a game and knowing where it's going, you should be starting a gaming company. You shouldn't be investing. Our job is to look at to back out a little bit and look at the ingredients of the company and what led it to be successful today and what was going to take it to the next level. And what we became pretty quickly convinced about was the culture that Ilkka had built at Supercell was really special and unique and differentiating, and was what we were betting would drive it to much, much greater levels of success in the future. So whether or not somebody else got cold feet because of the game, but we weren't looking at that. We were looking at something else.
By the way, that's the other thing that has changed since those days. So this was in 2013, and as Neil said, the round was pure secondary, and today it's nothing out of the ordinary. But that time it was actually quite special, and especially because everybody, all the employees, everyone had the right to participate in equal shares to that. And back that time, there was actually quite a lot of resistance in doing that, from certain investors. But I'm really, really proud that we can draw that through. And now, of course, lots of companies are doing the same thing.
Yeah, definitely. And I would love to dive a bit deeper into what Neil mentioned about the people and the culture. Of course, there is a lot of metrics that you need to follow, especially when you're doing a later round investment. But you mentioned that there was something so unique about the culture and the people that Ilkka and the team has been shaping. So can you specify more concretely, what did you see, and what are in general on all the time when you're looking out companies and thinking, should we actually partner up with them? What are the characteristics, what are the qualities that you're looking in people and the culture that make you believe that this might be the next generational company?
Yeah, I think this is something that's really central to the way we invest. It's not necessarily true for everybody, but we're very, very much focused on the entrepreneurs, the founders, what their objectives are, how they define their objectives, what's driving them, and what motivates them to do this. We're much less likely to find that in an investor who's looking at a specific metric or a number. I still cringe at the whole unicorn, decacorn thing, because I don't think any of those companies were built because the investors set out to hit that number. And if they did, that's trouble, because now what, right? So they have to be looking at something that is very, very ambitious, aspirational, and impossible to fully attain. That will drive them for many, many years. And then I think, the monetary success will be a byproduct of that, and everybody will do well, and the founders will do well, and the employees will do well, the investors will do well. But we're really, really looking at big market opportunities, because you're not going to run out of runway. and the right founders, and then we want to make sure that there's a good explanation for why this founder should win doing this thing. They shouldn't just have had a spreadsheet and looked at different opportunities and picked this one because it was unoccupied. It really should come from something deeper that they're not going to run out of. And that's, I think, what we found in Ilkka, in the culture that he had built. And this is super important when things are hard, because you still need to dig deep and people need to ask themselves, what am I doing in this place? This may never work. But it's even more important when things go well. Because then what? Like, why do we drive to the next level? They've achieved all of, they've paid back their mortgage, they own their house, they're able to take their family on vacation, or then what? There needs to be something that is really, really a magnet to pull them forward.
Definitely. I would love to hear, Ilkka, on your perspective, like based on everything that Neil just described, what makes a great culture in a great days and a bad days. And Supercell is known for its like very unique culture, it's always praised. So I would love to hear from your perspective, like was it something that you were like, okay, now I found the gaming company, this is the roadmap, this is the culture that we're building. Was it super intentional? And of course, like from the day one to very today, the culture changes, it shapes as the company scales. So what did you think were the very most important cornerstones of the culture when you started and founded Supercell?
Yes, so like it actually was very intentional. So you have to remember that when we founded Supercell, we were like 6 co-founders, and each of us had been in the games business, 10 years, give or take at that time. And in many ways, like Supercell has been built on the learnings from the many, many failures that I and the others had done in their previous companies. And in a way, like Supercell almost was almost like a counter reaction to what we had seen go wrong before. So we wanted to build this company where, our dream was and still is to create these games that are remembered forever. And we believe that the way to get there is simply to be the kind of the best place for the best creative teams to build these games. And at the very core of Supercell culture, this idea of these independent cells. That's where the name of the company comes from, and it means that the game teams are completely in control of their own game, and no one from the top, not myself or nobody from a leadership team, can go and dictate what they should do. So that was the kind of central pillar of the culture, and which still is very much true. And then how do you go about then scaling it? I think a couple of maybe thoughts about that. One is that and this was a big learning for me, and one of my biggest mistakes that I made is that I used to think that culture is something that is sort of set in stone and it never ever should change. And if somebody would tell me that, the culture has changed, I would think that it's a negative thing. But then later on, I've learned that actually, as the company grows, as you learn more about the market, about what the company is, I mean, of course, the culture must change, and it will change for the better. And that's been an extremely important learning for myself, and I guess for the entire Supercell. That you always have to keep on evolving the culture. The second point is that about culture is that you can sort of write these culture memos and culture decks all day long, but they don't matter at all unless you really do what you say you would do. So it actually is the actions that matter. I mean, and culture is only words, but it's really the actions and the concrete behaviors. And I would say that the best ways to shape culture is to tie all the hardest decisions to the culture and the values. Like, for example, as I said, our dream is to create these games that are remembered forever. So when our game teams has a game and they don't believe that it's going to be a game that would be remembered forever, then they will frankly kill it. And then whenever we're going to do that decision, we try to tie it to the culture and values. So that's one of the best ways to kind of communicate about them.
Yeah, I think that's amazing, especially once we're seeing in this ever-evolving world with new technology at hand. I think the beauty and the core actually lies culture evolves as new people come in. Actually, the culture is the sum of the people who are building and scaling the company together. And now, already mentioned, Neil, you have been backing these most amazing companies over the past 3 decades, and you have seen from the dot-com bubble to the mobile and now the wave of AI. So curious to also hear from your side is that once we're talking about something as important as building companies, generational companies that last, how do you think founders should or companies should like implement or take on these like new technologies to actually stay ahead of the curve? Because like whenever it's about culture, you need to keep evolving, but same comes to the product when there is new technology at hand. So how are you seeing like founders coping with these new like bubbles or waves of technologies?
Yeah, I mean, I think the culture will answer those questions. You know, that culture in a company will allow them to apprehend those new changes and decide what to do in a way that's true to their vision and to their strengths. I think the thing that doesn't change are the values and maybe the long-term aspirational objectives. So one thing I'd say is, you know, you want to make sure that those things are impossible to solve. You know, pick a big problem that will always be unsolved. You know, technology may help you, tools may help you eliminate certain cycles or bypass certain things, but that big problem is still there. I think, you know, if a new advance kind of obviates the need for what you're doing, you need to think again and kind of reframe what you're doing in a bigger context. Yeah, and I think the thing about culture is I totally agree that it changes and it needs to change because the world around you changes, you grow, you're bringing in different people, you don't want to have everybody be the same. You, on purpose, want to stretch your culture. But I think it's really important to have an environment where people feel comfortable bringing their best ideas to the company every day and not going home and writing down in a little book the things that they're going to say for the day they start their own company. Because this is broken at this place, I'm going to do it differently. As soon as they start thinking that way, it's the beginning of the end. And your culture is failing because you're not absorbing those ideas into what you're doing and allowing the culture to kind of reinvent itself and readapt itself to the new environment.
Definitely. How about Ilkka, like seeing this on a very, very like concrete level, like now with new technology at hand, like AI eating the world, like how do you start like implementing in a world where you have like autonomous team, a lot of different type of cells, teams working independently? How then like you actually make sure that the game development takes actually this new technology into account and make sure that Supercell stays ahead of the curve?
Well, that's a great question, something that I actually spent quite a lot of time thinking about. And maybe just to share a story from early 2012, when Supercell had developed the early prototypes of Heyday and Clash of Clans. And I remember it was a game developers conference in San Francisco in 2012, and I had the early version of Clash of Clans in my tablet, iPad, and I was just showing it around to people who I kind of looked up to in those days, like, you know, mostly from PC and console gaming companies. And I would like hand over my iPad with a Clash of Clans on it, and the person would play for some time, and then that person would hand over the iPad back to me and just ask me this very simple question, which was the following: like, why would anybody play this game? And you know, it was pretty, of course, shocking because I really looked up to these people. But then what gave us a conviction to like continue on the course, because we were actually getting a lot of positive feedback from a focus group test and stuff like that. And I've been later on like thinking like, and then later on, of course, Clash of Clans became this mega hit. It just generated more than 10 billion in lifetime revenue and all that, way more than 1 billion downloads. And so why didn't these people see it coming? And I think the answer is that because it was something like so completely different. You know, it was a different type of platform, different type of business model. We were giving the game away for free, different type of user interface, and those type of things. So that was the experience back in 2012. Now fast forward today. So now my biggest nightmare is that I or somebody from Supercell, we meet a kind of young gaming entrepreneur, and they come with us with some kind of AI first game. And now they hand us the phone, and we play the game, and then we say like, okay, why would anybody play this game? So that's my biggest nightmare, and then what are we doing like for that not to like happen? Is that you know, we founded, for example, what they call the AI labs, and then we have this thing called Supercell Spark. The AI labs are here in Helsinki, but also in San Francisco, and we're going to like establish them in other parts of the world as well. But the whole idea is that we're going to like bring in like also like external talent and fresh ideas, and who think differently. And at the same time, you know, we are super lucky to have these like amazing developers at Supercell, and the one thing that we won't do is that we won't ever give a kind of top-down order, but oh, now you have to use AI, and if you don't use AI, you must leave the company. We would never ever do that. It's all about trust, and these people know exactly what's the best thing to do. But at the same time, we do want to bring in these like new, fresh ideas to the company through initiatives like AI Lab and Spark.
That's amazing. Thank you, Ilkka, for sharing that. We're running out of time, but I still have one more question for you, because I know that there is actually a lot of early stage founders in the audience and many people who are doing this for the very first time, eagerly thinking, similar as you, like, okay, what do I do next? How do I build a generational company? Something that actually people will still enjoy using like decades from now. So what is like one piece of advice that you would give to the early stage founder in the audience? Maybe Ilkka, if you want to start.
Well, at least two pieces of advice. The first one, and the more important one, is start today. Do not start tomorrow. Start today. Start building, and don't like overthink it. Like, don't get stuck in this idea that how I'm gonna build something that it's gonna be meaningful in 10 years. Start from like building something that's going to be super valuable to your users or to your customers today, and then and get there, and then you start to build from there. And if I think about Supercell, I mean, we had no idea like what would happen when we started to build the company, but we were like frankly just we believed in certain things, and then we just lived it day by day, and we were like just focused on like working and enjoying like what we were doing. And then of course we were like extremely lucky also, and then that led to this success, but we definitely didn't see it coming.
Anything you want to add on, Neil?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's great advice. I think that it's difficult. I think it's a combination of being stubborn and being open-minded. And those things don't really come to the same person very often. But you want to be stubbornly, have a lot of self-belief in what you're doing and not let people talk you out of it, because lots of people will try to talk you out of it. But at the same time, if there's data, if people can point you to something and they're trying to help you, then you should take that on and kind of work it back into your idea of your company. And then the other thing kind of aligns with what Ilkka is saying, like, don't be too precious about your idea. Expose it to the world. Let people play the game. Show it to people who you think will give you criticism. And then you can decide what you do with that. But don't avoid that kind of moment of truth. And if you do that, the idea may pivot, may evolve, but you'll benefit from that.
That's amazing. I think like that's a perfect advice to end this amazing talk. Thank you, Ilkka. Thank you, Neil. For our whole audience, thanks for being here and sharing this day together with us. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Europe has always had the talent, but lacked in some of the ingredients that it takes to scale, like they scale in the US. I'm talking about the capital and the conviction that it takes to turn ideas into global companies.
General Catalyst wants to see a change there. When Hemant and Janet last joined Slush, they were leading 2 different companies. Now united under General Catalyst, they're reshaping what venture capital can be as the largest and most decisive tech allocator in Europe.
From applied AI to defense to industrial transformation, they're backing founders tackling the hardest and the biggest problems of our time.
Leading that effort in Europe is Janet Sue Fustenberg, Managing Director at General Catalyst, and one of the continent's most influential early-stage investors.
And leading their global vision is Hemant Taneja, CEO of General Catalyst. He spent 2 decades turning venture capital into a platform for transformation, investing from healthcare to AI, building companies that strengthen global resilience.
From General Catalyst, Hemant and Janet. Let's make them feel the energy of Founder Stage.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. So we're going to try to talk about what's happening in the world of applied AI. Okay? And if I can take you all back to November 2022, when ChatGPT happened, it was a very profound moment because it was for the first time you had a technology where every CEO in every industry, in every country was trying to figure out what to do with this. And you knew technology was going to diffuse fast. This was sort of a major transformation opportunity. And as a backdrop, the world's got a lot of issues it's been working through. We've had social media issues around polarization and nationalism. We've been dealing with a pandemic. We've been dealing with energy crisis and war. And so it was one of those moments where it requires you to be highly intentional about what we're going to do with technology over the next 20 to 30 years. And what we'll try to cover today is trying to frame what that opportunity is for Europe, and how I think you all need to be thinking about stepping up to that opportunity as well. So I think with that, maybe, Gina, just to get started about this, you wrote a book that you recently published, The New European Renaissance, that just won the German Book Prize. Congratulations. Talk a little bit about what the motivation was for that book and how you're thinking about Europe's opportunity in this moment.
Yeah. First of all, we actually both wrote books. I'm going to trigger HT on that right after. But I did indeed write that book. And I think it was kind of the moment where AI really became real. It was also the moment in time where defense technology all of a sudden became real and became a thing that really kind of activated across the ecosystem. And I think it was also a moment in time where I felt like Europe just needed to kind of activate its confidence level around what we're actually capable of doing, because we have such amazing people here and such amazing founders. And I just wanted to kind of create a framework as to how I think all these pieces fit together. So first of all, I actually talked about how diffusion of AI can be actually the biggest lever for European prosperity over the next decades, and how this is a real moment where Europe actually can lead. You know, in prior technologies, we were actually ill-equipped. If you think about the internet age, where we were just too fragmented as a market to actually, you know, truly create global winners. And then I think that then catalyzed the cloud, where we just didn't have the capital base and the ecosystem built to actually, you know, reap benefits from that. I think that is changing with AI. I think AI is actually probably the biggest lever we have to onshore productivity. Think about the service sector, think about all sort of industries where essentially labor gets melted into compute. Think about taking back jobs that are elsewhere in the world, in customer support, for example. And so this is one lever we have to really boosting our GDP and really boosting our productivity. And then secondly, we are seeing a lot of challenges. You know, you just alluded them in the context of health, in the context of manufacturing, in the context of energy. And you know, the world is looking at Europe right now, and they're saying, oh God, what's going on? We are looking at Europe saying, oh my God, what's going on? There's so much opportunity because these problems are like large-scale problems. And large-scale problems are usually also large-scale TAMs, right? So you can build giant companies there. And so I think I reflected a little bit about like, what does it actually take to build in these industries? What does it take to build in defense? I walked through the example of housing, which we can maybe talk about later as well. And a lot of the companies we've built and been early backers in. And I do think that there's a creation activation playbook for Europe that can activate now. And I think that also requires a bit of a mindset shift outside from, you know, we are kind of just beaten down by the world saying, oh, what's happening in Europe, to like, actually, we have some of the brightest minds. If you think about the Nobel Prize winners in AI, they're actually European. And we have great talent that previously had to build in Europe and then had to go to the US to kind of really capture the sizable market share. So a lot of the talent, you know, was kind of flowing out of Europe. Now we're seeing the talent come back, and we're seeing the talent actually be able to capture a lot more opportunity faster. So that's exciting.
Yeah, so I think if you listen to the problems that we're talking about here in terms of where the opportunities in Europe, transforming the services sector, defense, manufacturing, these are not problems you can take on with a traditional venture capital mindset. And in fact, I would even argue, you know, when we were talking about combining La Familia and General Catalyst, a lot of the dialogue was that venture is too niche for what Europe really needs. There's not enough capital that was getting funded, and the scope of these problems is actually fairly large and fairly complex. In fact, if you take a step back and say every country is thinking about how do you transform in today's world of need for resiliency and artificial intelligence as a potential solution, you're thinking about, from our perspective, we've had a lot of conversations with sovereign leaders, 4 different things. One is, what is AI-enabled deterrence going to look like? You were mentioning Helsinki. I think we should talk about that. I think the second thing is very much about, we went through a pandemic. How do we make sure we're resilient so that this doesn't happen again? We are much more sophisticated in how we handle the risks around a pandemic. The third is about diffusion of AI. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. I would actually argue, just seeing on the ground what's happening with companies, that 2025 is a year that diffusion of AI truly began. And there's a lot of on-the-ground perspective, and it has implications. And the fourth is reskilling, because if we're truly going to start adopting AI, it's going to impact workforce. So why don't we talk about these sort of one at a time? I think defense has been a core focus for you. You recently wrote the Sparta paper. You guys sort of laid out a vision for how Europe should be thinking about defending, role of innovation. Talk about what's interesting, how you're approaching it. Talk about Helsinki. Just give some context on what's going on.
Yeah, first of all, I think you actually ignited the whole defense thesis at GC already 22 years ago. So I think it's like something you actually pioneered.
Yeah, in the US, we've been investing in defense since 2004. And then we also seeded Anduril. But I think for Europe, just given all the implications of the geopolitics, it needs to become much more independent. And so, talk about like what needs to happen there.
Yeah. So actually, I think it's cool to do that, have that conversation in Finland. I think it's just awesome how much you guys are just kind of really baked, have resiliency and sort of sovereignty baked into your DNA. I actually feel that everywhere in founder conversations I'm having. And I think this is actually not to be taken for granted. I think it's actually I think the Ukraine war has been an awakening moment. We actually were seed investors in Helsinki, and I was probably one of the first people that the founders spoke to about the opportunity at a time where that was not hot and sexy at all. It was actually something that people were very wary of, and it was actually considered almost like a no-touch type thing. And so I think the real shift that is happening currently is that we just need to activate so fast, and the urgency is that it's getting unlocked there is actually our opportunity. I really think the urgency and the technological shift we're seeing with AI, that in combination is actually a giant opportunity. Now, I think the question is, what does it need for that opportunity to become real? So one is obviously government procurement. So you need government spending to rise. So one thing we did at the beginning of the year is with a whole group of friends and sort of like-minded folks, we actually launched the Sparta initiative, which had one objective to make sure Germany specifically increases its defense spend, which landed. So we actually pushed for a 500 billion package to be unlocked over the next 5 years, which is pretty tremendous. Actually the largest net new spend in Europe right now. That also means that's the largest market for European founders wanting to sell defense technology, because that's net new spending that gets built. And so starting there, you had that locked, which was great, with a new government coming in. Second step was the kind of FT, how to spend it. So how do you actually think about architecting a deterrence stack that's credible? I was actually recently asked, when do we know that Europe is able to defend itself? And I think the simple answer is it's ready to defend itself if nobody gets to enter our borders without our permission, right? And right now we're talking and we have to chase people out, and that is not the way it should be. So the question was, what is a credible deterrence stack and how should governments prepare for that? And so we actually outlined an architecture that really starts with space surveillance, that then goes down to sort of air defense systems, down to sort of anything that's land-based, down to the supply chain that needs to get built to power all these new systems, these software-defined mass hardware devices like drones or underwater drones and sort of agile robots in the field. But then also really think through what ties it all together. Like, where do you integrate, and where do you actually build new systems? So all that has to come together, and governments need to understand that. And I think that is something that we then really leaned into with our GC Institute and with the Sparta initiatives particularly, because in defense it's always like a binary bet. It's like you get a multi-billion-dollar contract or you get nothing. And that multi-billion-dollar contract often comes down to do you have the right amount of stakeholders really educated towards what they need to buy and how they should think about it. So to give you an example, Germany recently procuring 26 billion for frigates. doesn't make sense when you look at Ukraine, where 95% of the entire war is actually driven by autonomous systems. So that is, I think, what we're doing in defense. Informs a lot of my work with Helsing and a lot of our other sort of portfolio companies in the defense space. And it's actually interesting to see how portfolio is currently shaping up and how many synergies we can now unlock off the back of that.
Yeah. So defense is the first pillar. Second pillar is actually healthcare. And we're seeing a lot of adoption of AI in health. And one of the main reasons is because the workforce is extremely burnt out due to COVID. In every other industry, you bring AI in, the workforce creates inertia because they're like, what does it mean for our jobs? In healthcare, they're very focused on, we're so underwater that we need the help. And I think Europe's actually especially positioned in healthcare to lead because there's a huge pharma ecosystem. And as you think about the development of next generation drugs and therapies, AI can be an enormous enabler. So the third pillar is about the diffusion of AI in enterprises. And one thing I really admire about the way, we won't work together for that long, but the way you've been approaching it is you're really putting your money where your mouth is. You bring your heart and soul into it. You're not using a let's invest in Europe as an inbound marketing campaign, as a lot of investors I see doing on social media. You're really trying to create systems. And one of those has been around AI for you. Talk about why leadership in AI is important for Europe's global leadership in business.
Yeah. So, we discussed earlier how the diffusion of AI is actually critical for Europe. I think startups are the new institutions of tomorrow. And I say institutions because for me, a seed founder walking through my door, building something in AI, I can extrapolate it and see what this could build in terms of our sort of GDP contribution. Because if you think about the gap we have to the US right now, it's about 12 trillion. Like that is essentially the entirety of the market cap of these large technology companies that got built in the last era. So how do we make sure, A, that gap doesn't widen, but maybe gets closed? And I think the AI is the answer to that. And that comes down to making sure it gets diffused as fast as possible. And a lot of that actually depends on customers buying the right technology, right? And it's interesting because AI right now, there's a whole new supply chain that gets built everywhere, right? In the US, here. And so you want to make sure our customers, which in many cases are large established industry companies, actually understand what is out there, how to think about that transformation, and then secondly, lean onto local startups and companies that are European, if and where possible, and if and where they're competitive and equally great. And I think we have many amazing companies here. And so in February, we actually launched something called the European AI Champions Initiative, which is the largest collaboration or platform that got established between European innovators and adopters of AI. And by adopters, I mean anything from SAP, Siemens, Stellantis, Mercedes, like all these large, Novo Nordisk, all these very large companies, or Ilka from Supercell, was there as well, if you want to call them like a big company. And then you have a lot of these innovators, all the AI companies that we have in Europe, and they all came together to kind of create a shared ecosystem. And so we announced it in February with 12 European heads of states, and it's like a 3 trillion combined in market capitalization that is essentially a forced collision of how we can learn from each other and how can we distribute AI as fast as possible within our ecosystem.
Yesterday, you hosted President Macron, Chancellor Merz, a lot of these CEOs you're mentioning, large companies and startups. What's the progress been around this innovation and adoption ecosystem of AI?
Yeah.
How are we doing?
Yeah, so it's cool. First of all, yesterday was fun. So we had actually, the leaders of France and Germany sit there at the table with our startups, with sort of our initiative partners coming together to announce deals. So since February, we have over 20 billion that actually got allocated in terms of investment and in terms of partnerships that got created within that initiative. And alone yesterday, we actually announced 1 billion in partnership volume. That was just one day, and that was across sort of 18 partnerships that got built. So Mistral and SAP, Helsing and Mistral was one of them, Mercedes and Black Forest Labs. There was just a flurry of announcements. And the interesting thing is, with these sort of trigger moments that look like they're like a press moment, what actually happens is that everybody gangs up and said, okay, how do we make sure this deal that we've been maybe ideating over the past weeks now actually gets done? So we actually pushed a lot of that. And that is, for me, what is really required to activate Europe. We need this, and you spoke about this in your book as well, like this flywheel And the way to really make sure we get a tight coalition between policy, because you need policymakers to like actually buy our technology across all the things we just mentioned. And then you need capital providers like us who can go from seed all the way to really deploying large capital. And we've deployed 2 billion. Since we got together into European technology. Then you need industry, which is a lot of these adopters I just mentioned, and you need startups, like all these founders here, kind of coming together and actually combusting outcomes. And I think that's really why we came together and why it's so much fun to build this.
I think it's remarkable to watch, and I actually think it's really necessary because the applied AI opportunity very much is about, in some ways, melting labor into productivity. And if you're not going to capture that productivity gain onshore, here in Europe, you're hollowing out your economy of services just like we hollowed out manufacturing. This is the same theme that we're thinking a lot about in the US as we're investing, and it's actually very paramount for Europe. And then, so, defense, health, diffusion of AI, and the last pillar is really reskilling. And reskilling is an incredibly important topic because workforce is going to change. If you apply call centers to healthcare and you create an agentic workforce that's effectively going to be very deflationary and cheap, you can take care of people in a fundamentally different way. Because you don't have to triage and labor becomes really cheap, so you can call all your elderly every day and check up on them. Changes the care model. That's abundance. But think about on the other side, the same call center technology, all the middle class jobs created in countries like Philippines are going to disappear because we're going to onshore those jobs back with AI productivity. So reskilling is going to be really important on one side, how to drive abundance. On the other side, how do you think about jobs for people that are going to be taken over by AI? I know that's increasingly of concern here in Europe as well. Like, how are you thinking about it here? Like, what are the kinds of things that the people in the room that are thinking about addressing it as entrepreneurs should be thinking about as well?
First of all, I think it's so cool how you're kind of driving this globally with our GC Institute to really create an innovation framework around that. But second of all, I think it's actually really something that Europe, and especially Germany, is actually real well designed for. We actually are proud to say that we have a social market economy to begin with, which I think is a good starting point. Second of all, Germany has like a long history of an apprenticeship system. So we actually have this whole sort of upskilling, reskilling motion sort of already somewhat baked, and it's not a novel concept per se. The question is how can you repurpose it and actually make sure that activates. We actually have a company, Multiverse, that is now thinking about applying that in Germany, because Germany actually has a large sort of pool of capital designed for that, and I think it's a huge opportunity for founders to build in. It's actually a cool idea also to think about how can people become lifelong learners on the job. I think of like, if you're a curious mind, it's actually an amazing concept. And then I do think it's a very necessary lever to stabilize our democracies, because if we don't make sure these people feel like they have a way to lean into technology and become fearful of it, I think that will create a lot of societal problems. And I think it's something that you wrote about in your book as well.
I really think reskilling is the issue of the next decade, and we have to innovate way out of it. Okay, so we talked about the framework for transformation. On the other side, when we think about investing, because ultimately startups are the most important institutions that are going to drive change, technology innovation is the answer over the next 20 years for this applied AI transformation. You have, since we combined GC and La Familia, talked a lot about and have had a profound impact on us becoming very much seed first in our venture capital business orientation. Connect the dots for folks around, we talk about these systemic changes, and then we say, well, seed has to be where we have to begin to start. Why is that?
Yeah, well, first of all, you should answer that question, because you were in seed of Stripe and Admiral, and like you kind of started and ignited a lot of the companies that are already kind of the big ones. So I'm first going to prompt you on this.
Well, I think so. To me, there are two separate things. One is, in the venture capital ecosystem, all the good firms are fighting for the zero-sum game of the elite founders, and whoever gets to get in business with them ends up getting profound returns from the power law companies, and the flywheel continues. I mean, that's what the business has been. But I think in Europe, to me, seed need to be much more about intentionality.
Yeah,
right?
totally.
Because here, how do you think about, because you have to solve these mega problems, and sort of starting there, talk through sort of how how and why that's really important for a.
So here you guys are hearing
like
the
us.
pitch that he's given me at the time. I'm joking. Actually, so Hemant has been like one of the first guys I actually met when I started in venture. I knew that I knew nothing. I was like, okay, I'm going to the Valley. Who are the smartest people I can meet? One of them was him, and so we've actually collaborated for many years. And then we were actually thinking through how's the nature of venture capital changing, right? First of all, I think we're seeing the big problems I mentioned earlier and the big opportunities that require very different, more flexible sort of capital solutions. So you really need to think through what type of capital, what type of tooling is needed to really drive big outcomes, and what does it take to co-conspire with founders in the most agile ways. And that's something that fascinated me. And I think we're just, in general, like seed for me is not a stage, it's actually a passion. It's actually just something like, it's almost like a belief. And it's also something you have to fundamentally love. I personally love the ambiguity. I love the creativity. I love the chaos. I thrive in that. So it's something that I think is just naturally brought in. And I think for us, it's like, the question is like, do you look at it as, oh, it's a $2 million check or whatever the capital requirements are? And we're seeing 2 billion seed rounds now. And I actually want to prompt you on that. What do you think about these things that are going on there? But it's a question of how do you actually create the best founder experience at seed, and how do you make sure you kind of really go founder first. And by that we mean really leaning onto that person. I always say best founders might not succeed the first time, but they won't fail. And I think that's a small but very meaningful difference, because leaning on a person and just seeing the trajectory of people is something that I think we both subscribe to. And so we have many ways to co-conspire with founders, and we've seen a lot of trajectories with founders, and we should talk about some of them as well, where they came in with one company, the company didn't work out, we helped to it landed somewhere else, we actually then hatched a company with that person that became really big. And so there's so many of these avenues where once you start sort of building relationship and really building deep relationships with founders and getting in the weeds with them, then you can really drive these big outcomes, and trust that is required to do that really starts at seed. And so that's kind of why I'm really excited for our partnership, because what's happening here is we really made seed a core performance strategy within GC. We've really designed the whole platform to be seed first, and we're seeing that with my amazing partners Yuri that we brought on board in the US, and Neeraj from India, who are all started seed firms, and they are all in the same spirit of, okay, like let's think through this boutique mindset. Let's hold on to that, because that's so precious, and then really think about how do we supercharge from there, which is amazing. But walk us a little bit through what you're seeing in the US. Speaking of seed rounds of 2 billion plus that are happening these days.
Yeah. So I think look, there's a U.S. as a country. You can judge it for whether it makes sense or not. It's actually making a venture capital bet on AI. 50% of our GDP growth is AI, and at the very meta layer, if you were to be a simple investor, you would say, let's just buy an index of OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini/Google. But what's happening is so many research teams are getting funded with these extraordinary amounts to invest in compute and see if there's other new kinds of models that can be commercially interesting. That is, is some of that going to work? Is it not? Very hard to tell, but some things will. But a lot of money will also potentially be lost because those are not commercial efforts in a lot of ways. And then you have all this applied AI work, like we talked about. All the jobs in a business are transforming. All the jobs in manufacturing are transforming. And so there's a lot of seed activity happening there where founders are thinking about starting companies that essentially melt labor into productivity, as I said earlier. That is a very robust part of it. But in Europe, I sort of look at it and say the volume of companies is not that much. But when you have an Helsing or when you have a Mistral, Europe needs its deterrence leadership. Europe needs its own AI models. So you can't think of these as just seed. And I think to your point, the flexible capital to make sure you can will these founders into success to be category-defining companies for Europe's resiliency, I think that's strategically really important.
Yeah.
And
I think maybe on that point, like looking at the companies like Legora or Parloa that we have in the portfolio, they go global from day one, and they have steeper growth curves than what we're sometimes seeing in the US, and that should make all of us very confident.
Yeah. Look, my parting advice for all of you is this is peak ambiguity, and there's an enormous amount of advantage in terms of the kinds of companies we can build, but you also have to be very open-minded to what those businesses are going to look like, because geopolitics keeps changing and the capabilities of the technology keep changing. So you have to have a flexible mind in how you build these companies, and I think that iterative nature is going to be very handy, and sort of developing deep relationships with customers versus being dogmatic about your product is going to be the key to succeeding in this next generation. Thank you.
Awesome. Good to see you.
Wait, what is that? Is that a Pokemon?
No,
No?
I see nothing.
Yeah, but do you remember when millions of people suddenly were swarming cities and parks playing Pokemon Go?
Absolutely. It changed everything. At least for me, I was still in high school, so things like that really mattered back then. But I believe it was the first experience for me that truly blurred the lines of the digital and the real world. For me, as a gamer at the time, it showed that technology can also be used to make a real connection with the environment.
And that's where the next conversation starts. While today's most foundational models were trained on words, human intelligence emerged from doing. Interaction and experience are the roots of real intelligence.
Few people know this better than John Hanke, founder and CEO of Niantic Spatial. His latest mission: to build a living map of the world that people and machines can talk to.
Joining him is Pim DeWitt, CEO of General Intuition, who is helping to build AI agents that can reason and act in complex, simulated worlds. And guiding the discussion is Moritz Beyer-Lenz, partner at Lightspeed Venture Partners.
This is From Words to Worlds, Unlocking Artificial General Intelligence. Please welcome John, Pim, and Moritz.
That's a great idea. I can write 3 to 4 custom opening lines tailored exactly to your Slush talk that you can just pick from or tweak. I'm so sorry, not sure how that got in here. Anyway, I've kind of had it with these large language models. So today we want to discuss a new class of AI models that are deeply rooted in space and time. A new era of AI, if you will so, that's not only book smart, but street smart. And think about it, we trained the world's most powerful models on written words. And it was a decent starting point. It was readily available data. And to be clear, language is this indispensable tool for humanity and society, but it's ultimately also just a lossy abstraction of the real world and our being in the world. If I say the word slush, like what comes to mind for you? This venue, the talks, or maybe the friends you met in between? It's not often quite clear. Human intelligence also far exceeds the origin of language. In fact, for 2/3 of our existence, we didn't even have language. And to really think about where human intelligence came from, it probably emerged over millennia of action and intent, acting out these things in unbounded environments, collecting feedback, and seeing the consequences of our actions. And so I'd like you to invite to really think about human and animal learning. You know, like toddlers learning to walk or monkeys learning to climb trees, like trying yourself out, messing around, understanding your limits, often in a very playful way. Doing more of what works, doing less of what doesn't. It's really not how we train machines today. And so we here on stage think that building superintelligence, it isn't just about scaling data and compute. It might ultimately require a fundamentally different approach to AI, teaching machines to truly play and explore. And truly intelligent machines, they probably must move, as this talk says, from words to worlds, and acquire this capacity to perceive, to anticipate, to improvise. And I'll be honest, we could not have better panelists here with us today. John Hanke, founder and CEO of Niantic Spatial. He was previously VP at Google, where he led Google Earth, Google Maps, and Street View. Early in his career, he also created one of the first massively multiplayer online video games, Meridian 59. And his company, Niantic Spatial, is building a living model of the world that people and machines can talk to. Niantic, of course, has a rich history in spatial computing and AR, best known for Pokemon Go. That games part of the business was sold for $3.8 billion earlier this year. I think that's worth a round of applause. And Niantic Spatial still has 200 people, a very focused team, $270 million in funding to basically now build new kind of maps that AI can talk to. And then we have Pim DeWitt, co-founder and CEO of General Intuition, previously founded Metal, the largest platform for capturing and sharing gaming moments, about 10 million monthly active users, billions of gameplay clips every year. Fun fact, at age 14, he started the largest RuneScape server in the world. I don't know if we have any RuneScape players here, and just to make millions before he even turned 18 years old. His company, General Intuition, builds models for environments that require deep spatial and temporal reasoning. He recently raised over $130 million. It's actually Khosla Ventures' largest seed bet since their check into OpenAI in 2018. That's probably worth a round of applause as well. And with that, we'll dive right in. We'll start with you, John. I want to ground us in the real world. Like, take us back to this original idea for Niantic and maybe Pokemon Go as well.
I mean, it was. We just wanted to have some fun and encourage people to go outside and explore a little bit, get some exercise, have fun with their kids or their friends. That was really the mission. And that was kind of the unifying thing that, if you all are founders, it helps to have a mission like that your team can get behind, that people, feel good about what they're doing every day. So that's what did it for us.
What is it about being in the world? I know you like to take walks as well,
I mean, I think it's deeply part of our, human DNA in terms of, we're evolved to know how to navigate really complex situations, like the layout of this conference center. Our brains just do that very naturally, but it's incredibly complicated. And when you start trying to program robots to just navigate a simple path, much less understand all the content of the world and what other people and things might be doing in the world, we're really terrible at it right now, which is why I'm so excited about the space, because there's a ton of innovation in AI. I think if we can unleash that on robotics in the physical world, it could be transformative and significantly improve the quality of life for human beings.
And just on a high level, before we maybe go into games specifically, but play as a higher level concept, what is the role of play, and how are physical worlds and play connected from your perspective?
I don't know. How is play connected to all this? I think it's interesting that we kind of both had gaming backgrounds. Dennis at Google, had a gaming background as well. It's a great way to learn, I think, and explore new technologies. So I don't know. The connection here for me is just that being an on-ramp to develop really nascent new tech in a place that's kind of forgiving so it can mature. And we developed technology, for Pokemon Go in Niantic, the gaming company that we spun out into this new company. But it was the ability to work in that space of games for many years that let us kind of mature it before it was really ready for any other kind of more serious application.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair to say maybe that in some ways now you kind of refocus on your original mission, because even going back at Google, there was clearly this fascination with mapping the world. And then Pokemon Go was such a substantial success that, I don't know, maybe you got distracted a little bit or was part of the puzzle, and now you're fully focused back on that original idea. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I love games. I grew up, that's what encouraged me to learn how to program, because I didn't have money to buy games for my little computer. So I typed in code from online and for magazines and wrote games. So yeah, that was my entree in. But I've always loved maps too. So I grew up with National Geographic, the magazine, and the fold-out maps. And the ability to mix those things together has been a huge amount of fun and kind of the theme of the past 20 years of my life. So yeah.
I know games were instrumental to your formative years as well, and ever since. So what does gaming mean to you?
Yeah, so I grew up with Tourette's, and so for me, I struggled in school.
I actually just told John, my first computer program was actually Google Earth, so maybe an applause to John for making everybody dream about the world instead of their own local cities. So for me, it was really, I started my career reverse engineering RuneScape and eventually building the largest private server on RuneScape. And that led me to eventually joining Doctors Without Borders after a few years, doing something completely different, mapping related, and then started a games company again. And so as part of that, we essentially help people create these clips, which has interactions with the environment as well, right? Gamers love putting these like controller overlays and things like that on top of their videos. And as a result, we have pretty much the largest data set of interactivity in three-dimensional environments. And so yeah, for us right now, the bet is really that we can take this like LLM-like bet for spatial temporal reasoning and move everything that people are currently doing in pre-training for robotics and for games into post-training.
There's also clearly a very rich history, interlinks between AI and games. Like, I mean, just to spell it out, a lot of the foundation research labs started in gaming. You mentioned Demis briefly. He was a game developer before he became a research scientist. And NVIDIA, the world's highest valued company today, actually started off in gaming with GPUs and 3D calculations. I think AI entered for you like maybe over the last couple of years. Like when you think about AI in gaming, like what was the impetus for transitioning now to leveraging that game data to solve AI problems, and what was the inspiration for general intuition?
Yes, so maybe it's good to start by really explaining how do like text-based language models work, right? So they generate a piece of text, then they take what they generated and they run it through the model, and then they predict the next token or the next word. That doesn't allow for any observing of the environment to change, right? So this is called autoregressive modeling. You're using the output of the model to model the next sequence. And so as a result of that, there is no sense of interaction. The environment has no way of, the generation has no way of actually adapting to its environment in real time. And that's just not how the real world works. So as humans, we invented text as this way of compressing the world around us, right? We needed to communicate what we were perceiving with each other in a common understanding. And as part of that, we compress essentially what we are perceiving down into words. And then we modeled that. And by the way, that's incredible. We modeled a compression method that we invented as humans, and we produced one of the most beautiful systems ever invented, right? And now I think what we need to do is take the lessons from how we modeled those systems and transfer them into modeling systems that actually represent interactions of how the world works. And the world is fundamentally spatial temporal, right? We perceive three-dimensional, and text isn't. And so, and games is just, the physical world just has a lack of ground truth data on three-dimensional interactions, right? And so I'll maybe explain. If you try to maybe start with like a YouTube-like data set or a video data set, you kind of have three problems. The first problem is that you need to solve, so most YouTube videos, for instance, are recorded with a mobile phone or a GoPro, and so you have to solve for pose estimation. The problem with that is that it doesn't necessarily generalize super well to every environment, so that's information loss event number one. Information loss event number two is that you don't actually have the inputs and the actions, and so as a result, you have to guess them, or you have to hire human labelers to do it. And the third is that your actual spatial temporal reasoning is largely dependent on like where your eyes are actually looking, which that those systems actually don't capture. It might perfectly capture a part of your vision, but you might be looking right when you make the decision. And so when you're playing video games, you're essentially simulating those optical dynamics with your hand, because that's the only way to actually look around and do these things. And so our bet is really kind of like the way that Anthropic hard focus on code, that you can start by learning from this spatial temporal reasoning in video games and then transfer it out into other applications. And that's why we're starting in video games. And then, but because we're sort of taking the LLM bet in a way, in terms of just like large-scale pre-training on this data, the bet is that we can just get all the data that labs are getting, but we just need a lot less of it because we already have this really, really good base.
I want to unpack with both of you these terms, world model and action model, respectively, so you can mentally prepare for that. Just to paraphrase what you just said, I think a big part of this ambition is really to have machines learn like humans most likely learn. through our actions in these environments, collecting the feedback from the environments, which is a data set that simply doesn't exist in the real world. We're not all running around with brain-computer interfaces to kind of measure our actions. We can measure the response in the environment, but video games are kind of like the closest thing, or simulations are the closest thing we have to human action in worlds. It just happened to be virtual worlds. But the theory is that if that can generalize, then the real world would just be n+1, so to say. But let's try and, because these are like very, I think, vague terms actually, and like terms that are used in many different ways. When you think about world models or geospatial models, John, like, how would you describe those, and why are they worth pursuing?
Yeah, the thing that we're pursuing is different than what Pim is doing, which is incredibly cool. Whenever we were preparing to sell our baby, our gaming business, Pokemon Go, we looked at the technology that we built for augmented reality, which was built on about 30 billion posed images. So these are images of the world taken by players, contributed to this common map with a lot of special metadata associated with them. And Brian, my co-founder, and I, asked ourselves, well, what if we constructed a map that was native to AI? So we're all familiar with, Google Maps and Google Earth. These are products that are designed for humans to look at and understand. So they're really written for our comprehension. And AIs can kind of use those as resources, but not super effectively. So if you want AIs to be able to reason about the world and accomplish things in the world, it might be navigating a robot. It might be solving a complicated problem having to do with real things, real cities, real actions that take place in the world. That needs to be grounded in real data about the world. So we got super excited about this idea of building a new kind of map that was really made for AI, so that AIs can have that part of the brain that you alluded to earlier that we all have as humans, that's really just dedicated to understanding the world, building out maps about the world, and then reasoning about it. So we think that's a huge opportunity, and we're building that model, but it's very much about the world as it exists. It has to be accurate, or it's not useful for the kinds of problems we're trying to solve.
I think oftentimes when people use the term world model, or if you would Google that, like a lot of what comes up is also these like generative worlds. Like you're basically feeding actions into a system, and we can now do generative video creation fast enough to basically render the next frame based on the history of the video, based on the actions that you feed into the system, and effectively create video games in kind of like the truest sense of the word, games that are just videos, playable videos at this point.
Which is very cool, but different than what we're doing.
Exactly, and so I think those are world models building worlds or random worlds. What you're doing is really, you want to build a model of the world, of Earth, right? So tell us a little bit more what would be possible use cases. Like what are the first products we can imagine? Are you only going to be talking to robots or us humans too?
I'm very long on robots.
Okay, short on humans.
I'm long on humans too. I'm long on robots making life better for humans. I think there's a massive opportunity for robots to improve all of our quality of life, to make our cities more livable, our streets safer. I just think there's a huge positive impact that can come from that, and we're seeing the beginnings of it. I got to visit with the founder of Starship earlier, who's doing, their robots are running here, as well as in many other countries around the world. That first wave of deployed real-world robots is out there, a few thousand of them. But if you talk to companies, like Tesla, like others in the humanoid space, they're talking about millions of robots over the next few years. And I really believe that's going to happen. Jensen Huang said it's the next, I think he said $3 trillion industry. He believes it's going to happen. So I would encourage all of you to think about, what kind of opportunities is that going to create for your businesses? What kind of impact is it going to have on your own personal life whenever this kind of labor force is really brought to the world? But I know we need cleaner cities, we need cheaper housing. There's so many things that I think that kind of resource can help us achieve. But it needs to be, spatially aware and kind of geo-grounded. And we want to make our contribution to that in that way.
Awesome. A cousin, I think, of world models are action models or action policies. Pim, like what is that?
Yeah, so an action policy or an agent, as most people know it. So these agents, similarly to world models, they develop an internal understanding of interactions in the world. And they learn to, instead of predicting the next word, they predict the next action or sequence of actions. And so, I mean, for us, like one application that's interesting to talk about, for instance, is when DeepMind originally did AlphaFold, is they originally tried to get an AI to play Fold It, which is a game about protein folding to generate more data. And so what I'm personally really excited about the scientific application. I think if you can, right, you can represent a lot of scientific problems in 3D. And if you unblock spatial temporal reasoning or an agent that's capable of spatial temporal reasoning, especially if you then pair that with real-world physical data, it's kind of the other side, right? The problem is the environment, and the solution is kind of an agent that's capable of perceiving that world and using initially also, for instance, the chain of thought reasoning from LLMs. I think you can really generalize a lot of these domains in a way that you can't generalize them today. And so I think robotics is a great application, but like long term, what really excites me is also the scientific application of these models.
So basically, when you have, let's assume you have the perfect data set about actions, human actions, and the world's responses to these actions, then I guess world models would basically be generating a world given the action, and then action models would be the inverse, would be generating actions given a world and given a reward function.
So maybe one way to think about it is in a world model, you essentially take in actions and you predict frames, or you might predict in other domains, but in our case, you predict frames. An action model is you take in frames and you predict actions, or you might take in frames with text conditioning. So you take in frames, text, and then predict actions. And so, and then with text, right, you can take in a text and you predict text. So this is kind of, these are the modalities, and it's a lot simpler. A lot of these are also just transformer-based models. So it sounds very complicated. I encourage everybody to read into it. It's really not.
So why are we so obsessed with language models then?
So language led to so many incredible breakthroughs, right? Like it's how scientists collaborate, right? It is a common understanding that led to, right, physics, math, like all these fields that were built on top. And that's, I think, also why you see LLMs excelling in these types of like code domains and math domains, right? And so now it's the turn to do the rest.
To one up.
Yeah, I would add on to that. I mean, a lot of what we're doing is really building on the success that has happened, with language model development. Not to mention the $1 trillion plus of infrastructure that's being created to support the models. But one of the things we do in our Made for AI map is attach semantic content to every voxel in the mapped space using vectors that attached to these ideas in the language model sense. So that means you can have an incredibly refined understanding of the world in three-dimensional space. And that's really because of the advances of language models. But that gives a robot the kind of perception that people wouldn't have dreamed about 5 years ago. So these things are really coming together in a transformative way.
I recognize that we're abusing the founder stage for some nerd talk. Well, typically, this is reserved for founder conversations and stories of hardship. So I want to pivot to those. I'm sure, like, getting here for both of you sounds right now you're in a good spot. But I can only imagine there were probably also some lows on the way. What were some tougher times in building Niantic and building Metal and General Intuition that you can share with the audience, and maybe advice for founders and aspiring unicorn builders?
You're looking at me for the failure story. So which one do you want?
You're just wiser than the two of us. So
I mean, my favorite memory. I love meeting people who played Pokemon Go, and often people will say, "I remember when it came out, and I was at this place with my friends doing this thing, and we went out and caught Pokemon." My favorite sort of Pokemon Go recollection is we wanted to have a big festival after the game launched and get people together in real life, just because that's the spirit of the game. So we immediately started planning it after the initial launch, and we targeted July of 2017, and we really had to rush to do this. We'd never done anything at that scale before. We sold, I think, 30,000 tickets, and it turns out they sold out instantly, and when the day came, everybody came, and they came early and formed this giant queue to get into the place where we were going to have the event, in downtown Chicago, and they all got on their phone, all 30,000 of them, in this tiny little compact area, and it absolutely destroyed the cellular network across all the carriers. So when it came time to start the event, people were walking around, and I was noticing people, everyone sort of had this panicked look, like the game wasn't working, and it didn't work for 30,000 people. So they booed and threw things at us, threw water bottles at us, and the team worked in the background to kind of revive things, and several hours later we were able to bring the game back online. But yeah, let me tell you, like standing up on stage in front of 30,000 people, some of whom have come halfway across the country to play a game, and it doesn't work at all, was something that, I'll never forget. But the founder story from that is, the whole team had come out. There were about 40 of us at the time, maybe 50 people, and we all were working, various aspects of the event, and we all experienced the rage of these unhappy players. We all experienced the tension of trying to find some solution to it and figuring out ways to give rebates and refunds and just talk to people. And then finally we experienced that sort of triumphant moment of like getting it sort of back online. So it was a terrible day, but it's something that in the company that became like a cornerstone of our culture, and we referred back to it, for years as this formative event where, we were tested and we kind of failed, but we rebounded from that. And you just have to have those experiences. It's going to happen. And if they're not, you're probably not trying hard enough. You're probably not pushing, taking enough risk. But it certainly feels painful in the moment.
And you can always blame Cloudflare.
Yeah, I think for me, so growing up with Tourette's, I think video games were a very special place because it was like the one place where, growing up with Tourette's, you get bullied a lot in school. It's not very fun. Video games, you don't have that problem. You can just, you can do things. You're not at a disadvantage really very much. And so I think my personal story is I think that there's a real chance that like video games are kind of like this last weird place on the internet. Kind of like, I don't know how much of you grew up on like forums and things like that, but it feels like video games are that one place where the authenticity and the weirdness is preserved. And I'm very, very scared of like what it looks like if that goes away, and if people connect. It's like it also just allows people to connect between religions. It allows people to connect between personalities. Most of my friends in the world that I still have today, I actually met playing growing video games on RuneScape. And so I think for me, the very, very personal part of this mission is really investing in the games industry and the infrastructure of the games industry to make sure gaming stays weird. And I think a big part of that, is what we do is we can sort of generate sort of intuition in any object in the environment, which includes game engines, right? And so for us, I think the personal piece is really, I think nailing that to me and making sure that games have a fighting chance against feed-based algorithms and things like that. It's just is a deeply personal mission. Also, something else. My first seed round actually was raised at Slush, maybe close to 8 years ago, I think. It took 87, it took 6 months, a year, 87 meetings. Nobody wanted to back games companies. The thing I would say is it was really hard. We had given, I honestly, I had given my team notice already that it wasn't going to work. It was an investor, Alex from Bakkt, who didn't care about that, wrote the check anyways. So anyways, you just need one yes. you know, and there are people that there are genuinely special people that just bet on people. And it's like it can be pretty discouraging as a founder to go out there and like tell the story 100 times and get, you know, rejected 100 times because you don't look like the shiny thing. And then you meet one very special person or a group of special people that kind of just make it all make sense. And I would just encourage everybody sort of looking at that, right? Like that's just how it is. And when you look back, I think where we're at now, when you look back at those times, it's now looking at any problem in comparison to that, they look simpler. So it's yeah, keep at it, I would say.
So right.
Both prepare your one-liners for a non-obvious prediction for 2026. I'll come to you in 30 seconds. I just want to say one thing also, because we talk a lot about the similarities between human learning and machine learning and how we can maybe synchronize those more with world and action models. But there's also something magical about games and play more metaphorically here, which is a theme for both of you. It is also for me. Some people go as far to say that you really only learn, as a human, you only learn during play, when the stakes are low. It's kind of like evolution's way of keeping the expected error low while maximizing informational return. You kind of want to learn how to get up on that tree before the predator comes around. And so play is great for that. Prediction for 2026, we have 3 seconds left. John first.
Pim.
Pim.
I'll have a birthday. I'll have one birthday that year.
Okay.
No, in all seriousness, I think engine simulation usage up, video consumption down, interactivity up. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think we're going to see C-3PO and a real robot in 2026.
Yeah.
All right. We'll hold you accountable for that. Thank you, everyone.
Right.
To build a company in the age of AI, you need to move at a whole new speed. Companies can go from idea to global traction in days or weeks instead of months or years.
One example of this is Legora. Founded just last year, Legora is an AI-native legal workspace that helps law firms and in-house teams work faster and smarter. Legora's vision is simple but ambitious. Lawyers bring the judgment and strategy, and AI brings the speed, scale, and precision.
Since raising its seed round from Benchmark, Legora has grown into one of the fastest scaling AI software companies in the world. Now, they have signed more than 400 firms and enterprises as users across 40 countries, remember, in just 1 year.
Behind that pace is Mac Junstrand, a founder who approaches business with the intensity and focus of a competitive esports player that he used to be. Joining him is Benchmark's Chetan Purakunta, known for early bets on MongoDB, MuleSoft, and Elastic.
Together, they'll dive into what it takes to build at AI speeds. This is tradition overruled Legora's journey. Let's give Max and Chetan a proper welcome.
Thank you all so much for attending this talk. As you heard from the intro, my name is Chetan. I'm one of the general partners at Benchmark, and honored to be on the board of Legora, where we led the seed round in March of 2024. Max is a remarkable CEO and is building a remarkable company, so we're going to spend the next 25 minutes talking about that. Max, why don't we start with telling the audience what Legora does?
Yeah.
And we have questions for you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be back at Slush. We were here last stage on the small screen, but now we're on the big stage. At Legora, we're supercharging lawyers with AI. We launched in October 2024, and since then we've scaled the company from 20 people to over 200. I think some of the numbers were outdated. Last time I was on the small stage, I announced a new deal. And I'm also happy to announce that we moved from 400 clients to 550 clients in the last month. So we've been quite busy.
Amazing. So start from the very beginning. What was the inception idea for Legora? How did you guys come up with the idea? And tell the story of watching your friends that were lawyers, interns that were doing really terrible work, and you guys just wanted to go hang out, and they weren't using AI. So start with that story. I think that's an awesome story.
Right. So the seed that eventually became Legora was founded back in 2020. But that was with a very early generation of the BERT models, the first GPT versions, and it was effectively impossible to solve any real and meaningful tasks with those NLP models. And when ChatGPT was released and GPT 3.5 became available on the API, we said, hey, let's go retry. And so one of our good friends, he had spent the summer in a courthouse, basically being tasked with summarizing court cases and finding similar court cases. And vector search had just become a thing. So we said, well, why don't we try and find similar ones? And the first task that we set out to solve was understanding our own stock option agreements at different startups. And the idea was really quite simple. Let's combine legal work with AI and let's sort of rush in this general direction. And then just 1 month later, we ended up signing with the biggest law firm in the Nordics, Mannheimer Swartling.
So the thing that stuck out to me when we first met in March of 2024 was how you guys literally camped out in a windowless conference room at this amazing law firm in Stockholm. They have beautiful offices, and you literally picked perhaps the worst conference room I had ever seen.
It's the one where they didn't take the clients.
Right. So I think this was a remarkable story of you find this inspiration because you're watching your friends that are lawyers not use AI when they clearly should be using AI.
Yeah.
And instead of just sort of building a product in a vacuum, you decide to go to the biggest law firm you can find in Sweden.
Yeah.
And then go hang out in their basement. So how did you get that first meeting with Mannheimer? And what did you say to the managing partner to let you come into the basement?
So this is a funny story. At first, I couldn't get a meeting with him. So one of our first angel investors said, it's harder to break into Jan's calendar than it's harder to break into Fort Knox than to break into Jan's calendar. But what I ended up doing was I texted him and said, hey, I'm about to meet with your second and third biggest competitor unless you have time. And suddenly he had that slot.
Amazing.
So we go there, and I'm sort of a little bit nervous. We talk a big game. And he had said, I think a couple of years earlier in the news, that he thought AI was more artificial than intelligent. So I was like, oh, this is going to be a tough crowd.
Right.
But I actually mentioned that, and I said, Jan, now this time it's different. And I don't know anything about legal work, and frankly, you don't know anything about AI, so we probably need each other. And then he said, Max, I'm a guy who likes to take decisions on the spot. So we shook hands, and then we ended up moving in. And I basically became the guy who would bring my laptop to the lunch canteen, sit next to somebody new, and go, try it. I want to see how you use the software, right? And I think that gave us the sort of initial 6-9 months that we needed to incubate and build up the company.
I think what's underappreciated about Legora broadly, today it's one of the fastest growing AI software companies in the world. But I think what's underappreciated is how long you invested in the product. So you were playing around with this before a company was formed with prototypes with the early AI models. You were trying this out with your friends. Then you get elevation that we should actually try to create a company around this. You create the company, and for 6 months you're building literally with lawyers inside of Mannheimer. And then we meet, of course, once you're in Y Combinator, March of 2024. And what you show me is a prototype, powerful prototype, looks great, but it's a prototype. You then take the decision to continue building from March of 2024 to October of 2024.
Yeah.
And so the product doesn't launch. So it's a long time of just iterating on the product without releasing it to the world.
Yeah.
So what were you waiting for? What was the constraint that you realized you needed to see before you felt like the product was ready for the world?
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I've said this publicly, but in our first board meeting, which was in May 2024, and Redpoint had just invested $25 million after meeting me for, I think, an hour, and this 25-year-old kid. And I sit them down and I basically say, hey guys, we're not going to sell for the next 6 months. And I can sort of see them starting to sweat a little bit, like what's going on here? And I think
we love Redpoint. They're amazing.
They're amazing. But like, I think the truth is, you get one shot when you show up and when you want to implement your product. And if it's not great, and if a partner in a law firm has a bad experience, they're not going to try again. So we basically used the fact that Europe goes on vacation between June and September, and we said, oh, we're sort of at capacity. We can't onboard more clients.
Right.
Let's take you after summer, right? And we wanted to be in a state where both the product would scale, but also we sort of felt more comfortable in the design so that we could onboard like 1,000 lawyers every single day. And that's what we started doing. I mean, since then, we've more than doubled every quarter. And it's been wild.
So were there technical decisions that you made early on that you look back on? And look, legal AI as an industry, you know, if you reflect back on 2022 and 2023, many companies had the idea that they wanted to build AI for lawyers.
Yeah.
Many companies raised a lot of money, released a lot of products that didn't work.
Yeah.
How did you know when your product worked? Was there an aha moment for you? Was there something that a lawyer had to say to you to say like, okay, the product is now ready?
Yeah.
And then, you know, we weren't obviously paying attention to the competitors at all because you were just focused on your own product.
Yeah.
Just walk me through and walk us through like that moment when you were like, okay, now it's finally ready.
Yeah. So I feel like I remember a client meeting in Copenhagen, and we were pitching a litigation partner, and I showed him the product, and he basically turns to me and goes like, dude, we're fucked unless we buy this, right? And I go, you know, you said it. Like, you know, at that point, I felt like, oh, like they see the value. Like it's so easy to see. And we also had the privilege of hiring a lot of great lawyers into the team. So when they started using it every day, and like, okay, this is really good.
Right.
Then of course it's easier to go out. And I think you're right. We were sort of building in isolation, and some of the early decisions we made were, let's not fine-tune models. Let's run at building the best application, has to be extremely user-friendly. In the very early days, and when we started pitching to the US, people would go, oh, this feels like Scandinavian design. And we would go, oh, like, yeah, it is, you know? and I think when you sort of put it in front of a practitioner and they can pick it up and start to roll with it, then you go, okay, this is going to spread like wildfire. And now I actually met somebody here who said that their dad is a lawyer, and he wouldn't go to work at a firm like if they didn't have Legora.
That's great.
And, here in Finland, which I thought was really fun.
That's really cool. There were two things that you said in 2024 that were counterintuitive at the time. Number one, you were deeply against fine-tuning models.
Yes.
And number two, you explicitly said we need to be better than general purpose models and general purpose chat interfaces for lawyers. Like that's the main competitor. It's not another legal AI company. It's sort of the generalized horizontal tool that's the competitor. And unless you prove yourself to be better at the specific task than the generalized tool, like why should people buy you?
Yeah.
Those were two interesting things that are now consensus in 2025, but in late 2023, early 2024, you were one of the few people saying that. Where did that come from? Was that because you were so familiar with AI? Was it because you were messing around with this stuff for so long prior to starting the company?
I mean, I think it was, I think from a timing perspective, we sort of started building before ChatGPT had an enterprise license. Right. We started building before Microsoft Copilot had launched, which meant that when those things came, it was really apparent that like, okay, of course this is going to get widespread after they solve some of the initial challenges around European data hosting, processing, confidentiality, and these things. So we knew we had to be better from the start. And I also think that those tools have a disadvantage because they need to solve for so many use cases. I mean, the main use case for ChatGPT is homework.
Yes.
I mean, that's the biggest use case. And we're only focused on one type of user, which I think gives us a lot of focus that they don't have.
And Okay, so now we're at the point of launch. It's October 1st, and you now have reported to everybody like, okay, the product is ready. We have this incredible meeting in Copenhagen. The Copenhagen lawyers are on board.
Yeah.
You launch. Walk the audience through the first 30 days of demand, because I don't know that I've ever seen something like that before in a software tool selling to legal. So you're selling to lawyers in law firms and lawyers in enterprises.
Yeah.
So, you know, these audiences aren't used to buying software. You're not going and replacing an existing piece of software. This is like, it's net new, there's buying processes, there may be procurement, all this kind of stuff, but you launch, you tell the world you're GA, and the first 30 days is unlike anything I've ever seen. So just talk about what happened.
I mean, look, we're an enterprise company. We're a very sort of B2B enterprise heavy motion. And so I think what we had done very successfully was sort of build up this, we built up to this release, and we had built up this pressure, and then we said, okay, we're ready, so let's start onboard people. And at that point, we had built a quite large team of, we call them legal engineers, but it's ex-practitioners in our teams who were ready to onboard everybody. Mm-hmm. So we showed up, and we didn't show up with a product and said sort of, here, good luck. We showed up and said, oh, you're an M&A lawyer, you want to solve this stuff. Here's the prepackaged prompts and workflows so that we know that you're going to get to success. Right. And after that, we sort of built out every practice area, and we just said, like, open the gates. And since then, it became pretty clear that, okay, to meet this demand, the company is also going to have to scale. So at that point, we only had the office in Sweden and a couple of representatives here in Helsinki. And very quickly after, we started getting a lot of inbound from the US. And at that point, we sort of had to level up from how do you serve a big European law firm to how do you serve sort of an AM Law 200, 3,000 practitioner law firm. It's a completely different motion. And when we had nailed that, and I think the great thing about working with lawyers is most of them know each other. Right. And so if they have a really great product experience, they're going to tell their friends over dinner. And that's what started to happening. Like, sure, this is an enterprise motion, but it's very much, oh, you have that for your team, and your clients know about it. I also want that thing. Right. And then you tell the innovation team, procurement goes really fast because the partner says that they want it, and then things just spiraled.
Right. So the first quarter, we knock it out of the park, and it just basically goes wild. And then we're sitting in the board meeting in December 2024. It may not be a board meeting. I think I flew to Stockholm, and we're sitting around talking about how to do the 2025 plan. And at that moment in time, you decide to do something that I think is really interesting, which is not to make a 2025 plan. Yeah. Because we don't know what 2025
We did not have a budget for 2025.
Right.
That felt like waste of time.
That's right. So then it just became, we're just going to attack quarter by quarter, month by month, week by week. And then the first quarter in market, so went well. Now it's cute.
And we did the rebrand, so that was a big thing for us, right? Like we used to be called Leia, which I thought was a great name.
Yes.
It's loyal to the law in Latin, but we changed to Legora in in Q1, and then
more
combined
Scandinavian
that.
design.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sounds enterprise. Right?
Right. So it's Q1 of 2025. We don't have a budget, so we just want to see how big it can go. Like, can we double in a quarter?
Yeah.
I felt like that was the first time we actually were testing whether we could go beyond the initial entry markets that were just surrounding Sweden. It wasn't just the lawyers in Stockholm and Copenhagen and Helsinki.
No.
Now it was pushing into Western Europe with ambitions set on the US.
Yeah.
And you got on a plane a lot. So just describe that first quarter.
Yeah, so I think what started happening was we were sort of introduced into all of these competitive deals where people or firms would A/B test our products against what else was on the market, and that became our way to win. We did not win because we have the the biggest sales team. We started winning because we had the best product and because we built the best service around that product. So when these very large international firms sort of start their procurement process, then Legora was part of the game. And when we then go into these sort of head-to-head pilots, we just out-deliver and we outwork. And speaking of traveling, I think this year I'm up to 120 flights. And that has been important because we built a very in-person, I think, non-Swedish culture in Stockholm. And then we've opened hubs across the world, which are now sort of, everybody still onboards in Stockholm. And I think we sort of got that intensity right. And then with the big launch in the US that we did together with Goodwin and Clear Gottlieb, 2 big firms, we were sort of off to the races.
Yes. So there's 2 things you said there that we should dive deep into. Number 1, I really like how you think about the global internal Legora brand, which is we're a Stockholm headquartered company with offices now literally all over the world.
All over the world.
But people have to come to Stockholm to onboard.
Yeah.
Like, you have to come to Stockholm to onboard. Talk about the onboarding process you run. What are you trying to do in that onboarding process such that people understand what we're trying to do here?
So the onboarding process back in 2024 was find Max and then go and buy a laptop together with him. Right? Like, that was basically the structure of it. In 2025, when we're onboarding 30 people every 2 weeks, we sort of run this program where, 1, we really want to drive like urgency, ambition, and sort of get the values incorporated in everybody, and that's easy because lawyers and engineers are already ambitious. And then we want to give everybody a really good view of the product, so everybody in the company can demo the product. I think that's really important. We're a product company. And we explain things like RAG, and we explain the different LLMs we use, and we explain how we do marketing and how we think about product marketing, how we think about building our brand, how we do hiring. Like, I think it's important that we hire really smart people, and so they should get a view of the entire company. And it's basically a really intense 3-day process. And then there's 2 days of sort of specific department onboarding, all in Stockholm. Even the Australians flew over, and that's a 24-hour flight.
Amazing. And then how it's translated, though, is that whenever we hire a lot of people, everybody onboards in Stockholm. And so there's a uniformity in culture. We're growing extraordinarily quickly in terms of employee headcount, but we've maintained that culture of the early days of being nimble, responsive to the ground truth, listening to customers, and just betting it all on product.
Like, I'll actually say a great example. We were meeting with a big US firm in New York, and they're currently using another product, and they said, we want to switch over to you guys, but we want you to solve like this one task that another tool promised but couldn't deliver. And we couldn't do it either. But one of our legal engineers, Basit, who comes from a law firm named Cooley, basically said like, oh, I work with this thing. Max, can I just go to Stockholm and like sit with the engineers? I was like, yeah, like go for it. And then on Saturday, he gets a flight, goes to Stockholm, like sits down with the engineers for like a week and a half, builds that specific use case, which required a lot of additional code, not just prompting. And then we solved it. And like that type of iteration, I feel like you can sort of get lost in process, and you know you got to go through the PM, like that. No, like fuck that. Let's like go build it, right?
What's remarkable is that our ARR has effectively doubled every quarter since launch.
More than doubled.
Since launch, every quarter, which is, again, I use the word extraordinary every time I describe everything about Legora. Let's talk about the user conference that you just held in New York. You launched what I think is a very transformative product in legal. A lot of people have talked about, we need products that allow lawyers to connect to their clients. What's amazing about Legora is that we don't talk about the future. We just are like, hey, we built it. Here it is. It's not like, this is what's coming in 3 months. We just sort of build it and go.
We don't think that much. We actually do it. So 2 weeks ago, we had our user conference in New York, called it President, and it was really fun. We gathered 200 of the sort of law firm leaders and top GCs from all over the world, and we announced a couple of big sort of features. One of them is the Legora portal, and we call it the portal because it's effectively a white-labeled extension of Legora that the law firms can use to better serve their clients. So we're kind of the opinion that if AI can do a piece of task or will do that task, the only question is where does it get transacted and sort of who captures the value. And we really want, they're having fun over there. We really want law firms and legal service providers to win. And we think that they need to make moves to productizing their knowledge and their expertise into scalable workflows. So if you serve a private equity firm, and I do my billable hours like this, I can't scale to more than one client.
Right.
But if I want to serve 50 clients, and I know that 30% of the work that you do in fund formation or whatever is the same, then I can use the Legora portal and I can deliver that. And I think that's awesome. And it's moving really fast. And I think from an adoption perspective, it was fun. People at the conference even pretended that they were part of the sort of closed group that has access to it.
Right.
Because they felt a bit of FOMO.
It's great. It's really great. So looking ahead to just this quarter, we don't make annual plans. So we're in Q4 of 25. And we know what products are coming out. How do you continue to maintain startup agility at the scale you've gotten to? And given the pace of the company's growth, how do we continue to serve customers so closely?
Yeah.
And how have you been able to get such this positive feedback loop going, such that like customers use it, they tell us what they want, we release it very quickly, and it's just like this amazing virtual cycle we've created. So talk about how do you keep maintaining it as we continue to scale?
So I'll start with the last part that you asked there, like how do we keep a really tight iteration cycle with our clients? I actually think it starts with trust and with honesty. We've never showed up and pitched the product to be something that it's not. And we have explained what it can do today and what it cannot do today and what we're building so that it can do more things. And I think it's really important to recognize that the firms that we work with, they don't just pick a tool and say, oh, let's use this. It's like they're picking an AI partner for the most existential period ever in legal history. And from a sort of organizational perspective, like how do we incorporate that? Every part of the product is run as its own startup. I think one thing that I haven't commented on is how many ex-founders that we've hired.
Yeah.
I think we're 5-6 YC founders, ex-CEOs in the company, and many of them run different departments. And so we're able to run at this extraordinary speed, and I think that gives us a huge advantage.
It's really cool. What are you most excited about doing this quarter? I know I don't want you to like project forward in 26 and all that kind of stuff because like we need to run through the next 6 weeks. What do you think about for the next 6 weeks? What are you most excited about?
Well, I'm really excited about some executive hires that we're making. I think from a product point of view, I'm really excited about the mobile app. I teased it to some Finnish law firm partners this morning, and they were really excited. So then I got excited.
Yes.
And then I know the team is
And you're
excited.
like teasing it to all of Slush now too.
Right.
I didn't think you were going to talk about this.
No, but it's pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
I see the time is up.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you, Max, for joining us, and hope you all enjoyed this conversation. And if you want to get to know more about Legora, either as a product or as a team, please reach out to Max. Please reach out to the team. They're growing really, really fast.
And we're hiring.
Yes.
A lot.
A lot. Everywhere, including Helsinki, all over Europe, and the United States, and Asia, and beyond. Thank you all. Good job.
Right now, the planet is warming faster than at any point in recorded history. Last year alone, global temperatures hit the highest level ever measured. So the question isn't just how do we stop it? It's how do we build something better?
On stage with us, we have Chris Sacca, a man who backed early winners like Uber, Twitter, and Instagram. After that, he switched gears and co-founded Lowercarbon Capital to invest in companies that tackle climate change through innovation, not just ideals.
Before all that, Chris led special initiatives at Google, building global infrastructures, undersea cables, and data centers.
In this fireside chat, Chris will share his journey from investing in icons of tech to backing new companies that decarbonize energy, materials, and transportation.
Motivated by Vilma Soini from Slush, please give a warm welcome to Chris and Vilma.
Yeah, it's literally not Slush without fire and explosions. So
I know, right?
Lasers, fog.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Fantastic to see so many of you here in the audience. I'm Vilma, and I'm the program curator for the Founders Stage here at Slush this year. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by a man who needs no introduction, but still, Chris Sacca here. Thank you for being here, Chris.
Hey, thanks. So I was here in 2016, and I have to say, I didn't know what to expect from this conference, and it was even bigger then. But I didn't know. I'd been talking to rooms of 100 people trying to help the startup ecosystem around Europe, and they invited me here, and I'm like, great. Why wouldn't you go to Helsinki in the winter?
Exactly.
And so I show up backstage, and it's dark, and somebody can tell I'd been out all night the night before, so they hand me a couple beers. It's 8 in the morning, and they call my name, and I step through that. And suddenly, explosions from the ground, sparks flying, lasers everywhere, thousands of people. There were stands up there. And I was like, holy shit, something special is happening here. But it was amazing. You know, I came away from that with like a deep appreciation for Finland, for the warmth of the people, for the culture of innovation, and for one other thing that I'm probably going to get in trouble with your bosses for this, but I think you know what this is. I brought a bottle of Yalu with me. And so for any of the Finns, by the way, this is 3 stars. This is the fancy shit, okay?
Oh, geez.
But as I understand it, and it was taught to me the last time I was here, Yalu is a booze, you know, so cognac is the favorite booze here, but during the war, I think you guys were kind of running out of cognac.
We were poor. It was the war, you know? I mean,
and so they started cutting their cognac with vodka.
Yeah.
And so this is particularly delicious for anyone who knows it, right? But I figured I really want to make sure that everyone here, because you could come to a conference like this and leave without any real sense of place or any sense of the local tradition. And so hopefully we can do a little educational segment right here that can be replicated throughout the week so you truly, truly feel like you've been to Finland. So as I understand it, oh, they poured water here.
Yeah.
Well,
do we have glasses
luckily I always come prepared, and I brought a little bit of glassware.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so...
Affectionately, it's called Jallu, but Jaloviina, which is its actual name, actually means noble spirit. From personal experience in university and other parties, I haven't been very noble after drinking it, but if you think it's delicious, of course we'll have one.
Okay, so I understand something. So, as I understand it, the tradition from Karelia, which is like the eastern part of Finland that kind of got taken by Russia.
Yes, exactly.
And this is kind of like a rural eastern tradition. A lot of people here don't even know it. But as I understand it, you have 2 options right now. You can rotate it counterclockwise for the memories.
Yes.
Or clockwise for the future.
Yes.
But if you rotate it both ways, it's extremely bad luck.
Yes,
so I need to know which way should we rotate this shot? For the future or for the memories?
Future,
for the future, right? I figured. Okay,
right.
Thank God. I was
course.
worried. Like, this is an innovation technology conference.
Exactly.
So, all right, so we rotate it, and then what do we
rotated.
say for cheers here?
First, we click it on the table.
Okay, so let's rotate it a
we
little bit.
rotate it, we click
it.
And then you say, kippis.
Kippis. Kippis.
To unfucking the planet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
That is special. We'll just call it special.
Special is one word to use. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I mean...
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to start this talk. Thank you, Chris. Well, as you said, it's been a while since your last Slush, and you've promised to bring even more fire to this stage. So...
Well, look, it was 2016, and the world is pretty much the same since then. Nothing's really changed. There haven't been any pivotal elections. The US has been very stable politically.
Yeah, right, exactly. So let's get into it. Chris, your career and your path hasn't exactly been linear or obvious. And you've been a lawyer, you've worked at Google, and you've backed companies we all know and we use, Twitter, Uber, Instagram, and of course you've been investing for years and years. But now you've founded and you're leading Lowercarbon Capital. How'd you get into that? How did that happen?
Look, I mean, I was really lucky with lowercase capital, and luckily I think we kept getting lucky. And it was wonderful. And in the beginning, when you start a venture fund and you're trying to convince people to back you, it's nearly impossible.
Yeah.
You know, I wrote an email to every rich person I'd ever come across and was like, I please hope, you know, they reply. As things started working there and we started putting up big returns and it realized we had the deal flow and we could pick good deals and make those companies more valuable. At that point, you know, my wife and I, who's always been my silent partner, and I couldn't have done this without her from the time we founded it, we realized we are at our most bankable stage ever. We had more money available to us, but we were just feeling so empty doing the work. And this isn't to cast aspersions on anybody else, but I just couldn't get up and like get excited and put in the amount of passion I needed to build a dating startup or a crypto thing or a gaming thing. It just wasn't where my heart was. And yet I don't know how to do any of this business half-assed. And so we retired. And I remember hitting send on the blog post, and it was a shockwave through the world. Like, how, why? You know, because we really could have easily just phoned it in and collected fees and been, you know, average. And so we took a break. That lasted about 60 days. Turns out we suck at being retired. But one of the things that came along in the meantime was that we had always cared deeply about the planet as philanthropists. But we had this thesis that maybe all of these incredible innovations in the cost of compute and the cost of advances in electrochemistry that had driven down the cost of membrane, that the advances in bioreactors and the availability of these to small teams of students, that maybe all of these things might actually have brought down the cost of massively scalable solutions to the climate crisis by orders of magnitude, by literally not just 10, but maybe more than 100 or even 1,000 times. And so we wanted to start experimenting with our family office money. So we started investing money in this space, and we did it with our co-founder, Clay Dumas, who's here from Lowercarbon, and he's an absolute visionary in the space. And we started experimenting, saying, is this actually true? Because that first wave of climate companies, and bless those pioneers who invested in them, but they weren't necessarily smashing business successes. And why? They were just too expensive to start. And they were too expensive to run. And so the only way you could get people to buy that stuff was to subsidize it. You needed government subsidy and permission. And I just don't like being in the permission business. As you can see, that is not my forte. And so we had this thesis that maybe we could build stuff that was cheap enough that it would actually be purchasable directly by consumers, by businesses, and by government as a buyer, but without having to pay a green premium. So we started experimenting with this thesis across the entire wheel of emissions. Literally all of the big sectors, whether it's transportation, whether it's energy, buildings and building materials, industrial chemicals, agriculture. We started because we had this thesis that carbon itself is expensive. I mean, digging up and burning old dinosaur bones costs money. Then you have to move it places, and it tends to blow up every now and then. And then you're dependent upon autocratic regimes. It's a sucky business to be in. But if you can remove that cost, there's this massive opportunity for profit.
Yeah.
And so we built this business on this thesis, and after doing it for a few years, we started to really see the data pan out. And we realized we were on the flat part of what was clearly becoming an exponential curve.
Yeah.
And exponential curves are hard for humans, all of us, because when you're standing on one and your nose is up against the edge, you still estimate progress by looking behind you at the slope. We all suck at it. Humans are great at one dimension, at length, estimating length, how many meters between here and there. I'm pretending I know meters. Like how many square meters this area is, you know, but then when we get to cubes, we suck. And so anytime we get to anything exponential, we suck at it. And it's just not in our nature. But we realized we were up against this cost curve coming down exponentially and then the demand curve coming up. Because once you reach price parity and quality parity or improvement, I mean, if we build something that's better, faster, cheaper, easier to use, more delicious, sexier, longer lasting, then our customer might not vote the same way we do. They might have a red hat on, and yet all they ask is it this chemical? Is it the same molecule? Is it cheaper? Well, then fuck it, I'll buy it. And like, they're not monitoring their scope 3 emissions, but that's my favorite customer, right? And so we started to realize it worked, and we launched it. We decided, like, again, we sucked at retirement, and there are definitely days where I wish I wasn't working 70 hours a week again, but we finally aligned our we're unapologetic capitalists, and I have no allergy to making money, but we finally aligned that so it was a perfect overlap with being absolutely proud of everything we were doing. And actually, our kids are proud. My 12-year-old is here. Hey, that's Circa Luna, our youngest investor at Lowercarbon. I have to assume she's the youngest person here, but she's the most discerning person. She starts with no. She's a very hard person to convince with your pitch. But it's been great, and it's been great, and I feel very energized because the thesis is bearing out.
Yeah. Are there any climate tech things or trends you could see that are moving a lot faster than people realize, or any untapped markets in climate investing you'd be super excited about?
Yeah, so in terms of climate tech trends, I think the number one thing is, like, look, we started by talking about us being climate tech. I sometimes wonder if we boxed ourselves in. Because really, decarbonization is the greatest economic transformation in the history of the planet, right?
Yeah.
When you change at the core of every single thing we do, there's energy. And to this day, it's been mostly fossil fuels. And look, I bear no ill will to anyone who worked in those industries. Without fossil fuels, we would have none of the life we enjoy or these flames behind us. None of us would have been able to get here. We wouldn't be drinking out of all these, these plastic cups, et cetera. But it's time to move on.
Yeah.
Like, we know the damage, but we also know the other options are better.
Yeah.
And so what I think when we talk about climate tech, it's interesting because every single one of those sectors is the economy itself.
Yeah.
And so I really want to make sure that, and where I think this has hurt the most is that the first wave of climate tech attracted activists and hippies. And hippies rarely make good capitalists. And hippies, sometimes the activists are like, hey, maybe we should throw soup on some paintings, and that's how we'll fix the climate. Maybe we should glue ourselves to the floor of a sporting event and start shouting in the middle of a tennis point. And that doesn't change shit. It actually just gets most people angry. And so what we found is that if we can attract actual builders, engineers, product folks, innovators, risk takers, weird people, because basically all progress is made by weird people. If we can attract them to this work, then we can achieve massive scale. And cheers to anyone working on paper straws, but that's not gonna change shit. It'll save the lives of a few turtles, and I love the turtles. But if you really want to change the course of this planet, if you really want to be the trim tab that shifts the trajectory of life for billions and billions of people, if you want to reach the billions of people who don't have the wealth and the luxury to be dictated, their life dictated to them by guilt and shame, to pay more for something, then you have to fundamentally change the way everything works. And so it's the first time in my life I've ever tried to open up our playbook and show our competitors how we do it, because we're not competitive. We need all hands on deck. Now, I know we're particularly good at this, and we make great returns, and the people who are working for us get paid very well, and the founders who work for us are succeeding, and we're helping them succeed. And so, but at the same time, we cannot do it all ourselves. And so I would invite anyone with a particular set of skills, like, don't lie to yourself about your own technical due diligence capability, but at the same time, company building is company building. And so even if you don't necessarily know what's happening in the black box of technology, we can help you understand that. Our team of scientists can help you with that. But company building is still recruiting, it is still building out your plan, it is still selling, it is still storytelling, it is still talking to other investors, talking to public markets, getting exits, and finding acquirers. And that is an opportunity for all of you who are particularly skilled as builders and scalers to come work on these types of companies, whether you even think of them natively or not. So for us, at the end of the day, climate is the way we feel very proud of the aggressively capitalist work we do. As John Arnold likes to say, markets work most of the time. So I'm working on the most of the time part.
Exactly. Well, when we talk about climate tech, I think we always, solar had a massive moment, and now we talk more about EVs and maybe, of course, carbon removal. And many of these businesses require a lot of capital and regulation, especially here in Europe, as we all know, and of course, patience. What practical advice would you have for founders trying to raise for climate or these other hard tech startups in a market that I think SaaS is still more valued?
Well, so what I would say is, yes, they're capital intensive, but when are they capital intensive, right? And so traditional consumer startups get capital intensive right out of the gate because we don't think about it because you're not building a plant, but god damn are you spending a lot of money on CAC, on acquiring users, right? And so, I was there for the founding journey of Uber. A lot of it came together in our kitchen, and Instagram and Twitter and all these companies. And early on, not only are you building out the physical facility to run the thing, and back in the day, we used to have to build our own data centers, and there was no cloud to use, but also now you're marketing it, and you're advertising, you're on the side of buses, et cetera. Virtually everything we build at Lowercarbon is a substitute good for something that already exists. We already know the buyer. When you're building Twitter, you don't know who the user is, and the user doesn't even know who they are. You're like 140 characters, why should I give a shit about that, right? When you invest in Twilio, there's no model for what Twilio is going to do. There's no, I'm sure somebody could have put together a bullshit Excel sheet, but there's no actual financial model for that. You're just like, I see a problem, I'm gonna solve it, and I hope people care. And we're trying to divine the future. When I remember the first time Kevin pitched me at Instagram, and I'm like, how are you gonna make money in photos? Flickr already sold for $35 million. Who could ever do better than that? Luckily he convinced me. And so, but the reality is everything we build, we actually know the customer. It's a lot of you. And so, if you're in the UK and you use Fuse for your energy right now, that's a company that was doing $30 million in revenue earlier, 12 months ago, and it's doing $375 million in revenue in the same year, and it's not 4 years old. Like, that is a company that has a direct relationship with you, solving a problem you already know you have, and they're doing it better with more flexibility, better pricing, better customer service, more ease of use of their app. And so if we're making green steel, I know who buys all the steel. I know the spec, I know how they want it, I know how strong it needs to be, the size of the pieces. Same for concrete, same for wood that's lighter than steel and stronger than concrete. I know what an aerospace company wants from an electric airplane. I know what an agriculture, like a farmer or an ag company needs from microbial-based fertilizer instead of ammonia-based fertilizer. And so it's amazing that these companies go to revenue faster than anything. Now, at some point, once, we have a company called Solugen that makes industrial chemicals using enzymes instead of oil. So here they are making a commodity, but with software margins, 60% margins, because they don't need to feed the enzymes with oil. They go to oil companies and sell this to them, as well as cosmetic companies, and industrial chemicals is a $5 trillion business, right? But when the time when that company gets capital intensive is when they already have customers, they know it works, and now they need to build 20 more stills for that thing. The first one they build literally is parts from the hardware store. It's PVC pipe and plywood and some plumbing fittings, and that's how they build the next chemical. No bullshit. And so what we see is that there is more room than ever for the 3 students working together coming out of the lab, who now, by the way, have access to compute clusters that would have cost $500 million 5 years ago. And now they can protein fold as a single-digit team who can eat off of one pizza, can protein fold, and then they can come to us with an engineered enzyme. They can come to us with a new electropyrolysis. They can come to us with literally an enzyme that eats plastic and then turns it into nylon 6 or 6,6, right? And so it's absolutely amazing what teams of 2 and 3 and 4 are capable of. And that's where the venture scale returns are. And then ultimately we turn these businesses over to the private equity investors who are looking for 7% IRR. We say, okay, now we're going to actually put debt on the company, and we're going to leverage this as a finance exercise. And by the way, that's where solar got to, right? Solar investors and solar developers are not, they're not planetary activists. They're not marching for climate justice. They just see that solar is the cheapest energy on planet Earth, and they can make it paper out, and it's a financing exercise. And so that's why windmills go up, and that's why solar goes up. And we don't need to be there to innovate on that anymore. And so I think there's absolutely more entrepreneurial opportunity. And here's the greatest part. When you talk about the regulatory environment, and obviously regulation always hangs as a cloud over Europe, but it has been improving because at the heart of these things are 2 things. One is Europe, more than anybody, gets what the final mission is. They understand the imperative. Like, I live in a country full of culture war bullshit and a lot of grandstanding about, hey, it still snows, so we can't possibly have a climate problem. We don't even bother to fight it, because it was funny. In the IRA, the climate bill that passed, 82% of that money went to MAGA districts, to red districts. So we're like, all right, say all the bullshit you want, you're still coming to the ribbon cutting, right? And so we're like, go ahead, do your grandstanding. But Europe gets what this is about. And unfortunately, one silver lining of the tragic war in Ukraine is that it's highlighted that Europe needs to be energy independent. And so that has actually raised some of these discussions from climate activism to true national and continental security scale. And that's incredible. So I feel like regulators actually have been giving more room. And at the heart of it, the reality is the stuff we're building is safe. It actually makes life safer. And so, like I said, shit tends to blow up less when you do this. The products that result are healthier. They're healthier for communities, healthier for food systems. And so it's actually easier to operate. And so here's what's fun. Like, we have the only nuclear fusion fund in the world. And so, and by the way, fusion works, it's happening, and it's happening every single day on this planet right now. Q is greater than 1 was the holy grail for fusion. It was eclipsed a couple years ago. Now we're at Q is greater than 4 and change. And Q is greater than 10 is the holy grail tipping point. And we will see that. Maybe we've seen it. I don't know. I lose track of what I'm allowed to say on stage. But fusion is working every day. It's the cleanest, safest power available on the planet. So guess what? The regulatory bodies of the world have decided to regulate it like an MRI machine. Why? Because that's exactly the level of risk, right? It's a friggin' magnet. And so that's what they've chosen to regulate it at. And as a result, they have cleared the way for all of you who are working in these labs and pioneering these technologies to go develop these. And that warms my heart.
But you've mentioned to me that you had some exciting project here in Europe coming up. What do you think makes Europe, apart from us seeing the vision, apparently, such a big opportunity for this?
Well, Europe just has untapped technological talent. I mean, we've had the very best scientists who've come out. Okay, look, I'm going to use the UK as part of Europe because you're close together. I know it's technically not part of Europe, and I know they regret leaving you. On their behalf, I'll apologize.
We miss them.
But like, we've seen incredible talent come out of everywhere from the UK to the Netherlands to France. We have portfolio companies across Europe, Germany, here in the Nordics, across, I mean, I was in Denmark yesterday where we have projects, Finland, Sweden, Norway. It's just incredible the amount of talent. And what Europe was missing 20 years ago was the entrepreneurial culture, right? It was a culture where you weren't rewarded for taking risk. You were told to keep your head down, be humble. I mean, it was literally, in Denmark, they call it Junderlaw. It was like literally like worker among workers, keep your head down. And yet, that's not a natural state for someone who's awesome, right? And it's not a natural state for someone who's weird and not normal. And so what we needed to do was start to embrace the culture. And where this culture comes from is successful entrepreneurs who come back to their own communities. We needed to embrace the culture of like, this stuff isn't gonna happen on 30 hours a week, right? I'm a fan of life balance, but at the same time, if you're really gonna change shit, you kind of have to forget about the clock. And it's the great luxury of 20-somethings that they don't have all of those ties to children and spouses and health, and they don't have creaky bones yet, and they can stay up late and not get hungover. It's kind of amazing, those superpowers you have at that age. But the result is that's where the change is made. And what we've started to see is that culture really emerge across Europe. And when we first started investing here, people were very skeptical and would give us shit for doing so. These aren't real companies, these aren't real entrepreneurs, and there's no exit market here. And while it's not all solved yet, what we are seeing is a really robust ecosystem of successful founders who are mentoring other founders, and a capital stack that's starting to emerge where we have great local partners. University systems are really starting to propel and license technology out. And the governments are starting to have direct relationships with these entrepreneurs. 15 years ago, I would bring startup entrepreneurs to meet the leaders of these countries that they worked in, and they had no idea that they existed. And now we have the leaders of the countries coming to us and being like, hey, help us get more dialed into these ecosystems. And that's awesome. That's what we need.
I think we're starting to run out of time. I think this is fascinating to hear more. But I think what we all would hear in the audience, of course me too, would like to know is, like, what is actually needed to unfuck the planet? And what really like gives you hope for the next decade?
Well, okay, what's actually needed are big solutions, because these are the biggest problems ever. So basically the only way you can kind of get like frowned out of our office is to bring something too small. Because it's just not gonna work. Like you cannot bring a knife to a gunfight. I know nobody here has any guns, but trust me, I'm like an American, that's how we think. But you literally have to operate at scale. We can't do anything that doesn't have gigaton capacity of removal or of decarbonization impact. What gives me hope is that it's two things. Number one is that the world, for the very worst reasons, has started to see the horrible impacts of the climate changing. And by the way, the people who are being impacted first are the least responsible for the mess we've created. But that has propelled a generation into action to pursue the biggest solutions. with government support, with capital support. But the biggest hope for me is that as much as when you turn 50, you love to make fun of the young people, like the most pivotal people in our organization are these fucking fascinating 20-somethings. They're AI native, they've grown up with tools we've never had, they have armies of agents working for them right now. And they only think in the biggest possible solutions. And like, I would love to throw an entire generation under the bus because their parents were helicopter parents, and there's definitely plenty of those out there. But I am starting to see, and it like deeply, deeply heartens us in our shop, to see some of these folks in their 20s come out of school with all of the talent, with all of the drive, and all of the passion, and all of the relentless execution, the ability to actually move behind that, and not be whiny, and not complain, but just actually get shit done. And I am like here, by the way, it makes me feel like less important and less helpless, and honestly, I've started to realize that my mission at this stage of my life is to make myself obsolete. If I can give anything to this next generation of entrepreneurs so they just absolutely write me out of the history of this sport, I will feel grateful and like I've done my part.
Yes. I think that's a fantastic note to end on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Have fun. Keep peace.
Keep peace. Let's take our yellow and go. I can take it around.
In the world of B2B software, few categories are as crowded or as hard to break into as sales technology. Hundreds of tools makes the promising of prospecting smarter, but only a handful truly change how it's done.
One such recent success is Apollo.io. What began as an internal sales tool is now a global platform used by millions of people across 500,000 organizations.
Apollo has redefined how companies find and connect with their customers. By combining data, automation, and AI, it gives every business access to world-class go-to-market capabilities.
Since its founding, Tim Zheng, co-founder and CEO, and the team have built one of the fastest-growing product-led companies in SaaS, now valued at over $1.5 billion.
Joining him is Merit Hummer, partner at Bain Capital Ventures, who works with the next generation of B2B founders scaling through product-led growth. Please welcome Tim and Merit.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm joined by Tim Zheng from Apollo. At Bain Capital Ventures, we had the pleasure of leading the Series D of Apollo a few years ago. And we're going to talk today about a bunch of lessons that Tim has learned along the way of his founder journey. So Tim, why don't you tell us, for those in the audience who aren't familiar with what Apollo does already, why don't you just share a bit about what is Apollo?
Yeah. Hey guys, great to be here. So Apollo, we're an AI sales platform. We have a database of 200 million business contacts, tools to help you email and call them, and AI to help you orchestrate automation. We started about 10 years ago, but it's been a very up and down journey. I think now things are pretty good. We have over 800 employees, over $150 million in revenue, 2 million users, 100,000 customers, or 90,000 paying customers. And our mission is to just democratize go-to-market and make it accessible to everyone. So yeah, I think really great to be here.
Great. And obviously, Tim's come a really long way. He cited the stat of reaching well over 150 million of ARR since founding the company. But Tim, one of my favorite parts about Apollo is you actually stumbled upon the idea for Apollo by building something that you needed at your prior company. I'd love to unpack that a little bit. Could you just share how you kind of came into the idea and what the origin story was?
Yeah, so Apollo actually started as kind of a weekend hack project, trying to solve a problem for ourselves. My previous company was in education. We needed a way to reach teachers. So we, on a weekend, indexed all the school websites and built a database of teachers and emailed them. And we went from 5K to 150K users in just 5 weeks. And so friends in other startups started asking me for my help to help them do their go-to-market, but they're selling to IT, HR, et cetera, right? So that was the first spark. But actually commercializing it was very tough initially. We initially started just selling the database, but we were stuck. We got a couple of customers, but we're stuck at maybe $10,000 of ARR for like 4 or 5 months. And then the aha moment came when a lot of these customers we reach out to, they're like, hey, your database is great, but what we really want is whatever tool that you use to email us, because we just want a solution to help us do outbound. And so we pivoted to that, and then that's sort of when product market fit really came. And you can kind of feel it, but for us, it was like sales cycles dropped to like 7 days, and deal sizes and win rates went way up, and we grew from 300K to $1 million in 10 weeks in YC, and it just sort of the market pulled the product out of us.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's relevant for a lot of founders here in the audience to figure out empirically, how do you know when you have product market fit? So it sounds like for you were able to measure that through a couple of the metrics you saw around sales cycles.
Exactly.
That's great. Maybe we could talk next about, along the way, there's no startup is complete without a few near-death experiences, and I think Apollo's no exception to that. And I think yours, Tim, came in 2020. Could you tell us a little bit about what that felt like for you? What did it feel like to come to the brink of, I don't want to use the B word, bankruptcy, but just sort of the brink of existence as a business, and how did you pull the company out of that on the other side?
Yeah, definitely. So the first couple of years of Apollo were pretty smooth. We went from $1 to $2 to $5 million of ARR, but then we basically hit a brick wall. We got stuck at 5 million for an entire year, zero growth. At the same time, we were running out of our Series A money. We were down to literally our last 4 months of cash runway. And then at the same time, we were falling further and further behind strategically. We were in this brutally competitive space in sales tech, and there's many players that are much bigger than we were. So every time we built one feature, competitors built 10, and our win rate started to plummet as well. And at the same time, employee morale was at a rock bottom, and great employees started leaving. So it was just like a crappy situation with no cash, no growth, low morale, strategically falling behind. And so we thought it's wow, we don't do something really drastic, we're basically dead in the water. So to try to solve this, I think first we realized, okay, we got to do a strategic reset. And while we had product market fit, what we realized is we didn't have product market model channel fit. So in other words, our pricing model didn't quite fit our market, which is SMBs. 10K is, which is what we charged at the time, was too expensive for SMBs. And then the way we went to market was using all these expensive sales teams, right? Like SDRs to generate pipeline, and AEs to close them, and CSMs to onboard them. But it was very expensive, and we were basically spending 80 cents to acquire spending $1 to acquire 80 cents of revenue. And so we're like, okay, well, we got to do a reset. So we decided let's take our pricing from 10K to $900 a month to make it self-serve, and let's transform our entire go-to-market motion to be fully self-serve, from acquisition all the way to retention, all the way to monetization. So, to do that, I think required a multi-year transformation, right? It's like open heart surgery, and we had 4 months of cash runway. We couldn't really do that, so we had to make the very hard decision to hey, we got to get to cash flow positive to give us the room to do this. I had to go from 50 employees all the way down to 10 employees. Definitely the most painful and moment of my professional career. But I think on the flip side of that, I feel like something that surprised me is morale actually improved after the fact. So instead of 50 employees kind of wandering through the fog, it was a team of 10 committed folks with high conviction, almost like a Navy SEALs team that just believe in the mission, and we can move much faster from there. And then and then after that, it was pretty much just execution, right? It's we launched our self-serve product. Conversion rates were terrible. For example, our retention rate on our self-serve product was only 4% to begin with. And so we just systematically optimized that. We're hey, what drives retention? We found that people that send an email, for example, would retain much higher than those that don't. So we just got more people to send emails, and over a period of 9 months, we got retention from 4 to 40%, and then did the same thing for every single one of our other metrics. And over a period of a couple of years, we were able to essentially resurgitate the company, and not only that, build the foundation to get Apollo to grow from $5 to $100 million in the next few years.
Mm-hmm. So Tim, just recapping a couple of things we've heard so far. So you started as a top 10 enterprise sales company. You make this transition to PLG. Along the way, you go from very organic market pull, strong product market fit, to being on the brink of running out of cash. So there's a lot that you experienced along the way there. And I'm curious, what advice would you have, reflecting on that experience, for founders in the audience who might be facing similar challenges? And who may be thinking about a business model pivot or what to do if they're running low on cash.
Yeah, I think for us, something I wish I did earlier is I feel like when things were going great, things are great, but when things aren't going so great, I feel like I probably could have pulled the trigger a lot sooner. I feel like in my gut, I knew something was wrong, but there was such inertia, and you had an employee, everyone's doing really hard at work, doing their thing, and didn't want to let them down, but I feel like just trusting your gut, and when something is not working, and sometimes the correct solution is something that's unpleasant, but I feel like the earlier one realizes that, at least for me, that would have been a lot more effective down the line. So just maybe trusting one's gut in those cases could be great.
And I think clearly your instincts are right, because you've bounced back incredibly well. We were lucky enough to come in a few years ago, but I think the momentum has been really strong since then, and you've grown 4x since we made our investment, which we're very happy about. So it would be great to talk a little bit now about what differentiates Apollo in this very competitive, crowded market of sales tech. As an investor, sometimes we'll meet companies, and if we see that there are 10 companies that sort of look alike, solve similar problems in any given area, we might say, it feels crowded, hard to pick a winner, let's not invest there. And I think Apollo really defied that principle, because you do operate in a crowded market, you have a lot of competitors, and yet you have really exceeded all of them, getting to close to 200 million of ARR, and while others have stalled or sort of plateaued at much lower levels than that. So I'm curious, can you just tell us a little bit about what enabled that to happen? What is it about the product or the organization that you think led you to break through that noise?
Yeah, I think one thing that we try to do is, I read this book somewhere where it's in competitive strategy, I think a lot of people compete to win. And what we try to do is almost compete to be different, not to win, because sales tech is so competitive, so many bigger players. And so at the time, and even now, everybody's trying to build very powerful but complex point solutions for mostly mid-market enterprise using sales, go-to-market with sales teams, right? And I think for us, we try to do almost the opposite of every single one of that. So while they zig, we'll try to zag. We would go for all-in-one in SMB with a PLG motion. And so I think basically it's how do we carve out a niche in the space where we can really be number one? And sales tech is a huge space, room for many, many multi-billion-dollar companies, and I think that's one thing that we try to do that I think served us well in a hyper-competitive space. I think second thing is once we establish a foothold, we try to keep investing in additional bowling pins or S-curves or whatever you want to call them. When we started in SMB data, then SMB sales engagement, then mid-market data, and then SMB conversation intelligence, and all these different tools that over a 2-3 year span actually started to expand our TAM, and we're able to build upon our advantages. And then maybe a third thing, something I wish I did a little bit better at, but better late than never, is try to constantly reinvent myself as well. I think I'm definitely more of an engineer by training, and then became engineer turned salesperson, and then had to build teams and build a machine, which is a company to build the teams, and then now that's going, now trying to be a change catalyst to take the machine to the next level. And it's almost like if I reflect back, every time the company stalled, it's a little bit because I didn't quite level up myself fast enough. But then so in some ways I'm always trying to get myself better, because I'm pretty much the biggest bottleneck oftentimes in companies' growth as well.
Mm-hmm. Tim, I love that you use the word reinvent, because I really think that is at the heart of Apollo's culture. I think every year, and you've illustrated already in some anecdotes you've shared today, but I get to see it in a more up close, granular level. But I think you've established a culture of reinvention and of continuing to see around corners to figure out how we should adapt for the next chapter. And I'm curious, we couldn't have this discussion without touching on AI, of course. AI is applied to go-to-market and sales is very topical. I'm curious, do you see any viable use cases that are really working for AI in sales today? And what are those? I think this is a topic that's top of mind for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think in sales and marketing, honestly, like even today, AI can do like almost every part of sales and marketing, like maybe 80% of sales and marketing better than humans can. So if you think about like, but just be more specific, right? So in generating pipeline, like AI can find companies, find people, write emails, do research, better than the average, or even make calls, but better than the average rep. And as a result, a lot of our customers, they're able to literally like 5 times the number of meetings that they book with a third of the reps, because AI can help you both increase conversion rates with better presentation, but also it can help you increase the volume with because everything's automated. And then same thing with closing deals, like all the prep work that goes into a great sales rep, that can be all automated. All the post-call follow-ups, that can be automated. And for ops, previously it takes hours to set up a campaign. Now you can just like chat into our interface and it takes a couple minutes. So, and that's just like today. And I feel like the common theme here is it's like 80% of the boring work that goes into sales can really now be completely automated. And just that's already happening today. So just excited to see what it's going to be like just a couple years from now.
And what does that really mean for Apollo? Clearly, sales is changing end to end. AI will disrupt every single activity within it. How are you positioning Apollo to seize that opportunity, that moment?
Yeah. So, obviously right now we have some agentic capabilities. You can just chat into our app, hey, build me a campaign targeting EMEA IT leaders in fintech or in financial services, and we can do that for you. I think what we're trying to do is go from I think we would call like L3 to like L5 agents. So in self-driving cars, for example, you have L3 automation, which is cruise control or whatever, right? Or like, and then L5 is like full self-driving. So what we want to be able to do is like have a almost VP level agent where you can ask a VP, hey, help me generate $6 million of pipeline in Germany in this segment, and they'll just figure out everything it takes to do that for you. So it's, I think that would be kind of a great holy grail. It's a little bit easier said than done, I think, because I would say like LLMs are already at the point where it's smart enough to do that, but I think what's missing is the integration with all the data, from the customer data to all the market data and all the tools, and making sure everything's set up in a box. I do think we're probably less than a year and a half away from being able to build that, but that's kind of the holy grail of just literally, hey, AI, make me more money in the segment, and it'll literally do that for you. So that's like something that we're working towards. And I think ultimately we want to try to democratize this technology to the masses. So this next gen, like one of the great things about AI is it's not only makes things able to be much more powerful, but it also is a great enabler. Like this technology can, if you think about something like Lovable, it makes anybody able to be really great engineers. And what we want to do is try to take make even anybody from the most advanced companies to even a single founder can spin up a world-class go-to-market in an afternoon. That's sort of the direction that we're trying to head to. Yeah.
For founders listening out there, a potential tech stack you could consider is Lovable to build your product, Apollo to sell your product. I think that'd be a good place to go. So Tim, I think we're going to move into a lightning round, and I'll ask you a few quick questions, get your take on a few hot topics. The first is, what's your personal AI productivity hack?
I think, so I need to write a lot, but I'm not a very good writer. So what I like to do is just like dump some chicken scratch notes into an LLM, or better yet, a couple LLMs, and just like have them critique each other. And basically in a couple minutes, you get like a really great investment memo, a really great, that's like better than anything I could have written. So yeah, I think that's really great. Yeah, you could probably use that in your Monday morning investment committee meetings as well. But yeah.
I love that. No, that's great. We don't have to do any more work anymore if the machines are writing all our investment committee memos. Maybe next question. When do you think, I know this is a topic that comes up a lot and there are a lot of entrants in this space. When do you think the AI SDR will really happen?
Yeah, I think my hot take on this is like it's already here, in the sense of like we already have customers that are already automating like 90% of their SDR work and doing better than the average rep, right? But I think the issue is that it's still a little bit challenging to set everything up, and it's not like push button easy right now. So I think that once it's push button easy, which is kind of what we're trying to get to, then adoption will go vertical. And so I do think in like a couple of years, that will happen. And then once that happens, just everyone's going to be using it. So right now, maybe adoption is like, it already exists, but only maybe 0.1% of people are using it. I do think in a couple of years, it's going to be like 99%. Once, but like the ease of use, I think is going to be the big key.
Awesome. LLMs worth $1 trillion or zero?
I think it's probably going to be worth more close to $1 trillion. I think on the one hand, you have open source models that are 90% of the performance for 10% of the cost. You have models from China that are similar. But I think all these startups are still using the closed source models from the leading LLM companies, just because they're like 10% better. And I think if you think about like why, my personal take is like, the ROI of these LLMs is so huge because you're basically replacing human labor, and it's like, who cares about an extra $1,000 of token cost when your comparable is a $200,000 employee? And so if you're able to do it better, then yeah, like it's like a no-brainer ROI. So yeah, I would say like probably closer to $1 trillion, which does mean I think for the rest of us though, because there's so much economic value that is potentially to be generated, the ecosystem around the LLMs is like at least the order of magnitude more. And so yeah, it's definitely a very exciting time to be building in tech and AI in particular.
Awesome. Final one. What's one AI assumption that people are making today that you think will be proven wrong in a year's time?
I think there's all this. I was reading an article even yesterday in The Economist on like how the latest generation is kind of screwed because there's no more jobs. All the entry-level jobs are going to be replaced by AI. I actually think it's a little bit of the opposite because we hire a good amount of entry-level college grads, and what we've seen is they basically grew up in college like using ChatGPT to do everything, right? Write their essays, to do all their homework and whatever, right? So they're almost like AI native, and they actually are better at a lot of this stuff than some of our super seasoned employees. And if you think about like the skill sets that are needed, so I think Apollo, we're basically like trying to, if we do our job well, entire job function, like the sales development rep, is going to be wiped out. But it's going to be replaced with a different kind of job, which is like folks that can tune AI prompts and try to build AI systems, and I think it's a great thing. Like honestly, SDR is not the most fun job, but I think it's much more interesting to be able to build systems of agents, and I think some of these like new college kids are really, really good at that, better than any of us. So yeah, just actually very excited for what's to come. I think we live in a super, super exciting time, and so much is changing, and yeah, couldn't no better time to be a startup founder than today, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to hear your uplifting narrative. Sometimes the headlines are a little bit bleak when it comes to labor replacement with AI. So thank you for sharing that, Tim. I think that's a great note to end on. It was a pleasure chatting, and we look forward to seeing everyone later today.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh wow, it's already 5 o'clock. Time is absolutely flying. By the way, once day one wraps up at Messikeskus, the evening continues downtown. You can, for example, join Slush afterworks at the Palm, which is in Katajannokan Laituri, for music, drinks, and conversations with old and new friends. A perfect day to close day one.
Absolutely. Hopefully everybody will find something for them in the evening, whether it was this party or another one. The evening does continue.
Absolutely great. And before we go into the next program piece, oh my God, I have so many of this. Let me tell you something. Even though we're at the end, or the end of day one is closing, tomorrow is gonna be an even better day. So please, remember to drink water, remember to sleep as much as you can, and take advantage of the free food that we have at the venue. It's going to be a great tomorrow. It's been a great day today.
And did we remind you earlier that actually this is the first year that we are doing AI summaries after every stage session? These can be found after each specific session under the talk, and you can find it on the Slush app or the platform. In addition, the Slush team would love to hear what did you think of the stage talks. So we are doing feedbacks. So how is feedback given, Peter?
You can go to the app and find the session. There is going to be a feedback form for the session you just listened into. It's going to take you 10 seconds to say what was good, what could be improved, and whatever else comments you might want to leave. This is going to help us tremendously. So please, if you have time, do that.
And you can also find some QR codes that the volunteers are holding in front of the stage, which you can just scan directly to give the feedback right away after the session. It really does help for the future stage sessions to be more to your liking, or the kind of content to be better.
Absolutely. But now, to our next talk. Am I on the wrong one? Oh my god. I have so many of this.
No worries.
Here we go. Nice. Most founders dream of building a unicorn. Very few succeed, and even fewer decide to go for it again.
But Manny Medina is one of those founders. After being number 3 employee at AWS and building Outreach into a $4 billion company, he's back again with a new challenge: how to price, build, and optimize autonomous AI agents.
His new company, Paid, helps businesses track AI agent costs, turning automation into something that you can make rational revenue from. It's a problem that traditional SaaS model was never built to solve.
Paid has already raised more than $30 million and is fast becoming foundational to the AI agent economy.
Joining Manny on stage, we have Alex Schmidt, partner at Lightspeed Venture Partners. He has backed some of Europe's leading and most promising B2B and fintech founders.
This is starting over at the top, lessons in repeat building. Please welcome Alex and Manny.
All right. It's great to be back, Slush. Thanks for having us. You know, Slush is very much known for bringing Europe's greatest founders on stage. You'd seen them all already today on day 1, and you'll see more of them on day 2. But what is a little bit more difficult to do on Slush is bringing someone on stage that's a hidden gem that kind of sits right next to Anton from Lovable, all of these guys. Many, you know, you've been building Paid Outreach in the US to like more than 250 million in revenue. And then you've actually moved to London a year ago.
Yep.
And you're building Paid here now. So how's Europe treating you so far?
It's been an amazing welcoming. I think that I tell everyone that Europe is a cheat, because building a company in Europe is actually easier than doing it in the Bay. And if you know how to sell in the US, you're golden. Like, you're truly made. So yeah, it's been amazing.
And it's your first time in Finland, right?
My first time in Finland.
You don't even, own a winter jacket. You've told me yesterday,
What's
right?
that?
You don't even own a puffer jacket or winter jacket,
I don't, because it
right?
doesn't get that cold in London. So like, it gets cold for like a week. So I'm not gonna buy a big puffy jacket. And yesterday I went for a walk to the restaurant, and it was proper cold. So Finland is not playing with the cold here.
So I guess we have to warm up from the inside.
That's right.
Is then.
So following Chris Sakas, cheers to you all.
Cheers.
5 o'clock.
Before we do more drinks here on stage and get actually
delicious.
banned, let's also talk a bit about, your outreach years.
Yes.
Take us back. You started that company in 2014.
Correct.
Once you started selling, you scaled the company within 5 years to 100 million in revenue.
Yep.
What was the most contrarian thing that you did where you were right?
I did a couple of things that were not normal. So when I started Outreach, I sold to individual users.
Mm-hmm.
And then mostly because we wanted to get product market fit quickly. And I don't know how to get product market fit other than selling and getting people to use the product. So if you cold a seller and you tell them, look, I'm going to help you increase your pipeline and increase your win rate, and that person agrees, and you look for the price of a cappuccino per day, you can double your pipeline, and you can stop the subscription anytime. If I can get that sale done and keep that subscription going, I have a user and I have product market fit. So I did that. I don't know how many times, because we got to $2 million in the first year, mostly on the back of selling to individuals. And when you sell to an individual, like, you really hone in your muscle, you know what I mean? Because that you're not selling to a company, you know what I mean? You're selling to a person, and that person remembers you. So that was the number one thing that was super contrarian. The second thing was that, I know it's trite, but we truly obsess on customer usage. So every morning, our day will be run by who was stuck in the product. So we will make a list of all our users and all the different, like you now have post-hog and a bunch of other things. We were using, not that, we were using Amplitude didn't exist then, like there is a lot of things that didn't exist, but we will use Mixpanel, dump it all in a spreadsheet, prioritize customers from lowest use to the highest use, and call them. So our entire morning we'll be calling, in the afternoon we'll be building whatever they found trouble, at night we will deploy, rinse and repeat the day after.
And you called the lowest usage customers because you were figuring out what the product wasn't great for yet.
Exactly.
Versus trying to avoid retention. It was more about product discovery.
Exactly. It was more product discovery. It was making sure that we were, like, what is the pain that they were having, and where are we addressing that pain? Because if we were, then they would be using the product. If they weren't, then we missed. So we want to go back to make sure that we got usage out of it.
And one thing I love so much about working with you is, like, you're so customer and sales focused, and you're obviously a great seller yourself, but you're also obsessed very much about building the engine that or the machine that runs your startup itself, right? Yeah. And so you talk a lot about the fact that scaling sales is something that's the hardest to do, because at the end of the day, a seller has to also, be profitable for the business. Unless it earns 4 times OTE. There's no reason for you to hire. How do you figure out when it's the right time to scale sales?
I think it's literally when you, it's happening. It happened to Outreach, and it happens right now. That is when you start dropping meetings. It's when you need somebody to run with the meetings. If you have the ability to generate, so the numbers kind of work out like this. So, like, every seller needs to have at least 3x coverage on their pipeline, and that averages to a normal semi-efficient conversion. And then every seller needs to have line of sight to deliver 4x their OTE per year on that 3x pipeline. As long as you get that running and you do for 1 and then 2 and then 3 sellers, you're ready to scale. You see what I mean? So one of the things that I'm doing differently here at Pay that I did at Outreach is, at Outreach I will take anyone with a credit card and a hot breath, and I will sell them to anybody. So my ACVs are really low. And not by design, it was mostly because I didn't know what I was doing. But here, we sort of have very narrow bands for ACV. So for instance, if somebody wants to buy the product to solve a big problem, like if a $10 million company has an insextation problem with agents and they want to buy us, the ticket to play is 100K. Yeah. You see what I mean? Because if the problem is not 100K worth to the customer, then it's not going to be a good use of anybody's time. If somebody's really small and they just want to get going in Slack support, we can probably lower the ACV, but maintaining a high ACV is the secret for high efficiency sales organizations.
I guess also starting with a high ACV makes you in some form more resilient as an organization, because if you start with a low ACV and have to walk all your way up, and you have to really learn how to do enterprise sales, that's also really tough.
Exactly, and then you have to get really efficient at nailing the expand in a very short period of time. So you and I were talking about Ramp, right? And how they're worth, you guys did that $32 billion round. So you say that with joy, I can see that. That organization expands really quickly. Yeah. And that's what makes that sales cycle efficient. So you can play it on the small ACV side too, but then you have to be maniacal about expansion.
Your machine has to be very perfectly oiled.
100%. Yeah. Whereas with 100K ACV, you don't have to be as precise. You know what I mean? You can be a little sloppy. Yeah. And as long as you're delivering that pipeline, you will close that deal value.
And I guess another part of the equation is people and the people that you build this with, right? So you have this quote in your Outreach playbook, and it goes like, every hire either accelerates or deaccelerates your company. there's no neutral.
Correct.
I find that almost terrifying, but honestly, really true.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
How do you go about kind of figuring out if it's an accelerant or a deaccelerant, and how do you go about firing as well? There's so much being talked about hiring, but what about firing?
Look, nobody likes firing. So let's start with that. Like the whole hire slow and fire fast. Neither of those things are always true. So I hire. At Outreach, I made a huge mistake when I started delegating hiring. When I said, "Oh, I need 3 headcounts, or I need 2 headcounts over here," and I said, "Yeah, approve. Yes, it makes sense in the financial model," and so we approve. And we never got to strictly fix the profile of the hiring. There was a whole overlay of there was a whole overlay of the types of hires that we have to hire because we're in Seattle, which is not a particular hospital place for business. And now I am actually turning, and this is relatively new. There's a quote by Peter Thiel, or not a quote, but a way of doing this by Peter Thiel that is that the supply shortage right now is on exceptional people.
Yeah.
And if you decide to go find somebody exceptional the moment you have an open headcount, that's just going to take a long, long time. So the better way to do it is to, the moment you find somebody exceptional, just bring that person in and figure out what the job is.
Almost independent of your hiring
Almost independent of the hiring timeline. So I hate when people tell me, you need to be very disciplined about the people that you bring in. But it's just impossible to find talent that is of the caliber that you want. And so what I observe right now is that at Paid, one of the highest attributes that I put value on is desire to win. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? And now everyone will say, I want to win too. Nobody wants to play for a loser team. But there is levels of that desire to win. And so you have to figure out what have they done in the past that made them, competitors and made them winners. You can use rubrics such as have they been in a competitive sport, or I was just talking to my handler and she did something personally. It was incredibly hard for a year. And I was like, yeah, that's a desire to win. That's hard. So finding that is super hard. Most people say they want it, but very few people have it. So
actually working for it. And
exactly, working for it, and the discipline and the waking up early or doing whatever it takes is incredibly hard. Startups are way too glorified. Yeah. And nobody speaks about the actual work. And when you see these tweets about 996, that's fucking adorable. Nobody works 996. Everybody's 12, 12, 24. You know what I mean? There's none of that in real life. So nobody speaks about the sacrifices, the family you don't see, the friends that you can call back. There's all the sacrifices. So to find people that fit that mold is incredibly hard. So we're almost I was joking with Raj. Whenever we find somebody exceptional, we'll talk to them. You see what I mean? And if there is something special about them, we'll bring them in and figure it out.
Yeah, I guess that's a great segue to talk about why the heck are you doing that again? You're very competitive. I'm not gonna ask you why you didn't buy a yacht in Miami and went to chill there, because it's clear you're gonna build something again.
Yeah.
What was that moment when you felt I want to go again? And what was the spark that lightened for you for Paid? And please be honest, was your wife okay with that too?
No, my wife hated it. My wife was super pissed. And my kids were making fun of me. He's like, Dad cannot stop being CEO. So what happened was that at Outreach, we were shipping agents. And every SaaS company has this problem. Tim didn't talk about it, but every SaaS company has this problem. Every SaaS company has seat compression, meaning companies are laying off employees. And then every procurement cycle, so your contracts could be 2, 3, 4 years, right? But every procurement cycle, they will look at the bottom 10% of adoption and they just cut that off, right? So you have the bottom 10% is gone, you don't have top line growth. So what do people do is that they add products to the seat to make the seat more expensive. But guess what procurement does? Procurement says, hey, you want to keep the contract size? You pay me the same. So there's no growth. You see what I mean? So everybody's stuck on this low growth mode. So when we were shipping agents, the initial thing was attach it to a seat. And ServiceNow did that, Salesforce did that, everybody did that. But you didn't get paid for the agents. And now the agents are consuming all these tokens, right? So if you have a prospecting agent or an AI SDR agent, and you have a relationship with somebody that lasted 5 years, that input prompt to like describe your relationship for the past 5 years will cost you like $5. You see what I mean? So like now you have a $5 email going out, right? And you're not getting paid for that. So this problem bugged me because I had Zuora and Salesforce Billing and NetSuite and all these things that they were holding me back from actually making money making agents. And like we were shipping agents faster than IT could improve the systems to actually monetize them. So I just thought, like, just like everybody else, like I'm very bothered by unfairness, and this felt unfair, that I'm paying Zuora all this fucking money and I'm getting held back. So, you know, at that point I moved to London, you know, I'm walking around yelling at pigeons because I'm mad about this and like, you know, trying to forget that I was the CEO of Outrage and trying to move on with my life. But this problem wouldn't leave me. So my wife tells me to go in and spend time with a friend in Spain so that I can clear my head. So I went, and the moment I landed the day after was the OpenAI Strawberry release. Does anybody remember what the OpenAI Strawberry release was? That was 01. That was the moment that reasoning was introduced to LLMs. And when I played with it, and when I read it, I'm like, oh my God, everything will change now. Now agents can think. Now you can send an agent on a discovery journey or a tool calling journey, and they will come back with the results. So now you have a true replacement for human tasks. You see what I mean? So now the monetization moment became, you know, a real emergency for everyone. And that's when I realized that if I didn't jump back into this moment of technology change, I was gonna regret it my whole life. So that's when I decided I gotta build something here.
And you've been at it now for a year, right? So
no, actually, we've been at it for February.
Almost. Yeah.
No, 10 months.
10 months. It's wild, yeah? I guess if we look a little bit at your journey, right, and we at Lightspeed, we've invested more than $2.5 billion in the last 2 years in kind of the AI transformation, all the way from the bottom, you know, companies like Mistral, Anthropic that are building the infrastructure layer, then to the picks and shovels where you're in the application layer. And then if I look at the application layer, the conversation that I have with founders almost 3 times a day is like, how the hell am I gonna price this?
Yeah.
And the core problem is like, if my customer doesn't even understand what value this brings, I have no clue how I'm gonna price this.
Right.
How should companies think about that? And I think, you know, you've developed a bit of a framework there.
Yeah.
Walk us through that.
Yeah. So the way to think about how you extract value in an agent, it begins by understanding your own margin consumption. So it needs to be north of that. Yeah. And then it needs to be south of an efficient frontier. And this efficient frontier is defined by 2 things, autonomy and attribution. So when you have high autonomy agents and high attributable events that the agents are driving, such as customer success, or a mortgage security issue, like an agent that is working on mortgages, or bad debt recovered. You see, I mean, those are events that are truly monetizable and they're truly attributable, and they're mostly run autonomously. So when you're in that sort of like, you know, land of milk and honey on the upper right-hand quadrant, then the most efficient way to capture revenue is to charge by outcome, because the outcome is fully attributable to the agent. Now, most agents are not highly attributable, meaning they do a bunch of work that are sort of like tasks of workflows that are in between outcomes. And at that point, then you have to think about how do you charge for the task that is being performed. So there's a few ways to do it. One of them is to think about how long would it take the same human to perform a task. Also, you can see in the value chain how much is that task worth. At the end of the day, this framework is a way for you to negotiate with your buyer. Yeah. Like what are they willing to pay? And the part where I'm trying to convince the world, and I'm early but I'm making good progress, is that when you have a standard unified pricing that is easy for the reps to consume, you're actually leaving a lot of money on the table. You see what I mean? If you look at the highest, in any organization, the highest performing reps, they know how to find the biggest pools of value, and they're usually being held back by deal desk and by your SKUs and by all this dollar nonsense that people put into like harmonized pricing. So the best way to do it is for your largest contracts, let your reps go find like the pools of value. So like we're working with companies that are replacing, say, BPOs, right? Yeah. So instead of like saying, hey, pay me per seat or pay me per task, they say, how much is a BPO contract worth? Oh, 5 million. Give me $1 million of that and I'll replace the whole thing. You see what I mean? So all of a sudden, you're not putting yourself in the budget for tools. You're in the BPO budget. The other way to do it is to go against open headcount. You know what I mean? Like how many open headcounts do you have for the engineers? 10. How many of those have you filled in last year? None. Perfect. Give me 2 of those. You know what I mean? That's $400,000 worth of value.
Yeah, and I guess that's what this transformation is about. It's not anymore about the tooling budget, as you said, but it's the 70% of what's the global GDP, and that's the human labor.
100%.
Budget, right?
And like the moment every negotiation begins with a point of reference. So if your point of reference is the headcount budget, you're already winning. You see what I mean? Like you're already in a much larger budget, and whatever you do is going to look a lot better than if you go against the IT budget and you're pegged into some between CRM and whatever the hell is there. Like, no, you don't want to live there. That's a horrible place to live. You want to live in the headcount budget.
I guess the easy counter argument against this is like, once you've done that reduction in headcount and you've done that savings, isn't the problem then in year 2 that you're again in the tooling budget and you're again in that vicious cycle of like being priced down?
Absolutely. So eventually, the headcount budget gets you a price to play. But let's just see what you just did. By being in the headcount budget, you just charge probably 10x what you would have charged by being in the tools budget. So your reference point of beginning is much higher to where you started. You see what I mean? So even if you stay flat, you see what I mean? You're much better off. Now, your reference point going forward is going to be what you did in the past, right? So as long as you can reference against yourself and do better, which is in completely your control, you're going to be in good shape.
Yeah.
And that's sort of like the momentum going forward.
So I guess the first learning for kind of founders that are building agents is like, ideally you find something that's highly attributable and highly autonomous, and then you have a great way of kind of already anchoring it, starting it.
Correct.
And then you said another thing early on, and that was, margins. And, we investors, we loved the SaaS world, highly recurring revenue, 80% margins, quickly scaling, even with inefficiencies in the business, but it's a great business model.
Right.
That's obviously going to change, right? So, because you have like much more cogs in the business.
Right.
So how should founders think about that?
So I think founders should throw away the SaaS playbook. And it's almost, I beg you to throw away the SaaS playbook. It will not work for you. Like burn it, throw it away. It doesn't work. In the SaaS playbook, you start with 80% margins that are relatively fixed. And then if you're growing fast, your sales and marketing spend is going to be between 20 and 30%. If you're building a lot of product, your R&D spend is going to be somewhere between 20 and 25%. And then, because you love people, you're going to have 10%, G&A spend. That whole equation results in about 10% margin. So if you're growing at 30%, you're good to go. You're rule of 40, you're packaged and good to go. When you begin at 40% margin, none of this other shit works. You see what I mean? So now you're beholden to grow at 60% at minimum just to stay in the box. You see what I mean? And that is so hard to do at scale. Like everyone is just starting to hit, 50, 100 million. And like, I love it all, but like it's about to get hard. You know what I mean? Like for most people who are, grew very excitedly very quickly, they haven't put in the hard mile. So like it's really hard to continue this level of growth at at 100 million. Like Ramp and things like that are exceptions. You know what I mean? The majority of the rest of the companies don't do that.
The real durable business are getting seldom. Real modes are getting seldom.
100%.
That all is there. So pricing plays an even more important role in how you extract the value.
100%. And like the problem, and the reason I'm so passionate about this is that, look, if you build an agentic business that has 40% margins and it's delivering real value, doesn't need to grow at 100% or 40%. You have a very reasonably good business growing at 30% or 40%. And that's a good business. You see, like that's a scalable business that has moats, and you can IPO it, you can sell it, you can, private equity. Like there's many ways to monetize that. So you don't have to throw it away, is what I'm trying to say. You see what I mean? So like just live in that 40% margin box because it's not going away.
I guess I would frame it even differently. It's like once you found that box, you can hopefully accelerate even beyond it, and then you can still be a venture backer.
100%.
But at least you're default alive.
100%. Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe taking us back for the last 3 minutes to kind of doing this all over again as a repeat founder. I don't know if you've seen the statistics, but at YC, the average age used to be 30.
Yeah.
Now in the last batch, it's actually 24.
Yeah.
And you could argue that agentic world is now a massive advantage to be early, young, naive. A little bit similar like in the mobile internet age where, people like Evan Spiegel at Snap, Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook, who are first-time founders are really the ones that are hitting it home. Is it even an advantage to be a repeat founder like you at the moment?
I don't know. I'm about to find out, but I will tell you. No, but I will tell you that there's so many things that mentally there's so many things that are advantageous to people that are repeat, so that you don't freak out as much.
Yeah.
Because you have seen all sorts of shit before, so like you already got that in you. You know how to hire, you know how to scale, or you at least know what not to do. I think that there are some skills that can only be learned through time.
Yeah.
For instance, sales.
Yeah.
There is no shortcut to it. You see, you have to put in the hard miles. You have to go and get 100 no's for that one yes. You have to prospect yourself, and that is just time consuming, right? So there is no vibe coding for sales. No. There is no vibe coding for expansion. That is just hard work. You see what I mean? So if you look at the great majority of agents being built right now, they are all sold, all of them. And that's where experience comes in a little bit, is that I can walk into a room and I can make somebody part with $250,000 without breaking a sweat. It's really hard to do that when you don't have that experience. You see what I mean? This is why you see like all the agentic, small businesses, they're charging very little for their stuff.
Yeah.
And they're losing money hand and fist because it's being fueled with borrowed money, but eventually they have to grow up.
They don't have the confidence to sell at a higher price.
100%. So hopefully they'll staff it well and they will bring experienced people and they'll balance it out with youth and experience. But yeah, so like there's some things that they need a little bit of aging to perform well.
I guess the other thing of that equation is like, it's not a time for playbooks, right? So when I see what you're doing now at Paid very impressively is like, you're obviously applying your experience, but then you're ripping out all of your playbooks and you're ripping them apart on how you're building teams, on how you're reinventing kind of the sales function or reinventing even the FDE function, which everyone thinks it's at the frontier. So I guess it's also a time where playbooks don't matter so much and first principles thinking and
100%.
is
100%.
kind of at the core.
So back to your question of why am I doing this? Because this is fun. Like you see what I mean? Like I'm finally in a position in my life where I can apply what I learn. I get to choose my partners, like who I go to battle with. I don't have to like go beg for money anymore. And so we can build a good, solid team with good, solid operations based on good, solid principles. So when we were building Outreach, we have to sell to eat. You see what I mean? Like, I don't know if anybody knows this, but my first 5 salespeople were commission only.
That's wild.
Has anybody sold commission only? That commission only means that you have no salary. In Europe, that must be illegal for all I know. But like in the US, it's very common. So like if you didn't kill, you didn't eat. So here, I get to take a breather. I'm going to say, I get to have an opinion. We will have high ACV.
Yeah.
Will that slow down the sales cycle? Yes, a little bit. But the quality of revenue is much higher.
I love that. That makes us end on a high note. I see the timer is up.
Oh.
We could have done this more longer and have another shot, but then we would have for sure been kicked off the stage. So
that's right.
Thank you for taking the time. I hope this was a lesson for repeat founders and also what to do now in this agentic world. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Have a good time.
Bring this back into the next speaker.
Can we sing a happy birthday? Because Personio is celebrating its 10-year anniversary this year.
Who or what is Personio, you ask? Well, it is an intelligent HR platform born out of Munich, which has become one of Europe's best-known growth stories.
Under the leadership of Hanno Renner, the co-founder and CEO of Personio, Personio is now serving 14,000 companies and more than 1 million employees. After a decade, it is ready to step into a new era where AI can empower internal teams and deliver meaningful results for its customers.
Joining Hanno for this conversation, we have one of Europe's highest regarded investors, Harry Nellis, partner at Axel. He's an early backer of Personio and has invested with a really impressive sheet. They'll be discussing how organizations should rethink team structure in the AI era and what Personio's next 10 years will look like.
This is your last stage slot on Founder Stage today. Rewriting the people playbook, leading HR through the AI era. Please give a warm welcome to Hanno and Harry.
All right. We are having our discussion just before drinks, so I know what you're looking forward to. Hey, we're going to talk about HR, AI, and Personio. Maybe to start, Hanno, can you let us know what Personio and you have been up to in the last year or so?
Yeah, so quick background for everyone that doesn't know Personio. Over the last 10 years, we built Europe's leading HR and payroll platform for small and mid-sized companies. So essentially helping startups from the get-go, but all the way up to organizations with a few thousand employees, supporting the entire employee lifecycle, supporting them automate their people processes, supporting them get insights into people data, and providing them with abilities to run their payroll. And of course, that started in a world pre the AI revolution, which we're going to talk about in a second. But the pillars that we've provided value to our customers have, of course, only expanded with AI across the same dimensions.
Great. How are you using AI yourself within Personio?
Yeah, so as many companies, of course, there's always two dimensions where AI has changed the business. One is what can you do different and better for your customers, and the other is what are you doing internally. I think internally for us it's been a mix of a top-down and bottoms-up motion. So we've done a lot of culture. We have 1,500 people, so there's a lot of cultural change that needs to happen, a lot of enablement, a lot of pushing people to experiment with AI across the board, and then incentivizing them. We've run AI search weeks where we've just kind of really got people essentially in little hackathons for teams to identify local solutions where they can identify their work more easy. And then there's top-down areas where we've identified, and not surprisingly, the big three areas are coding, our customer service, and our marketing or go-to-market engine, where we've top-down with our systems team centrally both identified solutions we want to use, but also then top-down help those companies, those parts of our company to automate their process in a more effective way. So, but these were the areas where we've seen the biggest impact.
And what has been the result? Have you seen tangible improvements in productivity?
Yes. So improvements are tangible, but it's always, I think, there was a panel I was on earlier today where it was a little bit about also demystifying, and I think the reality is, yes, there's a lot of value that is happening also inside Personio, and mostly when you listen to what the headlines say or what on earnings calls are being said, of course, we're not yet there that 90% of custom service just happens automatically. We are in a world where you can automate a lot that you couldn't before, and that percentage keeps increasing, and both through models getting better and the application inside companies, and we are, of course, constantly tweaking ourselves. And then there's limitations of what we can do. But I think the biggest areas we've seen is on customer service, we've been able to roll out much more of automated service to a wider part of our user base. We've been able to make these service agents a lot more productive in terms of the amount of tickets they can do. So far, we've not used that to reduce the service team or service cost, but to give more value to our customers. And equally also on the product side, that we've been able to both not just code faster with using tools like Cursor and so on, but also just the whole process up front, because the development process, of course, is not just how long it takes to ship code to production, but everything up front from making the prototypes, testing it with customers. That entire cycle has massively accelerated for us.
That's fantastic. And more to go, I guess, right?
More to come.
Yeah. So what are the key workflows that you are trying to automate within an HR department. So Personio is the key tool that people use in an HR department. Well, what are the key workflows that you can automate with AI?
Yeah. So I think when I think about AI inside of our product, there's two ways I look about it. The one is, what are areas we can use AI to provide more value to customers? And it's funny that recently when we did, around a year ago, when we did a bit of our updated AI strategy inside our product, and we thought about where can we provide value to our customers, and we then were whiteboarding all kinds of things. And at some point, I realized what was on our whiteboard was, from a pillars perspective of where we deliver value, very similar to our seed pitch deck from 2015, because the value pillars of an HR platform, what we deliver and promise our customers, is automation, is customization to their own needs, and is providing insights into their data. And what we essentially can do with AI is the same pillars, but in a supercharged way. So when you think about automating, you can now smartly automate processes in a much more powerful way. So think about a maternity request of someone leaving, or parental leave, which always was part of Personio, and there was always a part of that workflow already happening in our software. But now, by adding agentic use cases on top, we can expand that workflow going into governmental systems and helping other systems around our platform to also automate these workflows. When you go into the area of customization, where we used to be able to just, you have to customize a lot more manually, and we now have the ability with AI to bring customization and personalization of the platform to an entire new level by understanding more deeply how the customer and the organization works. And when you think about insights, you can go to a much more proactive way of insights. Instead of giving customers the ability to pull all kinds of reports and give all these overviews, you can actually provide them proactively with insights by you or your AI agent comping the data and then identifying, oh, there's an attrition rate spike in that department, you should have a look here, and thereby really sending the customers towards these areas. So it's the same three pillars of automation, of giving customers more ability to customize, and providing insights into their data, but upgraded with AI across the board. And then I think there's a third one, and that might be applicable for founders also beyond HR software, and that is whenever you have users that are not as technical per nature, which a lot of HR managers aren't, you sometimes might have the frustration that you feel there's a lot of value in your product that users never access because they're just not technical enough, and things that maybe you and I or many here in the audience would find very easy to do within Personio might not come as natural. And therefore I think the additional thing on top with agentic AI is that you can have an entire new interaction layer or interface to work with your tool, and thereby giving your customers the ability with natural language to interact, to ask questions, to ask to build a workflow, and these kind of things. You just democratize a much bigger part of your product towards your customers. And that's, I think, another one that we've seen.
Is AI and Personio changing the job of an HR person, and maybe even the structure of an HR department?
So I think the structure of the HR departments by jobs stays similar, but I think but of course the shift of type of work from HR departments typically being very operational and spending a lot of time on manual processes to becoming a lot more strategic and having more time to actually work on the organization structure, using these insights to have discussions with other leaders in the organization about what needs to change, what needs to happen. I think all of that just continues to up-level the organization if done right and if used right. So I do think there's a real opportunity. And of course, there's an opportunity for organizations also on some of the manual tasks to save costs and be more efficient and run the company overall more efficiently.
Makes sense. AI in many industries is kind of changing the structure of the landscape. Can OpenAI do the job of an HR system like Personio at some point? And what will be the role of AI-first competitors that you may encounter?
Yeah, I mean, so of course, as every founder of a scaled company, if you're in a big market and you've built a somewhat sizable company, you realize there's a lot of other companies also want to go after that price. So I think competition is real, and it's also a good thing because it keeps you on our toes and it keeps you really sharp. That being said, I think there's also, and so I would never underestimate any competition, and I think never becoming complacent is really important here. That said, I think there's also sometimes that little bit overblown risk that now the model companies or hyperscalers will just go and disrupt every part of the business, which I don't think will be the case. The same way how Amazon and Google and others in a pre-AI world build a lot of things. And yes, if you were to build your own Google like Slides product, Microsoft and Google probably going to come after you because it's such a horizontal, such a big category that's worth for them to enter. But if you are building, in our case, HR software or legal software or something, that those are still vertical categories that even if they're for you as a startup billion-dollar revenue opportunities, they might just not be large enough, interesting enough for these large companies to go into and to build a nuanced product for that space, and then also build the go-to-market motion behind that. So I don't think that you should think about model companies that replacing everything, but of course everything they can do in a very horizontal way, they will do, and I think that's the same way to think about what was in the past areas where Microsoft, Google, and so on have been disrupting, and what were areas where a startup would have just not stand a chance. And I think those areas will also in the future be disrupted. But I think there'll be many areas where not just for small startups, but you can build multi-billion-dollar companies that are not relevant for that. And then to your second question on AI native companies, I'm sure there's many more in the audience here building that. I think they have a much more likely shot than the hyperscaler to go after that. That said, I think what is also sometimes underestimated when it comes to now vibe coding, enterprise software or other products. Of course, I can very quickly with Lovable or Cursor or other tools build a first simple version that covers a basic workflow. I think the real value, and of course, if you are an enterprise solution that is that simple, you're probably going to be disrupted very quickly. Yeah. But likely, if you're a sizable business that has built some moat around you, then it's not just because you've built something that can be so quickly rebuilt with a Cursor or something like that, because you've actually spent, in our case, 10 years understanding every intricate detail that your customers need to solve that problem for them. And I think that's something that won't go away. So understanding your customers and having a large scale with 15,000 customers that we get feedback from every day, and even for a feature that's around in our product for 8 years, we still start to learn, okay, there's other edge cases as you go into this new industry or whatever, and then maybe you have to rewrite that entire absence management engine again after 5 years because you now learned all these things and you want to do it more powerful. And I think that won't go away. So I'm sure like software cycles will go quicker, but what won't go away is really deeply understanding the customer needs and then being able to solve them over time.
Yeah, I asked you the same question in a different way a little while ago when we spoke privately, and that was, if you had to build the Personio product today anew, would you take a different approach with AI? And your answer was actually not that much. We would kind of build what we have today.
Yeah, and I'm sure we would be able to build it faster and get faster to where we are now to some extent. But fundamentally, a lot of the building blocks still need to be there, especially given that in a regulated space like HR, you can't or don't want to have an LLM figure out dream up your vacation balance or something. You need to follow certain rules, you need to follow certain regulations, and those need to be strong workflows based on a really consistent database that you can do. And then there's a bunch of really smart areas where agents and LLMs have a way to play in there. But I think the foundation won't go away, and that's what you still will need in the future.
You have been building Personio now for the last 10 years or so. What are the key lessons that you've learned in scaling the business?
So I think what definitely also won't go away, I mean, a lot of the companies now are growing incredibly fast. It's at some point you'll even as an AI company, as we see with some of the companies where we're all now seeing incredibly fast, they're also growing now in headcount, and that creates complexity. And I think that is something which is especially as you grow really hard, really fast, is always hard to manage. Of course, in an ideal world, you would not build up organizational debt and you just build a perfect organization even through that phase. The reality is also in our times when we grew at scale 120% plus from 50 to 100, 150 million. During that times, you build up technical debt, you build up organizational debt, and you build up strategic debt. And if I would be able to do it again, I'm sure I would have a lot of learnings of mistakes I would avoid. But I'm also pretty sure that there's a lot of things that you just can't as fully comprehend in that moment or have even time to figure that out. And then you still go into several strategic areas that maybe are do too quickly because you just get overexcited or you build organizational structures that duplicate each other. So I think it is really important to think about also at a startup, and you see that with much more successful companies than Personio, that you go through really fast growth stages and then you go to areas where you then take these learnings, consolidate some of the pay back your debt, whether it's organizational debt, whether it's your technical debt, whether it's your strategic debt, and then set yourself out for the next stage of growth. I think that's a really important learning. And then just one that comes to mind as we talk about organization design and also about the people you hire. I think one thing that, of course, as you get bigger, you really need senior people that have done things before, but I think there's a fallacy I've realized recently that you can fall into, is when you get to a certain size and a certain brand, you have the ability to attract some of these really amazing talent that have done exactly what you need before in 2-3 other companies that you really admire. It can easily happen that you then say, oh, I now want to grow from 300 to a million to a billion, and they've done that 3 times before, so I'll pick that person that is now just at Stripe or Databricks or whatever at north of $1 billion, and I'll bring them in to run enablement or something else for us again. The problem is that if they've gone through that journey, especially several times, then they're not going to come back to like, oh, this is how it was for me 5 or 6 years ago, but they come with their mindset of, this is how an enablement function looks today. And then they often might, don't want to do the hands-on work required anymore at that stage that you actually have to go back to if you go back to a couple 100 million versus $1 billion. And also you sometimes then build a much more complex organization or structures or processes that are right for $1 billion but not for 300 million. So I think it's really important to realize that while it is critical to bring people with experience, there is a point where some people, while they still accept the job in you and they think they want to do it again, they're no longer the right part for doing that journey again, and might actually create more complexity than if you bring someone that has to figure it out in the first time.
That makes total sense. Well, what have you yourself learned about leadership over the last 10 years?
More lessons than would fit in any talk, of course. But I think some of the key ones, as a founder, I'm sure many have that as well, that you can continuously think a dream about the future, think about the additional things you can be doing, and that of course then brings new ideas, new initiatives you want to launch, and that is important. That's part of your role as a founder and a CEO also of a scaled company. But then also as you're leading a much bigger company of hundreds or thousands of people, you realize that you can also overload that organization, and then a lot of the core things that you want to actually get done, you might cripple because of all your new ideas that you add on top. And therefore, I think balancing how many new exciting things you push for and get the organization rallied up for, with what can the organization actually handle in any given time. I think that is hard to grasp, especially because it's in the beginning. You see that very literally. You have a couple tens of people, and if you at some point realize, okay, we can't do anything more. But as the organization gets bigger, it's much harder to find that balance, and I think that's a key piece for you to figure out and learn.
Yeah, one element of that is international expansion, right? So you are now in half a dozen to a dozen countries in Europe. What has been your geographical expansion strategy?
Yeah, I think that's one of these examples where it's easy to, once you scale and you have some traction in other markets, to say, okay, let's countries or companies or sectors where that makes total sense and where you should go as quickly as possible in all markets. But there's also sectors like ours that's where every market is a lot more different. And then you should really think hard, is there more similarity in a certain type of customers across more markets, or more different types of customers in the same market? And then there's no right or wrong answer. And I think we've got it right in some markets, and some markets we went too fast by not being quite ready for that and not having fully understood what that same customer that works really well for us in this market requires in the other market. And I think that's something which where it's really important to not just then go all in and say, oh, we do now the big international expansion and we build a big team here and hire all these people, and then but really discipline yourself, even if you have a lot of resources, if things go really well, that you're not taking that as a reason to just go all out in all markets, but deliberately act like a startup again, start a new market, learn from it, see how it's going, and then invest behind it based on these learnings. And I think that's something which definitely an international expansion pays off, and the markets where we've done like that turned out to be much more successful.
And I guess in the case of Personio, it's extra hard because we have two products, right? Essentially HR and payroll. So that's another dimension that goes through the whole thing.
Yeah, payroll for us, of course, is a specific one where every country is even more different than in the HR space, and that requires also the additional one. But also then has the benefit if you are really locked in, and that's also something where it's really important to figure out the category. There's some companies where you can only sell to a certain part of any given market, and then you have to internationalize a lot quicker to a lot more markets to become at some point a sizable company. And then there's categories where, like in ours, we sell to pretty much every organization that has employees. We have startups, traditional companies, but also soccer clubs using our product and so on. And if you have that kind of company, that means one market alone can be north of $1 billion in revenue opportunity. And it's really important to discipline yourself to not just try to be 3% in all kinds of markets, but be 20% market leader in a few markets before you go to the next ones.
Makes sense. From a personal perspective, building a company like Personio is like running a marathon, right? This is a big job that happens over a long period of time. But however, from a day-to-day perspective, everything feels like a sprint. So you got to do this, you got to do that. But you cannot sprint a marathon. So how have you yourself kind of found that balance?
I think it's, of course, there's certain physical limits that you feel yourself. I've luckily never went as far that I went over these limits, which is also not uncommon. It's really important to realize those. But I think they're, for especially in periods where things go incredibly well and you grow really fast, and it's almost you get so much adrenaline and so much energy from it that you can literally, you're unbreakable. And then there's periods that are in every journey a bit more difficult, where there's more headwinds, and that's where you then realize, oh, I also need to find a way to balance myself. And I think everyone finds their own ways. Of course, there's things that a lot of people find the strength in family or sports or these kind of things. For me personally, there's a lot of practices like breath work or ice bathing and so on that literally have a physical, like help me physically to balance myself and regulate my state, and also regulate my nervous system. That's something I've really integrated in a lot of my work, and that is something that is a practice that works really well for me, and can recommend everyone trying it as they go through these journeys. And I think everyone also needs to experience with their own ways of dealing with it. But I think it is really important, as you say, to and that's something which I only learned after a while, that in the first few years it always feels like, oh yeah, and then the next milestone, getting to 100 million, to 200 million, getting to the next valuation mark or the next fundraise and so on. And at some point, if you realize what you actually want to do here, which might be different for others, but for me was always, I want to build an enduring company that can exist for decades to come, be an independent company to grow. And if that's your intention, then you have to realize that, as you say, it's not chasing that next milestone, but it's really continuously figuring out, building the foundations, building an own mode for you as a founder that can continue to scale, build an organization that continues to scale,
And all of these things, of course, are then things that don't just, you need to really reflect on, you need to figure out what works for you in that scale, and that is then what allows you to go much longer than if you always just think you need to chase that next funding round or whatever.
That's key. Maybe one quick one. Any advice for entrepreneurs in the audience?
So I think really, of course, the current times are incredibly exciting, and I still love my job, but I can also only imagine how is this right now for the people that are starting off in this current world and day and age. But I think still think about the problems you're solving from building it as a long-term play. I think Ilkka was on stage here earlier talking about the type of companies we will need in Europe are companies that can exist in long term, that can build entire category leaders and so on, and not a company that quickly grows to 200-300 million, that gets acquired, and then it's never heard of again. So focus on problems that are big, focus on problems that can last and are relevant for the future, and then continue to put one step after the other and keep building for the type of companies we need here in Europe.
Great. Hanno, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for your attention, and have a good evening.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
That was a wrap for day 1 on Founder Stage. And we will continue tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. So be here or be square.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Can you hear that in the background? It goes something like after works, after works, after works. Okay, so everybody have a good night. See you here tomorrow and enjoy the night. Cheers. After works, after works, after